Hello and welcome. It is day 3 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, and so far it's been an electric start to the event. I'm your host, International Master Jovanka Hauska, and it's great to be in the studio along with our experts who just navigate their way through the game effortlessly. International Master Tanya Sajdev and David Howell, Grandmaster by the way, just in case. But anyway, guys, it's been such a wild start.
Loved it, right? I'm pumped and ready for day 3. Day 2, it was spectacular, whether it was Arjun's win, Hikaru's heart-stopping finish in that one, Muzychuk taking the lead in the women. I mean, Norway Chess just keeps delivering, and to be here with you, with David, and our chat, I feel like a fan with front row seats. Let's go.
Yeah, what can I say? I just echo it. I agree. Great to be here with the two of you. Bring on more chess. I want more of the same. Just incredible game so far. Another level, high quality, drama-packed. It's been fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Action-packed, scintillating stuff, you name it, that's what it's been so far. Let's have a look at what day 3 has in store for us as we check out the pairings. And there you can see Norway Chess just keeps on delivering on every single level. Big names, big matchups.
Yeah, and today we see Fabiano Caruana take on Arjun-Erigaisi. Both players had a great day yesterday, both winning in the classical. Magnus Carlsen against Wei Yi. Slight disappointment for Magnus, rare to say that. Yesterday losing the Armageddon to Hikaru, who takes on Gukesh today. Gukesh, the biggest story maybe so far, having lost both of his classical games. And yeah, the women, some big games too. Kuneru Humpy takes on Sarah Kardem, Leiting Jay, Anna Muzychuk, and Juanjun, Women's World Champion against Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah. Going to be absolutely fascinating today, and I can see the players, they are ready and waiting in their playing venue in the hall in Finansparken. They are seated and ready, and these moments are so precious, right? Before the game begins, you're sat there, the nerves are jangling, you don't quite know what your opponent is going to do, and this gentleman, they're playing with the white pieces. Gukesh, the world champion, he's gotten off to a tough start. 2 blacks, 2 losses, but he's been unlucky in the sense that his opponents have been, first of all, Magnus Carlsen-Erigaisi, but yesterday he fell into some opening preparation.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Gukesh is absolutely desperate to avoid a 3rd loss. And guess what? He's playing against a guy who just beat Magnus, who's in such a beast form. And in our women tournament as well, Anna Muzychuk taking that early lead at Norway Chess Women is playing her closest rival, who's only a 1.5 points behind her. It's 3 points for a win. So Leiting Jay in a clear 2nd position. So this one, we might be seeing some leapfrogging in the standings.
Yeah, lots of possibilities, especially when a win nets you 3, a win in classical, I must say, nets you 3 points, whereas a win in Armageddon nets you just 1.5 points. So anything can happen. We can see some big shakeups. And here, well, seems like man of yesterday, Arjun-Erigaisi, who played such a fantastic game against Gukesh. He's got the black pieces against Fabiano Caruana. Yesterday, Fabiano had that very important comeback victory against Wei Yi after he lost to Hikaru in the first round.
It's experience versus youth, precision versus dynamism. This is going to be a fun fight, David, and both have got momentum on their side. Like you said, you know, Fabi coming off a big win, Arjun defeating the world champion. And I think whoever wins that game will really stamp their authority in this year's Norway Chess.
Yeah, they've also been switching places in the last few months between world number 4, world number 5. They've been leapfrogging each other, Erigaisi and Caruana. Meanwhile, Juanjun, a slightly better day for her yesterday. Winning in the Armageddon there, and Vaishali, tough start for her, losing 1 classical, losing 1 Armageddon, but yeah, also a clash, youth versus experience, and that's the thing with Norway Chess. It's going to be fun all across the board, and Magnus Carlsen, he looks sharp, I've got to say, arriving early for once. The clocks have not started yet. He looks primed, ready to go with the white pieces against the underdog, maybe, of the Norway Chess tournament there, Wei Yi.
You know, everyone hates losing in chess, and I think Magnus Carlsen hates it the most. He's definitely wounded from yesterday's loss, which makes him even more dangerous. 2 things can happen today. Either Magnus reasserts his domination, or we see a big upset with Wei Yi winning against the world number 1.
Yeah, Wei Yi is certainly going to be motivated. Yesterday, he lost in classical against Fabiano Caruana. He's got the black pieces. He's got something to prove. It's his first outing here in Norway Chess, so he definitely wants to make his mark, make his impression on the standings. And, you know, what better thing to do than score against the world number 1. And Magnus in great shape. You know something? I saw his preparation this morning. It was the golf attack.
The golf gambit.
Yeah.
Love it.
You got to tee off, you got to hit some... I don't even know anything about golf, so I don't know why I'm talking that. I wonder how many holes in ones he managed to put away today. But yeah, Magnus, he looks slick somehow. The hair we've been joking about has been nicely slicked back.
You know, it's funny because on day one, when he was playing against Gukesh, he did the golf gambit and got the win in. I think against Hikaru, he wasn't able to get his golf game because the weather gods were not on his side. So maybe a little bit of superstition there by Magnus, you know, get on the course and then on the board.
A bit of anger in Stavanger. Maybe just losing yesterday has motivated him. Meanwhile, yeah, Fabiano, I heard in greater spirits yesterday after his win. But yeah, this one is going to be fascinating. All of the games are going to be a lot of fun to follow today. What are our predictions? Are we going to see Magnus bounce back?
It's hard to bet against Magnus. I think we've seen him play some of his best chess after a loss. So Wei Yi with the black pieces, tough task ahead of him. It's go time. We've got the first moves on, and Magnus Carlsen starts with the king pawn opening.
Ooh, the queen pawn?
Oh.
Pawn to d4?
That's the Gukesh board.
Yeah. Magnus playing d4 on move 1 and then leaving. Maybe a quick stop in the restrooms there. Maybe grabbing a drink, a snack. And Wei Yi replies. They actually met each other back in January. And it was in the German league, in the Bundesliga. They met on board 1 of their respective teams. And that game was a draw, a very solid draw after King's Pawn opening in the Sicilian defense. So it feels like Magnus maybe wants a more positional battle against Wei Yi, who's known to be very creative, very dynamic.
And I think it would be great on Wei Yi's part if he's able to stick to his strengths today. You know, try to, the moment he gets that opportunity to get Magnus into those complications as early as possible. Yes, he's playing with the black pieces, and that is a big ask starting with black. But we've got action on, and Wei Yi seems to be checking out the other boards more than his own.
Yeah, well, his opponent is not there. He's made his first move, so let's have a look at that bird's eye view. And once again, we have a beautiful array of color right in front of us. And we have some moves there. At the top, we see that Gukesh has opened up with the king's pawn. It's a Vienna game, not a Vienna game, gioco piano.
The Italian.
The Italian, yes.
That's the one on our top left board. And we've got the queen's pawn opening by Magnus, where he already makes his move. Meanwhile, Jovanka on the other board on our top right. Fabi started with the king's pawn opening, and Arjun has responded with the French defense.
French defense, and very interesting because this is one of the key battlegrounds from the 2024 World Championship between Ding Liren and Gukesh. And Gukesh was on the white side of those battles. Ding was the one playing the French. Now Erigaisi playing the French himself as black. Some mind games. And Fabi, okay, this wasn't played during the World Championship match. He pushes his pawn to h4 already. That's the green board on the top right for everyone at home. That one already hinting that it's going to be spicy, that it's going to be a lot of fun. Fabi using some deep prep here, most likely, against one of the fantastic opening experts from yesterday, Arjun-Erigaisi.
I think, Ivanka, this is the one board we can expect a huge fight on. I mean, on every single board, but here we're going to get all the drama and the emotions, some incredible opening preparation to watch as well. Fabi, one of the best prepared players in the world. And like you said, Arjun's really picked up on that as well. You know, we saw him play that novelty yesterday on the 8th move. He's shown some incredible ideas. So it will be a fight in the opening, but it looks like it's Fabiano Caruana who's managed to get the first surprise in, but Arjun responds with a very thematic French idea of breaking in the center.
Yeah, very interesting, right? How is Fabi going to react to that direct confrontation? You work on the wings, you react in the center. Very principled stuff. And I guess Fabi does have choices. You know, he has to either make that decision to trade or to maintain that stronghold on e5. And we can also now see some moves on the women's boards. They are there at the bottom. On the purple board, that's the bottom right. We do see that the game between Humpy and Sarah Kadem, that looks quite symmetrical in the sense that not much, it looks like a Queen's Gambit declined. Yeah. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, one trade of pawns, that looks like very early days, but a well-known position there. And again, on the bottom row in the middle board, The brown board there, it's a Sicilian, Rossolimo, between Lei Ting-jie and Anna Muzychuk.
You gotta say Rossolimo with that Italian touch, you know.
Rossolimo.
Rossolimo.
Siciliano. Napolitano. No, okay, let's stop. And bottom left, world champion, Zhu Wenjun in the red board. That looks like a French, another French, but an exchange variation, or at least a spin on the exchange variation between Zhu Wenjun and Vachier-Lagrave. Where to start? I'm going to say the green board is by far the most spicy, at least in terms of potential. But do we start with the fun one, or do we build up to it?
I mean, I thought that was the one that we have to build up to, right? Let's do a quick opening tour, David. Take us perhaps from the bottom right. And, you know, like you said, it's the Queen's Gambit decline. It's still in theoretical battle. Maybe we go all the way from there and then take it to where the action's happening.
Let's do just that. Let's, we'll jump in with Fabi when he replies to Arjun's move. That could get very crazy very quickly. But, OK, let's start with the Queen's Gambit. Quick action replay of what's happened in that game. Humpy-Saram against Sara Kadem. It started with d4 and by transposition going to the Queen's Gambit, very well-known move order to get here. This is what Alexander Grishuk calls the main position, where black has like 8 very decent moves. Like you can play bishop e7, bring your bishop to b4, you can play c6, you can play c5, you can play a6, you can take on c4. Nowadays you can even play h6, among others. But here, Sara Kadem chooses to put the knight on d7. This is very flexible, hinting that you might actually capture this pawn. And the black bishop has flexibility to choose where to go to later. Now a trade of pawns in the center, and Humpy brings her queen out. I've had this position myself as black. Normally they just put a pawn on c6 and you stay flexible, see what white does with her bishop. Normally the white bishop will develop on the next move, but yeah, early days in this one.
It's definitely an intriguing position. You know, white still has to make the choice where they're going to put the dark square bishop, as David mentioned. Could go to f4, could go to g5, and it's going to take on a really strategical nature. You know, black is just looking to develop the pieces, castle kingside, whereas white is either playing for this knight e5 kind of Pillsbury jump, or just storming the queenside with a minority attack. And it's a very well-known position, but also quite thematic. So I'm kind of curious as to how Sara will be able to neutralize.
Yeah, very early days in this one. And, you know, you were talking about storms that are brewing in this. I think there's a big storm actually on the Fabi board. And I said we'll build up to it. But would it be okay if I changed my mind?
We're allowed to do that. Chess players are allowed to change their mind.
You're always allowed to pivot. So,
There's so much action happening there.
Okay, let's go there.
Yeah. And here we go. I'm going to jump us straight there because
Ooh!
Chaos.
Oh my
Chaos? Is that a good word? Crazy something. Craziness.
Let's say Arjun.
Yeah, typical Arjun. We're going to catch up with the live position. I'm pretty sure the players are going to be blitzing out their moves for the near future. So very quickly, French defense. Pawn to e6 here for black. And we see this variation. The classical variation, first of all. But in this position, rather than the traditional f4 that people used to play on autopilot at the top level just a couple of years ago, now knight back to e2, Gukesh's choice in the World Championship match a couple of times. Magnus has adopted this himself as well. And now h4, the big surprise in this position. If I remember correctly, Gukesh was playing the move a3. You can also bring a knight out to f3, h4. Arjun strikes in the center. Fabi says, consequences, your pawn is now undefended. Watch out for a queen jump. A pawn was captured in the center. Not jumping out with the queen check here, we should mention, because this would likely result in white going up a blind alley. A knight check would win some material, but the white queen is so trapped in the corner. You've won the exchange, but the queen is misplaced. Probably not a capture with the pawn, maybe with the knight instead in this position. But instead, knight takes pawn, hitting the black queen, which moves, and challenged. Okay, interesting choice by Fabi there. I guess he wants to trade off queens and then land a knight fork. The c7 square.
I was going to say something, right? h4, it's a novelty, right? Or is it a known idea?
Ooh,
because, you know, it's just such a weird looking move because, you know, I'm much more familiar with these plans of going f4, supporting the center. And I was just thinking, how kind of disconcerting would it be? Like, you come up with a novelty of h4, and your opponent immediately responds with f6.
And I would have the same feeling until, of course, Arjun blitzed out his response in seconds in that, or maybe even under a minute. I mean, he's barely taken his time, which makes me feel that he's as familiar with this h4 idea as perhaps Fabi is.
Yeah, and I'm not so familiar with the intricacies of Gukesh's team, Tanya. Did Arjun have any input there? Do you think they would have worked together, analysed together, played blitz together before the World Championship match?
Well, the official version is no.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's always an unofficial story. I'm sure they're good friends. So perhaps a certain analysis or something could be exchanged. But he was not part of the official World Championship team as far as we know. We did ask him that question post the match once Gukesh did reveal his teams. But do we have an update? H4, has it been played before?
Not according to the chess.com database.
Very interesting.
So not at the highest level. There might be some random blitz games out there, some maybe from amateur tournaments, but not that I can see.
So quite impressive that despite that, Arjun still knows what he wants to do, how he responds to. Like, my opponent plays H4 and I go into a 30-minute think tank at least.
Well, most people do that, right, Tanya? You
Yes.
play h4 and you're like, whoa, what is that? But okay.
The shock of it.
And then Arjun
Instantly.
blitzes it out.
But I just realized that this last move of Fabi, right, it has to be some prep, because if we go back just one move, he had the option to pick up 2 pawns, and actually one of them would give him a pawn advantage in the position. Now, if you take the f6 pawn, it's clear, knight takes pawn, the bishop opens up with a tempo, and I think that's just allowing too much piece activity. The problem with taking the other pawn, David, I believe, is that the bishop from f8 can then go over to b4 and give a very nasty check, forcing white to block that check in not the happiest way, and then eventually black does win the d4 center pawn is what I'm thinking. But there's g7 hanging as well. What on earth is happening here?
Yeah, this is still crazy. This is still a minefield, tactical melee, basically.
And why does the bar like black?
I'm not sure. I think black's just more developed. That's my logic. Without diving too deep with calculation, black does have kind of 4 pieces out. White has 1 very strong knight, maybe. Might get traded off, but the bishop on d2, not too impressive either. Knight takes pawn here. I guess black will just hit the knight, and I do worry about the white pieces still asleep at home, the white king especially. The knight doesn't have too many squares.
Setting up for the next game, that one. So perhaps this was the reason that you can't really get greedy in this position and grab that central pawn, and instead Fabi offering the queen trade. Arjun, he's still thinking about this decision.
Oh, he
reaches out.
takes a
Captured the
pawn.
pawn.
Takes a pawn on c3. This is a sacrifice we should mention to everyone at home. Just while we have the analysis board up, queen takes queen now. I'm assuming knight takes queen, and this would be a check. How does black react here?
Just
7?
Sorry, sneeze. It's too chaotic for me.
it's been a wild start. So
I would put my king on f7.
7, yeah. And knight takes rook. Is it
Whoa.
whoa.
b4?
You can also throw in
Nasty. It is bishop to
yeah.
b4.
White's a whole rook up, but black has the threats. This is crazy. And black can take back this white knight in the corner at some point.
And this position is the perfect example of a queenless middle game where the king in the center still matters. It's the danger point for white. And again, the speed with which Arjun played, sacrificing that exchange, how much do these guys prepare? It's absolutely crazy, the level of preparation.
Yeah, I wish I'd spent more time analysing openings when I was young.
What were you
Tanya.
doing when you were young?
No comment. Computer games and movies and 1 or 2 parties and
Just 1 or 2, you know, every 3rd day.
maybe every 2nd day. But yeah, these top players, I mean, Arjun, he showed it yesterday, Jovanka, how deep his preparation goes.
Yeah, I was going to say it's like different times, right? Because we joke about it, but really like chess study back when we were young, it was of a different level. It was from books, you know, it was using our own brain. And I feel like it actually demanded less time. Whereas now there's so much information and everyone is trying to outwit the other one. So you kind of have to be like all full on 8 hours per day. And you also have to start the memorization game pretty early on. So pawn takes pawn. And I just feel like Fabi has to be incredibly precise here because he's lacking development.
You know, yeah, sorry, Jovanka. Go on.
I was just going to say he can get punished for that pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, that line we showed with the black bishop coming out to b4, that looks really scary for white. Maybe we just show it one last time, because that's what Fabi wants to do. And if he's not prepared even further in this position, I would think you should be, if you've played h4 and gone for all this chaos. If you do take the queen, just to reiterate one last time, and black at the end, rather than just capturing the white knight, being down material, plays bishop b4. The problem is the white king. Like, there is a huge threat of a capture on b2, making a queen, discovered check. On the diagonal, you pretty much have to move your king. You can't allow a fork like this. You'll just be down a couple of pawns with a bad king position as well. So if you move your king, I'm really worried that the attack continues somehow, like knight d4 ideas. Like, I just want to play knight d4 and c2 checkmate. And okay, he's actually made a move himself. This was too scary for Fabiano to consider. He actually took back this pawn on c3. But now, what's the material count? It's level, but I mean, it's just, yeah, still threats in the air for both sides. Very hard to get a grip on this position.
Materials level, the e5 pawns hanging, the fork still in the air. Lots to calculate. You know, to Jovanka's point about opening preparation, just how much there is to see. I just want to mention that Fabi's move h4, played on move 7, right? It's not in the top 6 played moves according to the chess.com database. You've got moves like f4, knight f3, a3, all kinds of different stuff, but h4 doesn't feature on that. So again, it just comes to the depth, how deep the players really go today when they're looking at chess. You know, it's obviously with the engines on and looking at all these different possibilities. It's just mind-blowing. And then to remember all of that on the board as well. I mean, this is the kind of moment where you think Arjun just goes into a deep thing, but no, the guy just knows everything.
Yeah. But I'm going to ask the question. Arjun-Erigaisi, dynamic player, thrives in these complicated positions. Is it wise to make a move like h4, where Arjun's instinct is going to be mix it up as quickly as possible?
It's wise maybe if you're Fabiano Caruana and you're also known for your opening preparation, but I would never dare play something this sharp against Arjun. I mean, the fact that he knows it is impressive. As Tanya said, it's the 6th most popular, or there's at least 6 other more popular moves. It's pretty much a novelty. I mean, there's so many branches within this variation alone. We saw queen h5 check was one idea. We saw that white could have gone for that rook in the corner. There's so many branches to this variation. Arjun still knows what's going on. That is the impressive part. Fabi does too. But yeah, I have a feeling Fabi was kind of half bluffing. And now he's like, oh no, Arjun actually knows what he's doing. That's the problem when you play these sharp lines with white.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like Fabi came in with the surprise, but then Arjun just counter-surprised Fabi just knowing how to react so quickly. Fabi does get up and leave. Arjun now in the thing for the second time in this opening after pawn takes pawn. How does he continue? Do you think this is the moment where Arjun's prep perhaps gets over?
Maybe. He's looking away from the board, which we shouldn't read too much into. For those of you who weren't with us yesterday, we know that that is his default pose, his default setting. Arjun just staring off into the distance.
I've realized one thing, David, that Arjun only looks at the board when he's in trouble. You know, every other position, when he's looking around and calculating into the space, he's pretty confident about his chances. And then when he take a glance, a couple of seconds, that's when you know that he's feeling the pressure a bit.
Yeah, when he's leaning back, like arms crossed, he's fine. He knows what's going on. I think we'll learn a lot here and now, but normally when he's well prepared, I've faced this myself against Arjun, he blitzes. If he's super well prepared, he blitzes and he plays it immediately. If he's unsure, then he pauses. So I think he's probably looked at this, but recalling it is another thing, Jovanka.
Yeah, also just looking from his body language, I'm also reading that he's just doing a mental comparison. He might not have considered perhaps b takes c3, but he's certainly familiar with the plans in this particular position. And so off he goes, just double checking and just making sure that everything's fine. But as Tanya says, there is a big threat in the air of queen takes queen, followed by the knight coming in to give a check on c7.
And Arjun does have a way to avoid queen trades, which would be him sticking true to his style, right? Like you said, to avoid that forking idea, you could slide the queen up one square to that a5 point, just making sure that there are no trades. You still have control over c7, and then you're looking at an absolutely fierce middle game battle. Or will Arjun sort of concede to the queen trades eventually and find another way where we get an early endgame? Yeah.
I do like your idea, Tanya, but I think we will leave that one for a while and we'll definitely keep an eye on it. But let's go back to the bird's eye view and continue with our roundup of the openings. So yeah, we've had, you know, a wild game in the shape of Fabi and Arjun, but everything else looking relatively calm, I would say.
Yeah, and maybe we just keep moving across. Maybe we check in with Magnus Carlsen and Wei Yi, the top middle board there. Whether that's gold, yellow or brown, I'm unsure, but the top board in the middle.
It's a love child between all three.
Exactly. It's a, it's a mishmash. And let's go to the world number one against the Chinese number one. And, okay, this position looks, well, I'm going to say vaguely familiar to me. At least the pawn structure, the skeleton of it, I believe it was the Catalan opening. Let's retrace our steps. And looks like both players very well prepared in this game too, but very different nature, very much less sharp than the other game we just saw. This one was d4, and also a queen's gambit declined. But the Catalan is marked by this pawn move, putting the bishop on g2 on the long diagonal. Black plays the bishop out, and a couple of moves later captures this pawn on c4. Magnus is like the expert in this position from the white side these days. He's played so many moves. He's played like knight a3, he's played knight e5, he's played this move, queen c2, the main line. And black also has a lot of moves. You can defend your pawn with b5. You can push a pawn here, b6. Literally half a dozen moves to consider. Wei Yi goes for the main line, and it becomes very positional here, where white gets the pawn back with his queen, having lost a bit of time, is forced to retreat. The white queen now kicked back yet again by the black bishop. And this move, queen back to c1, this was popularized, I think, by Pavel Elyanov, Ukrainian grandmaster. He used it to beat Hikaru Nakamura years and years ago now in a World Cup. And after the black knight comes out to hit the white central pawn, defended, Wei Yi has played this move, which is perhaps new to Magnus. It's new to me. Bishop out to b4. I think this comes with a threat to trap the white rook, which is a bit sneaky. The white rook doesn't have too many squares. Like, if white does nothing here, just pushes a pawn, then bishop to d3, hits the rook. When the rook moves, you slide in to e2, and the rook would be caught on d1. It looks odd, though, to allow this pin to kind of gain a bit of power, move the bishop for a second time in the game, but this is a nice square for black's piece.
Comes in with a threat as well, and I'm just wondering if the most natural move might even take care of that idea that you're saying, just block the diagonal of the bishop that stepped in, you know, take your knight out so that after bishop d3 you can indeed come to d1, the e2 square comes under control. And what does then Magnus have in mind after, Wei Yi even have in mind after Magnus does that? Because like you said, he's just moved his bishop not only twice, but allowed what looks like an interesting pin, you know, give white a couple of moves, knight e5 ideas, knight g4 coming in.
Yeah, knight c3 is definitely the most natural. I think black also has a secondary threat, like queen to d5. This diagonal is a bit awkward. You're pinned here, and you'll be hitting this bishop in the process. I'm not sure that wins anything necessarily, but it definitely forces a lot of exchanges.
Have you spoken to Magnus since yesterday's loss?
No. I've been hiding in my room. I've been exhausted from all the action and the commentary.
What are you saying? You were down at dinner and then you had a long gaming night. Were you
I wasn't part of it, Tanya. I was a good boy last night. I was tucked up in bed very early.
You were just going to reveal some gossip. Do tell.
Who was gaming last night, Tanya?
Well, a few of the big names playing here.
Ooh.
Well, Magnus wasn't one of them. I wasn't there, but I just heard that there was Avalon in the lobby. And yeah, so Magnus, what do you think is his mindset after yesterday's loss to Hikaru? Because I just want to point out, you know, Magnus in both the games yesterday, in the Classical and the Armageddon, had the upper hand. He was the one who was pushing for the win. And that's actually a very nasty situation for any player to be against, fighting against Magnus. And Hikaru managed to survive it twice and win the match. You know, just proving a display of how resourceful he is. How do you think Magnus is feeling right now?
I think quietly determined. Probably a bit annoyed about yesterday, especially because he probably feels he shouldn't have lost that Armageddon. But in the grand scheme of things, it's only half a point that cost him. It's a long tournament, still plenty of classical games to play. He gave some very brutally honest interviews yesterday after his loss. I think normally when Magnus is devastated, he doesn't stop for interviews at all. So yeah, I think he's just being realistic about it.
Also, I think in one of the interviews, he mentioned that, the Armageddon, the way it played out in those time scrambles, Hikaru is just such a beast. He's absolutely at par with Magnus. I mean, when it comes to raw speed, I think Hikaru is at equal with the world number one, and that's what he showed in the Armageddon yesterday.
But that's something actually with the advance of online chess. You get used to the idea of losing these fast games. You get used to the power of the clock and the devastation it can cause. So I think he's like, okay, that easy come, easy go. He knows that he positionally was doing very, very well, but it was because of the time management. It was because he started with less time, because it was an Armageddon game. That's okay, that is exactly what happened, and so be it.
Yes.
Very pragmatic, because as David said, we've all seen Magnus upset.
I think my biggest memory of that is the World Championship match of 2016, I recall, with Karyakin and Magnus having, I want to say the only time when he was behind in a World Championship match was that one, losing to Karyakin and what followed in the press conference.
Yeah, you're right. It's one of the few losses he's had in World Championship matches, and yeah, two great rivals since they were kids. I think that really inspired Magnus to strike back and eventually take it in tie breaks.
Yep. And whilst Magnus, we're speculating what his mindset is, well, Wei Yi, yesterday, he lost his game. Let's have a look at how he's feeling right now.
Hi, Wei. What kind of game are you expecting from Magnus today?
Maybe a crazy game, but yeah, I'm ready for it.
Do you get extra nervous playing against Magnus Carlsen compared to other players?
Yes, I think so, because my score against him is very bad. Yeah, but I will try my best. Yeah.
What is it about Magnus's game that you don't like?
Sorry?
What is it about the way Magnus plays that it makes him score good against you?
I'm not sure.
Good luck today, Wei. We look forward to it.
Thank you.
Wei Yi seem in a cheerful mood, right? So, he's saying that his record against Magnus is very bad, but yeah, well, he'll try.
I love it. He's ready for the fight. He knows what it takes to play against the world number one. It hasn't been a great start for Wei. He lost to Arjun in that Armageddon and then yesterday to Fabi. But it really looked like he's in a good mood coming in for this one. Kind of had me smiling watching that interview.
Yeah, he's just such a nice guy, Wei Yi, and yeah, again, his demeanor outwardly just it is deceptive. It kind of hides the fact he's a very dynamic player, very aggressive, very ambitious. And ambition coming back to haunt him yesterday. I do wonder today. Magnus has just played a move, by the way, his 5th queen move out of 14. And of course, the queen goes back to her starting square. So Magnus has essentially wasted 5 moves. But
can you show us the queen dance with the arrows?
Okay, the queen started on D1. Went, oh, whoops.
It needs a theme tune as well.
I'm then it comes back home.
Yeah. C2, C4, C2 again, then C1, then D1. That was the path. The arrows overlap, so it's hard to...
Well, one of them is easy to explain. It was a capture. The other had some retreats because it was an attack. But why does the queen belong on D1 is what I'm wondering. Does he want to reroute itself? Well, it also defends the idea of bishop D3 that you pointed out. So you don't end up losing material. But eventually, do you want to place that queen on B3? Like you said, you're overprotecting F3. Why does the queen belong on D1? Because usually you think the rook needs to get there.
Yeah, I was trying to work out, actually, just while Wei Yi was chatting to us, what the exact threats were. So just to show one variation, Magnus's most natural move, like you said, was to bring the knight out. Now, bishop D3 doesn't really achieve much. White will just move the rook. But I think this knight might just be captured. And if Magnus takes back in either direction, queen to D5, I think would have been extremely, or at least slightly annoying for black. And pawn to C4. I wonder about a position like this. And Eval Bar says white's still slightly better, but there's a threat on the knight. A threat on the bishop, kind of, here. And if you take the black knight, then your knight gets captured. And suddenly this exchange leaves the white bishop looking a bit trapped, level material. And this feels all wrong for white, who's passive, and black conquering the light squares. Maybe there's something along this variation that white could have done to improve. But I think Magnus just wanted to prevent this idea of queen d5 coming with time, coming with tempo. Now, if queen d1, if black plays the same idea, queen d5, yes, it's hitting some pieces, but now you can safely take the knight on f6. You don't have to worry about this knight on f3 hanging. And now you kind of switch the move order. Now you bring your knight out. And this position with c4 to come a bit later, it feels like white's got full stability.
Yeah. And yeah, well, I'm sorry to say, we have some bad news. I promise you, I didn't even know that was happening. But yes, someone go to the confessional. And it is lonely. We want to hear the players' thoughts. I mean, that just levels up the game. It's very sad.
So we haven't had a player yet, but it's also early moves, right? And a very, very crucial round. But I have no doubt we'll have the usual suspects in there very, very soon. I'm counting on at least one from Magnus, Hikaru, and Arjun. But I'd love to see a woman player in there.
Yeah, actually, they haven't been there, have they?
I don't remember one so far. Last year, it was the same story. We were struggling to get any. I think we even had a word with them. We were saying, please come, please come. Yes, we want to hear from you. Anytime we had a guest in the studio, we would ask them, but too focused on their games.
So wait 1 second. We can crunch the numbers, right? Everyone who's been in the confessional booth that's Magnus, Hikaru, Arjun. Have they not done well?
Yes, they have.
On the board? So there you go. That's the winning formula. If there's a confession booth, go to it and you'll win your game.
I genuinely think it's a good thing, like, to decompress during games, especially long, stressful classical games, to take your mind off things. Like, nobody can sit there for 5 hours and be 100% fully focused all the time. You can't be on 100% battery level. You can't be, like, sometimes they say long think, wrong think, and that's for a reason, because you're just kind of recycling the same variations in your mind. Sometimes talking through it out loud, taking a step away from the board, like literally pouring your stress out, giving us, you know, throwing the stress, the burden onto us instead of keeping it in your mind. I think it helps. Like, the first year or two after I started commentating were the best I've ever played, because I was getting stuff out. It's like therapy, as we've said in the past, and maybe that's what Gukesh needs to do.
I was just saying, you know, one player who's definitely feeling the stress and the burden right now, it's got to be our top left board. It's got to be our world champion playing with the white pieces, Gukesh against Hikaru. A really rich position. I believe it was out of the Italian. This one, you know, we see a lot of pawns that have moved forward, but just the storyline of this matchup that exists, right? Hikaru looks like absolutely beast mode in this tournament. He's undefeated. He's got that confidence. He's fierce. And today, if he gets the initiative, I think he's going to show no mercy against Gukesh. Gukesh, meanwhile, you know, he wants to avoid that third loss at all costs. And I've got a quiz time for our chat here right now. And I don't know how many of you might know this, but I want to ask you, what is it that the chess players or the chess world uses in chess lingo or chess notation to express a hat-trick losses in a row? Is that a valid question?
That's a valid question.
But how far do you want to go?
What do you mean, how far do I want to go?
Because there's 2 losses.
No, it's a hat-trick.
A hat-trick?
Yeah, the 3 losses.
The 3 losses?
Yes.
That's a hat-trick, okay.
Yeah, the hat-trick the other way, not the way you want it.
Yeah, not the way you want it. Because you can even go further. And,
can you?
Yeah, you can.
Well, I've got my chat open.
I'll tell you a very sad story, you know, because at my first Olympiad, I win some games, and then I lose one. It was a really close game. Then I lose another one, and then I lose another one, and then I lose another one, and then I know it's so sad. I know this is, you know, this is coming off when, like, I got my WGM title and everything, and this happens to me, and then a grandmaster laughs at me and says, "Ha ha ha! Why don't you go for?" I'll leave it blank.
But there's a chess notation term for that?
There's not a chess notation term.
That's the trick in this one. So what is it that Gukesh wants to avoid here? And I think he really has to show the resilience of a champion, you know, coming into this. He's facing Hikaru. It's been an absolute nightmare start for him as well. 2 losses. And just the way it happened, right? Magnus, that one move blunder. Arjun, under pressure from the start, managing to save it, but again, cracking at the end there. So this one, I think it's going to be drama and emotions on the board. You could see emotions on him yesterday. It took him a while to compose himself after yesterday's loss.
It was heartbreaking for him because I feel like any criticism of Gukesh ultimately isn't that fair because he was just tricked in the opening. Well, not tricked in the opening. He kind of walked his way into Arjun's preparation, and then he didn't really find a good way out of it. And, you know, when he was making mistakes, it was really just a question of whether he could save the game. So he didn't really get into a fair fight. And then, of course, he starts black against Magnus. You know, it was so close to the draw, but, you know, one blunder cost him the game. It's unfortunate, right?
Yes, but what's fortunate is that our chat is on point, David. They know the answer to the question. I think they know the answer to your question as well. 3 losses in a row. The chess lingo for that is long castle, is triple O. You know, we use 0-0-0 for that, O, and that's how you donate it. Were you talking about 5 losses in a row being the Olympic rings?
That's right.
Because chat got that as well.
But I tell you, it was extra good motivation for me. I react well when people tease me. I'm like, no. So I won the rest. So, well, ish.
What would 4 be then?
Oh. Yeah, it's not good.
I hope nobody has to experience anything more than 5 at least. That's yeah, heartbreaking.
I've had 3 losses in a row. At the Olympiad, none other. Being 5 out of 5 and then losing 3 games in a row.
Oof. It's always harder when it's a team event, right? When
Yes.
you feel responsible for teammates. But yeah, I mean, we're talking about losses. Like Gukesh, he's lost 2 in a row. It's probably been a while for him since that happened. But yeah, I mean, we went from seeing him happy tears in Singapore in December, almost sad tears, just so heartbroken yesterday. And that was after just 2 losses, so it's almost unthinkable that he would lose today. This position we haven't talked about too much. I'm just going to mention that Gukesh, there's 2 things I see that are great for him. Firstly, he's got a nice pawn structure. Black here with potentially weak pawns. Maybe the white queen will come out to target one of them. I also see the fact he's up on time and the fact that he was meditating. His eyes were shut for like 5 minutes while we were talking there, Gukesh. It's as if he was listening to us, using us as ASMR or something. But no, the fact that he had his eyes shut, going back to the World Championship, I think that's a great thing. His eyes were too open yesterday against Arjun because he had to calculate too much. He was too stressed under the duress of opening prep. And it just feels like he's back in the zone, at least so far today.
And, you know, maybe because we've got a shot castle on the board, maybe that's a sign of things to come for Gukesh's fans. But I truly hope that, you know, the way things have happened here, it's just the storm before the sunrise for the world champion, and he does come back. I think today is absolutely important. You know, if things go wrong today for Gukesh with the field ahead and the games ahead for him, the confidence takes such a big beating. It just makes it even harder.
Yep. Well, it's a question for Gukesh. Can he make that all-important comeback? Can he win? Can he get off the table? Well, we are going to go on a quick break, and during the break, for those of you who have subscribed to Chess.com, well, you're lucky enough to see not 1, not 2, but 3 pre-game interviews from the players. So check it out. And if you're not subbed, well, now's your chance to hit that subscribe button and just listen in to what the players are thinking. See you soon.
Magnus, hvordan føler du deg?
Jeg føler meg fin.
Er det noe spesielt du har tenkt ut mot Vei i dag, eller skal du være litt ekstra aggressiv?
Nei, ikke nødvendigvis. Jeg tror nok jeg prøver på noe litt smått i dag.
Lykke til. Fabiano, it's going to be interesting. It seems like Arjun is in very good form right now. You're on an uptrending curve, can we say that? And have you planned anything aggressive and fun today?
I think I'll just go with the flow a bit. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting game, I'm sure. He's also a very fighting player, and I'm also happy to fight, so I do expect a big fight.
Do you have you and Arjun worked out any fun ideas that you're anxious to try and that you hope you get a chance for in this tournament?
We'll see.
I look forward to seeing that.
Thanks.
Good luck today. Hikaru is a player that has lost both his first 2 games. Someone you want to be extra aggressive against?
It's an interesting question. I think in general, everybody here is very strong. So perhaps Gukesh has been struggling in the last couple of events he's played, but you never forget that he's still a world champion. So if I have the opportunity, I'll definitely perhaps be more aggressive. But in general, the game plan doesn't change much against any of these players, even if they're doing badly.
Your score is very good so far. Do you feel your game is on par with your score as well?
Well, I mean, I think for me, the only thing I care about are the classical games. I said this yesterday. If I do well in the classical games and I lose every Armageddon, I'm not really going to mind that much. So it's good to have the classical win against Fabiano under my belt. And so far I've played well, but there's still 8 more games, so anything can happen.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Magnus, hvordan føler du deg?
Jeg føler meg fin.
Er det noe spesielt du har tenkt ut mot Vei I dag, eller skal du være litt ekstra aggressiv?
We are back in Stavanger for Norway Chess, and we are right in the middle of the city. They're in the Finansparken, where our 12 players, they are seated, they are ready. The opening moves have been played, and of course, it's now the middle game, where the players are locked in battle in every sense of the word. Now, Whilst the players are thinking, we have the privilege of actually having that all-seeing bird's-eye view, and there's so many important matches at stake. So let's dive in and have a look, because everything is brewing up for a long-term battle, a long-term fight.
Yeah, we've got some wild games that are now reaching a point where both sides have stabilized, as in the top right board, Caruana against Arjun-Erigaisi. We were talking about some of the fireworks there. That looks like, at least for now, it's taken a calmer few moves.
You say that, but I just want to point out Arjun did decline the queen trade. He sidestepped. So it's going to be a fun middle game.
Yeah, fun middle game ahead. There's some quieter battles, I'll say, on the top row. We talked about it briefly earlier. Carlsen against Wei Yi. There's been a couple of moves, but still very strategic, very positional. Maybe Magnus's strategy in general against his Chinese opponent there, and Gukesh against Nakamura, which is very positional, but probably in Gukesh's favor for now. Looks like a great opening for him. Hikaru definitely under some pressure. But on the bottom row, we've only really looked at Koneru Humpy against Sarah Cowden. And that one, a few moves down the line, very typical Queen's Gambit declined. Maybe we stay on that bottom row and, yeah, just round off our trip to the 6 boards by checking out the other games. I'm going to start by taking us to Juanjun against Vachier-Lagrave on the bottom row there. That's the red board and symmetrical position. I'm bringing us there because there has been a pawn sacrifice just this very moment. And I want to figure out whether it's a pawn worth grabbing or whether it's poisoned. I'm not so sure Juanjun's going to take it. And yeah, this is the current position. There's actually 2 pawns up for grabs. I totally forgot about the d5 pawn.
I totally forgot about the b7 pawn.
Yeah.
Me too.
Between us, we'd do a great job here. Okay, let's... yeah, this was a French defense. We won't go the whole way back, but let's just show the last couple of moves, because it was this position. It looks very, very stable for both sides. Queen to b3, a nice probe at the black queen side. The bishop was defended by a pawn. Not just that, but threatening to kick the white queen away, hence white's reply, blocking that, and voluntarily retreating the bishop. Okay, let's try and work it out. Which one are we going to take first?
Well, let's take b7 first, because I think the consequences of that one look a little bit more dramatic. And you can see the evaluation bar slide in black's favor. And primarily it's because the queen on b7 looks like it doesn't have too many squares, and the first move I'm thinking about is knight to b4 and threatening knight c2, rook b8.
I've just spotted a draw, a repetition in this line. You know, you defend that pawn, you push c3, and then your idea, rook b8, rook a8, rook b8, just yo-yo with the rook and the queen. Maybe there's something stronger, but the bar doesn't move, so it might be the best.
Yeah. And yeah, I'll just repeat that as many times as I can. Just
Do it 5 more times.
This game would end with the queen and rook dancing between each other. So actually, queen takes pawn, it feels like it's basically Vachier-Lagrave offering a draw, and Juanjun's, if she takes that, she's saying yes. She actually looks at the score sheet, or actually on the other side of the board. I don't think she's going to take that one. No. She's white, she's ambitious, no risk really here.
Also, you're not sure, right? Your queen might actually end up getting trapped there. I mean, this is the minimum that black has, so why walk into it?
Yeah, just an example, by the way, of that variation. As you said, Tanya, like c3, if the queen gets hit, I'm not sure what the best move is. Probably it's just to force a draw, but you can play queen to c8.
Very tricky.
The queen
David
is
Howell.
trapped.
Then you have to take the pawn to kind of get out. Queen a5.
Queen to a5, yeah. And I'm wondering whether you can keep
Trapping the queen, but
taking away this square.
Very cool.
But there's b6 still.
Yeah, and I want to hit the queen.
Queen
Oh,
b6.
the bar doesn't like my move. I wanted to trap it like this. But apparently there's something even better for black.
Yeah.
Position. I just saw the bar. Maybe
Takes.
take this pawn.
Queen s7.
A7, and now
Queen b6.
how do you trap it? Help,
I'm not
chat.
helping you. A chat can help us. But I don't think in any reality Juanjun walks into this. I mean, even if you don't calculate the line where your queen is getting trapped, just intuitively you know that this is not the path. This is not what you want to be fighting against.
Yeah, I'm still struggling to find it. At the very least, you can still force a draw with black, repeat against the queen. But definitely Juanjun not going to be greedy here. Cautionary tale for everyone at home. Just don't grab poisoned pawns like that one unless you're sure you can escape. Just to mention the other pawn, I think this is much more simple, as Jovanka kind of hinted at. Less dramatic. Taking this pawn allows a capture of the white knight, tension between the queens. If you try and swap queens, now black can choose which pawn to capture. Maybe even just take back the queen if you want to play super safe. And eventually, let's say you take back the queen. Now you can take a pawn in the center and everything fizzles out to a drawish endgame. Not over yet, but level looking. And Juanjun plays a different move. She moves her knight forward. Nice square. The f5 square always for a knight.
Yeah, and I was also going to say it's totally not Juanjun's style to take quick draws. She prefers to grind the games out, and she's excellent in endgames. She has fantastic technique. So yeah, why not jump in with the knight? And there are questions to be answered, right? Queen takes b7 might now be an idea, or certainly one in the future. White still has to contemplate a square for the bishop to develop to, and then once you start connecting the rooks, there's still answers, so questions rather, for black about the b7 pawn, you know, when is it on pre, when is it not on pre, how to continue the development.
But the big question for me here is if Vaishali simply makes the move queen to d7 attacking that knight, does Juanjun want to grab that bishop? Is the idea to fall back to e3 with pressure on the central pawn? I don't really see a great way to keep the knight there for too long, David. So what will give her the edge in the opening?
Maybe the answer is nothing. Maybe it's just dead level. But I agree. This is definitely the most natural move. You don't really want to allow a knight to sit on a square like that for too long. And knight takes bishop. We should mention black will take back with the queen, not the pawn, just to keep this one guarded. And now definitely queen takes b7 off the... just unthinkable here because the black rook will come and trap her. And yes,
that's an easy one to figure out.
That one we can work out. We don't have to calculate too deeply there. But just having grabbed the bishop isn't actually necessarily a good thing for white because the bishop on c1 is potentially a bad bishop. And it's going to be blocked in by its own pawn in the center. Normally, you just look at your central pawns. Pawn on dark square, bishop on dark square. That means this bishop lacks a bit of scope. So, yeah, I don't know. Stepping back with the knight does double attack this pawn. But for example, if black retreats to defend the pawn once, again, you can't take on d5 because of a discovered check at the end, and the white queen drops off. And likewise, you still can't take on b7 because you get trapped. So I think almost an automatic to hit this white knight and ask the question. I don't particularly believe that white has an advantage here. I'm not sure exactly what Juanjun is going to do either. Keep the tension, keep more pieces on the board, or trade off.
The one thing that I would be worried about for Vaishali is that, you know, the games that she's played, they've been so good, high quality, but it just feels like in those clutch moments when it comes to little time on the clock and those critical moments, somehow she hasn't performed as well as her opponent. There's been these big slips and then moments of no return. So I think the big decisions do lie ahead of her, and that's perhaps also what Juanjun is aiming for, a long game, as Ivanka, you earlier said, where perhaps once again Vaishali cracks under pressure.
Yeah. So far, so good on the clock, on the position for Vaishali, but Juanjun, she will try. She's a very positional player as well when she wants to be, and she'll try to exert some pressure. Okay, we've covered that game. Only one other game that we haven't been to so far. Should we complete the trip here?
Yeah, of course. Let's head over to the game between Lettinger and Anna Muzychuk. And
jump in.
Interesting here, because a lot of white's pieces are on the back rank.
But instinctively, you've got to like white, right? Black is still not castled. The rook is already lined up against the knight. The c4 pawn, it takes a lot of squares, key squares at the center of the board. I do like the 3 versus 2 majority. I also want to mention a long-term idea that white often has in this position is that knight from b3 not only jumps to d4, but the c5 square, trying to win one of the 2 bishops. Yes, all the pieces on the first rank, but yet developed. You know, that bishop on f1 hasn't been there forever. It's moved and then come back.
Yeah, the king somehow, it looks like Fischer random kind of freestyle chess. I don't think we'll be seeing knight c1 or bishop c1 set the pieces up, but yeah, this bishop did come out to b5 on move 3, dropped back to its start square. I do like the white rook, the white queen. Just to talk about the last few moves as well, this is very well-known kind of opening theory until the last few moves, I believe. We did see, just if we go back, it was white opening up the center, having retreated her bishop back. And in this position, very interesting, because I remember there were lots of kind of repetition lines with the knight coming back to d5, chasing this bishop in positions such as this one, knight to b3. And yeah, I've got to say, knight e5 is a bit of a provocative move. You've put the knight on a loose square. I think the idea for Anna Muzychuk is to plant her bishop on the long diagonal. But I wonder if Lei Tingzhe can take advantage of the fact that this knight is loose just for this move.
Yeah, it's undefended, right? And to your earlier point that bishop went to b5 and back to f1, let's point out that it provoked the move a6, creating some potential dark square weaknesses, which later on can come into big play, especially with the white bishop on e3 already. Knight e5, very gutsy move, you know, instead of just going for what looked like a normal, usual standard chess, get your king to safety, castle away. But perhaps what Anna did not like about that was a knight jump to c5.
Now this can be suitably met, I think, by bishop to c6, just guarding everything. So it makes a lot of sense. I'm expecting Anna to just, if she gets time, to castle on the next move, bishop c6, maybe queen on c7, and she should be fine. Rooks to the center for black. So small window of opportunity for white. I just don't really see a kind of concrete way forward.
I guess Anna is simply arguing if you do make a fancy move with the bishop, the knight will just simply retreat, either to g6 or to c6, you know, depending on where the bishop goes. And then the questions kind of remain. You know, bishop c6 is a beautiful kind of neutralizing move. The bishop's on a great diagonal. Once black has castled, everything is fine, right?
Yeah, everything is fine, and maybe she's just totally equalized here. And okay, it looks like we've got drama on other boards. So we're going to leave this position. Looks very level. Opening theory battle, and the players on their own for the first time. And here, Tanya, I think your attention's been caught by another board.
I mean, it's got to be the green one, right? Top right board of ours. It's the big one. Arjun-Erigaisi leading the tournament along with Hikaru Nakamura against Fabiano Caruana, who's hot from a win yesterday playing with white. But look at the position. Arjun's lost all right to castle for the rest of the game. And I don't know how we got here, David. You're going to do an action replay for us. But just optically, this is not a position that I've ever seen. The h-pawn advance, the knight and rook still in the corner, both kings in the center, the queen's out. This is fire on the board.
Yeah, let's do an action replay. Since we were last here, it's only been 3 moves, but the position looks totally different. We saw a critical moment where black took a pawn. We were saying white could trade queens and jump in with a knight, but it wasn't quite working out. So Fabi had just taken back, and this is where Arjun actually had a long think of around 13 minutes. Long by his standards, at least. Short for the rest of us. But the black queen did come out. Tanya pointed this out as maybe the way to continue. Partly, you've kept the queens on the board, so you keep control over c7. Partly, you're actually lining up some tricks, some tactics against the white king. I think a very classy move there. Not obvious, though. I'm going to say a difficult one because the queen already moved a few turns ago. We saw a trade of pawns on f6. And now the blue arrow appears. The white knight is hit. I think very understandable. The most natural move is to trade off that knight with gain of time. Knight takes on f8. The black rook now recaptures. As Tanya says, no more castling for black. Although maybe you run away. You kind of castle by hand, as they say. And, OK, Fabi brings his bishop out on the last move. Yeah, so many options. I've got to say I slightly prefer white if the white king finds safety, just because of the bishops. You know me, but...
You love those bishop pairs, but you were also talking about pawn structures earlier, right? Even if you get that castling going, I mean, there's this h4 pawn. And it's funny you say that you would prefer white, because my question here was going to be that I think this is the hardest position to answer. Which side would you play from? Would you rather be white or black here?
We'll see after Arjun's next move.
He jumps in.
Wow, that is an aggressive move. You know, he is neglecting the rules of development and instead just going for the counterattack. Knight e4, targeting, most importantly, the c3 pawn. And, okay, well, challenge has been accepted, right, by Arjun. And now you have to find a way to combat that.
And I think this is why David changes his mind.
Yeah, I missed that one.
He's like, can I take black now?
I was like, oh, black's going to develop the bishop, then white's going to put the knight on f3 and castle, and white's better. Bishop power, but...
I was expecting bishop d7, castle, black castling queenside, and then, you know, going for that kind of stuff, but...
I just had a blind spot because I just assumed, like, oh, the d5 pawn's hanging, so the knight's stuck. But, of course, queen takes pawn and is met by the c3 pawn hanging with check. So, yeah, how does white deal with this? It's like order of priority, right? Like for me, as a chess player, I'm always putting like bishop pair, pawn structure at the top. But the best players, they put like dynamism, piece activity, concrete threats at the top. And that's what Arjun's doing here.
But he's about to win a pawn. I mean, f2, c3 hanging, and you spoke about priorities. I would want to defend that f2 pawn. That's a pawn you don't want to lose. So Fabi does it by developing a knight. And the bar and our blue arrow does appear. Queen takes pawn, and that's an extra pawn. At the end of the trades, the knight will occupy that square, hitting the light squared bishop, not giving Fabi the time to go bishop b2, targeting g7, because b5 is hanging. Still a very difficult position to evaluate.
Probably we would see an exchange. And maybe now bishop to b2, but even when the black knight retreats, I would rather have two connected passed pawns in the center of the board than grab a pawn like this one where you probably just get skewered on the g-file.
Maybe the bishop pair is a beautiful thing and the position is open, so maybe white just says, hey, I don't care about that pawn deficit, and instead just drop the bishop back to d3, let's say. Although
maybe
now the black bishop can come out as well to f5.
Getting rid of the bishop pair, and black's a pawn up. Like bishop to b2, maybe the black knight moves, maybe you push the pawn to d4. And yeah, it's definitely pressure on Fabiano. I do wonder, like Fabi's clock usage so far kind of hints that he might still be in preparation. I know he spent 17 minutes, but sometimes that's what the top players do. They're just trying to recall something, and not everyone blitzes everything like Arjun yesterday.
Wow. And Arjun's not blitzing this one because anytime there's a queen trade, I think he thinks at least 10 times because he definitely wants those on the board. He wants his queen to stay, but is there a reason that you don't want to take knight takes pawn? Is it as simple as, well, I don't know, simple or not, but bishop takes knight and bishop d2?
You get pinned. This does look awkward. d4 defends it, but the white knight will take this pawn, and or maybe there's something even better. I was going to say there's a check that can be blocked, but yeah, this is a crazy position. Either way, I don't think he wanted to walk into a pin like this one, Arjun. So he does make a move, and it is queen takes pawn check.
Good move.
Great move. Best move.
And Arjun playing very confidently. Now, I just want to tell you guys, just to give you a heads up, that Arjun has been in the confessional booth. And we will play his confession during the break. But someone else who you would never, ever have dreamt. And you guys were complaining specifically that there were no women doing this.
Is it true, Venture?
She has. She has made an appearance in the booth, and you can hear her confession during the break. So remember that if you're a subscriber, you can listen to it. But if you haven't, hit the subscribe button and enjoy the players' confessionals. It's so cool to get right into their minds.
Yeah, I think her and Pia Kramling were the only two who visited last year. I remember Juanjun coming in a couple of times, but Pia was there several times as well. Her daughter Anna was commentating downstairs. So, yeah, there have been a few. But is that the first one this year? I think Norway Chess Women.
Yes. You know, as the world champion, you lead by example.
Exactly. Now all the others are going to follow that lead. Okay, a4. Great move by Fabi there. One we didn't expect, maybe. Not on our radar, but if there's an exchange, at least he'll open up the a file for the white rook. He'll attack the black knight. Looks powerful, at least.
What does the clock tell us about this? I mean, he's taken 17 minutes to get to this point. He's down a pawn. He's got the bishop pair. The queens are off the board. Is Fabi still in somewhat familiar preparation territory right now?
Yeah, I think like 89% sure. I'm not 100% sure, but I think very high chances he's still in prep, or at least he's seen it. Maybe he hasn't gone much deeper than this. Maybe he's still trying to evaluate it now, but he's seen something like this before. That's for sure.
I mean, with your player cards, we know how conservative you are with your percentages, David Howell. Yeah. So 89% in normal human terms is like 99%.
8.9 out of 10. That's a very high score.
But I would agree. I mean, you know, such moves that have been played in this game and landing up here, barely taking, I mean, 17 minutes on the clock. And what is that? Move 17? To me, it looks like, yes, Fabi knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, he's familiar with the ideas and the position, and he's confident in the power of the bishop. And yeah, black does have some problems, like the king right there in the middle of the board. Also, his extra pawn on d5 is pretty weak, and white has the complete control over the dark squares. So it's going to be an interesting tussle from now on.
Yeah, and despite being a pawn down, Fabi, the rest of his position is great. So opposite color bishops might lend itself to a drawish, drawish tendency for the rest of the game, but half an hour up, still in prep potentially. I think he's got full compensation. It's just level chances, just very balanced.
Somehow, very often, these positions, you know, how they play out is that either you win the pawn back, but in that way you have to give up your bishop pair and it neutralizes the imbalance, or like you said, it's some opposite color bishop endgame where you're down a pawn, but it's enough to hold. By the way, guys, we didn't do our predictions.
Yeah.
And that just came into my mind because I predict an Armageddon in this one.
I want more info. I want to predict later in the game.
Yeah. And
Putting us on the spot, Tanya.
okay. Yeah.
I think we have to do it right now. David Howell doesn't get more
Okay,
info.
let's bring up the bird's eye
Let's do
view
it.
and have a look. And, well, I can tell you that there's a big moment, and it's been played. I was wondering whether it's there, right there in the bottom right, between Humpy and Kadam. There's a big moment there where she had to actually extend on the king side. So I reckon that Humpy is going to grind that one out. So I think that's going to be a win. So no Armageddon there. And that looks drawish. Draw.
I mean, none of the minor pieces, nothing's been traded, and your manga's like, that's a draw.
That's a draw, yeah. Okay.
All right, so one Armageddon.
Okay, yeah, exactly. And Ju and June, also looking like an Armageddon there.
2.
And I'm going to say Fabi, Arjun, also Armageddon. So it's 3.
Come on, Yobi, 2 more games to go.
Yeah. And
time pressure.
Yeah, okay. Putting me on the spot. Okay, I think
TikTok.
Magnus Wei Yi probably will be Armageddon, and then would be some decisive results somewhere else, yeah.
So Yovi chat has 4 Armageddons.
Yes,
for
4,
today.
yes.
All right, I am going to go with 3 Armageddons.
3 is the magic number.
It's the magic number, you know. It's
you
one
know-
day 1, and one day 2, and I think third time lucky will also be 3. It's 3 Armageddons. Yes, Yovi.
I'll go 2, just for fun. I was actually going to go 1 just to have even more of a, to play, live life on the edge.
You really
play
are.
with fire, but I'll say 2.
So 2, 3, and 4.
Yes.
It's like yesterday.
Yes.
But do remember that it's also the one that's closest.
No, we all decided.
You fell for
If
that
it's
one
0, then I
again,
win.
Tanya. And incidentally, I got big news for you.
Oh, what is it?
Magnus Carlsen has been in the confessional booth for quite a few minutes now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I wonder what he is saying.
Oh,
It's
my
probably
gosh.
something in Norwegian, so our
And-
Norwegian skills will be put to the test once more.
Wow. He's probably giving a breakdown of all the games going on as well, and telling us about that golf game in the morning too.
Yeah. How many eagles, how many birdies, how many holes in ones?
What's his handicap?
I don't know. Golf is like the one thing that we don't talk about because he knows I hate golf. Like, I refuse to be converted. It's like a cult, I swear.
I don't know if he managed to get any eagles in. I mean, so far in the tournament, you know, that's just not been his vibe, going down to Team Falcon yesterday.
Oh, yeah. And I think Peter Heinen Nielsen is around the same as Magnus, maybe even his handicap even slightly lower. He's very good too.
Oh.
So, yeah, they hit some balls and they talk about chess openings in the mornings. That's just how he prepares.
Maybe no birds on the chessboard, but maybe some birdies on the golf course.
Okay, yeah. I'm really glad you didn't ask me to define handicap because I didn't really know what I was talking about. But we're not a golf crew. But
What? Of course we are.
it's all about the chess, and it's Norway Chess. We are going to go on a short break, but when we return, we're going to have so much action. And remember, for those of you who have subscribed, you have the benefit of listening to the confessions. And if you haven't now, you do have some time to hit that subscribe button. See you in a few.
Okay, so he played this very rare 7h4 in the French, but fortunately I did check this, and yeah, I played f6 and this whole sequence happened. I think the final move with queen a5 was very important to find. And now I think the position is dynamically balanced, but I feel like black is slightly preferable, in the sense easier to play, because white is a bit underdeveloped. And the line that I guess will happen is ef6, knight f6, knight f8, rook a8, and some move here, something like this.
Oh, hi. And today my game is French and I played ED. It's quite equal, but somehow I was queen on b3 and I'm going to capture the bishop. And I have a feeling that probably that a4, a5 is promising for white, because I could have some bishop d2, c3, and then b4, and then in endgame some passed pawn. Oh, maybe it's too much, but so far slightly promising for white.
Hello everyone. I think today we have a couple of interesting openings. For example, Vaishali played Petrov. Actually, she plays many things after e4, but Petrov not so often. So really interesting game against Juanjun. And also Caruana versus Erigaisi, a super surprising line. As for my game, perhaps we are still in the theory, although knight b3 is something that doesn't happen often, I think, so we will see what will happen.
Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women will both feature a 6-player double round robin for a total of 10 rounds. The time control will be 120 minutes with a 10-second increment starting from move 41. No draw offers will be allowed until after Black's 30th move. All drawn games in the classical time control will be immediately followed by an Armageddon game with the same colors. White will receive 10 minutes on the clock, while Black will begin with 7 minutes. A 1-second increment will begin from move 41 for both players. In the event of a draw, Black wins. Players receive 3 points for a win in the classical game and 0 points for a loss. In the event of an Armageddon game, the winner will receive 1.5 points, while the loser will receive 1 point. The prize fund for the open and women's sections will be identical. If 2 players tie for first place at the end of the 10 rounds, a 2-game blitz playoff will decide the winner. If 3 or more players are tied for first, those players will play a double round robin instead, with additional tiebreaks if needed. The winners will be crowned this year's Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women's champions.
We are back, and it's all about the fighting chess here in Stavanger, Norway Chess and Finansparken, and the games are in full swing, full on action expected. Where's the chaos? We want chaos, we want the drama, we want the storylines, and the players are gonna deliver one way or other, and that is the beauty of Norway Chess. If it's a draw, it's gonna be Armageddon, and if it's a winning classical, that's every player's dream because they net 3 classical points.
Every day, every round will be decisive here, and I think that's what we love about this format. But speaking of chaos, chaos is brewing across the board, and we had some great insights by Juanjun and Anna in the break there. They were in the confessional. I really liked Juanjun's idea that she mentioned about her game. It was a long-term strategic plan, and we've got that board, I want to say bottom left, where she mentioned, I mean, that's so hard to even imagine, but I want everyone to visualize this. That's the red board, bottom left, that eventually she's got these plans about creating a passer by pushing the C pawn first and the B pawn, and in some endgame have that A pawn roll up the board, and she feels quite comfortable about the position. For Anna's, I'm going to say, great insights, but I love that sweater. And you've got one as well, the Norway Chess sweater with you.
I know, it's a beautiful, beautiful jumper. I definitely recommend that if you go to Norway Chess, that you become part of the crew, buy yourself a jumper and enjoy.
And we've been so lucky that we've been gifted these jumpers. I've got the white and black one, and I really like it. And I'm just wondering, David, how do you like yours?
I don't have a Norway Chess jumper. I've asked for one every single year I've commentated here. I think this is year number 5 or 6 I've commentated, and I'm yet to be graced with a jumper. So thanks, Tanya. I'm not bitter. I'm not gutted.
Not at all. I couldn't tell.
I've tried everything. I've tried to charm everyone downstairs. Not once has it worked. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
You could just bring out your wallet, David.
I could, but it's a principle thing at this point. I'm also stingy, but it's a principle thing.
I love you, Norway Chess. Great sweaters. Thank you for the gift.
Yeah.
They're very trendy, and maybe that'll prove Anna Muzychuk's lucky charm today. Nice to see her enter the confessional. Like we said, Juanjun leading by example, and very interesting, the insights there. And okay.
Oh, the jumper appears.
There we go, the jumper. Stop it. They're just rubbing it in now. Everyone seems to have one here apart from me. Literally, I was at lunch today and 5 people were wearing them. I was just, anyway, we move on.
Your jacket almost looks like that. Same color, twinning.
Yeah.
Trying.
Not quite as fashionable, I think, my
Very
outfit
cool.
today, unfortunately. There we go.
Yeah, the production really rubbing it in.
They are a bargain, I should say. I should, maybe at the end of this tournament, I'll get my credit card out.
All right, but we've got action on the board, and a lot of it on our top row, I want to say, we did have a look at the women's board. My eyes are drawn to Hikaru versus Gukesh. Hikaru, one of the co-leaders in the tournament. Gukesh yet to get his scoring started, but position looking very promising, at least optically. That's the top left board right there. Just simply given the mobility of White's pawn, and feels like he's got a space advantage.
Yeah, I think it's a dream start. Castling queenside, as we talked about earlier. Definitely not on his mind, Gukesh here. He looks composed, he looks calm, he's got a fantastic position. He's up on time. I think that's the most important thing for Gukesh. And yeah, that was his downfall in the first 2 games. The blunders came against Magnus Carlsen and against Arjun-Erigaisi when he had only seconds left on the clock. He cannot get to that point. He needs at least 10 or 20 minutes in the bank, Gukesh, to calculate. That's what he does best. And yeah, maybe we jump in there. Maybe we start there. And then we move across to Magnus Carlsen, to Caruana, and that game over there a bit later. But yeah, Gukesh, let's jump into this game first of all.
Right, definitely. And we also have to say something about Gukesh. You know, he's had a tough start. We've mentioned that before many times. But he was also having a double black. Incidentally, so was Juanjun, so it seems to be a world champion benefit, right? Start with 2 double blacks. But I also want to say, like, both in game 1 and game 2, he was tricked out of the opening. He found himself in unconventional territory, and he had to burn a lot of time to navigate those difficulties. Here, you can see he's ahead on time. He's got a position he's familiar with, he's comfortable in, and he's making all the right moves.
Yeah, I would argue that in game 1, actually, he out-prepared Magnus, and he was slightly better with black, and he just had a lot of choice. I think choice was the thing that tripped him up, just having too much of it. But here, yeah, it definitely helps being well-prepared and being familiar. And we should maybe just backtrack the last few moves, because since we were last here, we left it with Hikaru looking very solid just 3 moves ago. He played his pawn to b6. And a key moment here, because if white pushes forward with this pawn to attack the black knight, maybe the black knight would adopt a square on the edge of the board. Doesn't look great, but it also keeps the white knight sidelined. Gukesh, first of all, brought his knight forward, controlling that a5 square, which we see come into play later. Queen to e8. Only now does he kick the black knight. Doesn't want to come to the edge of the board now. It would result in black's pawns being doubled, so the knight retreats to a passive square. Maybe it will come to f7 a bit later, but you go back, I go forward is something that Jovanka taught me. And yeah, good signal for white to break open the center while black isn't ready. I'm assuming that Hikaru is going to capture this way first of all, just to undouble his pawns. But what next? Who knows? It looks really nice for white.
It really does, and I think if it does liquidate in the center with all the captures taking place and eventually white's knight jumping there, it becomes clear why it's not an easy position for Hikaru. And let's just have that on the board. You can see that, you know, white's got these 2 pawn islands, black's got 3 pawn islands, and those d6, e6 pawns are easily targeted. The bishop from d2 can get over to b4, and suddenly ideas of even the queen eventually combining with an attack. And you've just got such a healthy pawn structure. You know, you put that f pawn on f3 and you're just a happy camper. Beautiful knights, beautiful weaknesses to target, and all the play in the position. Meanwhile, Hikaru's knight, Hikaru's bishop, Hikaru's rook, all of them still out of play. So it just shows that it's not easy for Hikaru to completely go into an open position and try to ease out the pressure.
Yeah, the biggest shock to me is that this position on the analysis board, on the bigger board now that you see at home, that the eval bar says it's only slightly better for white, because it looks fantastic for white. Looks like a dream, like queen coming out, like on the diagonal, bishop coming out on the diagonal, weak pawns galore. I think human terms, this is just pressure you don't want to deal with for Hikaru. So after pawn to d4, maybe he's going to try and find something different.
Well, we also have to mention, and it doesn't work here, but I just wanted to highlight the pattern for our viewers, is that sometimes black has this opportunity of going knight takes e4. And again, I'm just highlighting the pattern because it's sometimes a very good move. Knight takes e4 with the idea that rook takes e4 is going to be met by d5, and the pawn is forking the knight and the rook. It's obviously not good here. Why is it not good here? Because who's benefited from the opening of the E-line, and that, unfortunately, is white.
Yeah, maybe rook g4 is the concrete refutation. Maybe it's just the fact that when you take the knight, you lose something on the king side. But yeah, you're right, Jovanka. That's actually very important. Yeah, that's a nice trick in some positions. I'm not sure whether... Yeah, I don't think leaving the pawns on the board in the center, kind of not trading on d4 first, I don't think it's quite works, but definitely something up his sleeve for later, Hikaru.
I mean, it's clear Jovanka is the tactical queen in the studio. I mean, it's amazing, all these creative ideas that you keep coming with, while David and I are just groveling with all the positional strategic points.
Exactly. I'm like, oh, that knight on d8 is quite bad. Or,
I'm like rook on e8, just hate it.
It's on a poor circuit, that piece. But no, it's tactics. Tactics decide.
No,
chess games.
You call them tactics, I call them cheap tricks. But yesterday we saw actually like bishop to e6 was something that Hikaru did, and you know, it's just really a kind of puzzle rush kind of idea, and it's important to train yourself on that, just to build up that database of tactics that you can just draw on and use them in your own game. So I definitely think that is well worth practicing.
I mean, he played it and played it to perfection after that. Bishop e6 moves. So full on, get your puzzle rush in. You know, you were mentioning patterns, and just want to put out one pattern that I just realized about this tournament. Last year in 2024, Dingleren, as the world champion, started Norway Chess with a match against Magnus Carlsen and lost. In the second round, he played another Indian, Pragnananda, and lost. And somewhere I see some parallels so far with Gukesh as well, you know, where he's lost these 2 games. He's coming in against Hikaru today, and just not only the crown wears heavy, but the weight of the 2 losses wear heavy. He's got this dream position, but confidence will be just so important today for him to somehow overcome the start that he's had.
Yeah, and there we see on our screen, Hikaru, it's looking tough for him. He has to make some difficult decisions ahead. Well, we can, in fact, get an exclusive insight into his mind because he went to the confession. So let's have a look at it.
All right, so I decided to come in first time today. Likely the only time I'll be here for a couple of reasons. So I think I confused a move order in this opening. And after Gukesh played b4, I think my position looked a little bit tricky. I wasn't super happy. And so I kind of decided to go all in, as they would say, from poker terminology, because a lot of chess players play poker. I went all in with this b6 queen e8. Now, the thing is, in a normal situation, I don't think I would have made these decisions over the last 2 moves specifically with b6 and queen e8, but Gukesh is struggling a little bit. Also, when I consider the time control and the fact that my position, I think, is a little bit easier to play than Gukesh's, I'm really hoping that as the game progresses, hopefully he'll be in the spot where he has to burn a lot of time, and I'm just kind of trying to attack on the king side, or at least that's my hope. Because in all situations, most of my moves here should be reactionary. So if Gukesh ever tries to play d4, I either have to take or play d5 or knight e4. I have to do something immediately. There isn't really a lot to calculate. So he has to calculate all the pawn breaks. And I have a very simple plan of trying to bring my queen to the king side, maybe double up the rooks on the f file, something along these lines. So my play should be easier, which should mean that he has to use a lot more time. And so this is kind of a little bit of a strategy of trying to cheese him in this game. We'll see what happens, but I think for me at this point I'm not too unhappy because I get to go all in. I just get to try and play moves. Most of my moves I can play pretty quickly. Gukesh will have to burn his clock, and hopefully it'll work out, but it remains to be seen. So I'll see you guys later.
Wow, there we heard Hikaru rolling the dice somewhat and employing a risky strategy, and just basing it on the fact that Gukesh has been burning the time on the clock in earlier games, and he wants to encourage him to do the same.
But was that a bit of a poker bluff here? Because look at the clock situation. It's actually Hikaru who's down by 30 minutes currently. You know, he also mentioned that he's feeling quite positive and confident about his position, very different from what we've been talking about in the studio. You know, his ideas make a lot of sense. He wants to get the queen lined up against the king. He eventually wants to get the knight out of the way and double those rooks on the f file and try to create an attack. But is it all going to be that easy? Because he mentioned that Gukesh needs to calculate on the pawn breaks. Gukesh already has got one big one in. I don't know what to make of it, because he looked really happy with his position. But the clock timings, and as we go deeper into what we have in front of us, tells a completely different story, David.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to believe, his evaluation of the position or the fact that he said he probably won't come back. He always says that literally this is the 3rd day of the tournament. Every time he's gone to the confessional, he's like, I probably won't be back again. You know, I'm probably going to be thinking. And then like 2 minutes later, or 2 moves later, he's back in the confessional. But yeah, I agree. It's interesting. I think he's actually zoned in on the psychology. He's more playing the man, the moment, than the position. As he said, he's kind of gambling here because he knows Gukesh is out of form or out of shape and maybe low on confidence. And I've been there myself. Sometimes you take risks against people you think you can target, and then it backfires.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a very kind of double-edged sword there, his strategy. And now looking up, not liking his position maybe as much as he was a few moves ago.
It's that balance, right? Do you play the player or do you play the board? And very often that's what you have to decide on and take your decisions on. Now, the one thing he did mention was this break in the center with d5. He said that's an idea that he has on his radar. Is it something that he could do immediately? Because it does force a lot of calculation.
Yeah, definitely. And he's calculating. I'm not sure what number face that is from Hikaru, but it's a calculation face, that's for sure. He always looks off to the right as he kind of double checks, confirm things.
It's expression number 67.
I knew it. I knew it. I thought it was 68, but definitely 67. And yeah, pawn to d5. I think that would be my main calculation move. That's the move you want to make work for black because you're lacking space. But it does feel a bit scary to do that while your queen is being stared down at on the e-file. Let's put it on the board, actually, just while Hikaru thinks, twiddling with that pawn. Pawn to d5. I'm pretty sure there'll be an exchange here. And the white knight, I think, will jump into this square. Partly because c6 is a potential landing spot. And also, if you put a queen on c2, maybe g6 as well for the white knight. This does look a bit scary, though, Jovanka.
It looks terrifying, right? The queen there on e8. Maybe it's time for her to jump out, right, to h5. But I'm not hopeful. Like, the center is just so weak.
It feels like this knight on d8 is stuck where it sits because of the c6 square as well. That's not a good sign. Maybe you can play knight e6, maybe. Okay, and I was scared of this at first, but black has knight into e4, or maybe you just move the queen out of the way. Maybe you jump in. This does feel so loose for black, though. It's like you've lined up your pieces ready to be, well, ready for the opponent to capture them.
But can we just rewind to the live board? Because is Hikaru obliged to make that pawn break? Or can he build it? Can he just come out with a queen to h5, or maybe just try to introduce a piece into the game? You know, I'm looking at improving something. So, I mean, I can't, knight f7 or queen h5 would be the moves.
Yeah, I like the idea of bringing the queen out. He also mentioned the g6 square. I wonder whether this is bad at the moment due to some breaks in the center. You mentioned queen h5. Maybe that's actually a better square, so the queen won't get hit. Yeah, maybe a better choice of square there for the black queen. I do wonder as well, if you take here and then bring your queen out, is that...
You're attacking e4.
Attacking the square.
Just f3, another idea that we had spoken about earlier, and then get your queen to b3, like you mentioned, and the bishop to b4. This feels like so healthy for white.
You need to strike now with black somehow. The bar still says it's like barely better for white, but it just looks amazing for white.
It really does, right? I mean, from a human perspective, this looks like a big advantage. And that knight on d8, which is sort of coming in the way of the two rooks, the moment you move it, you just allow white access to the c6 square. Not something that you can be happy about.
Maybe let's go d5. Boom.
You don't care about knight e5, knight c6?
I do, but I just need this bishop to come out. I need it. Knight e5.
Now you can go queen h5, bishop c5, and then
so we got to go
activity.
It feels like you need to do something very active, very energetic for Hikaru. Otherwise, if he just sits there for a move or two, I think he's just clearly worse.
So do you continue with knight c6 here, or...
Which one?
Yeah, that's a question that I'm going to pass back to you.
Maybe this knight?
Maybe d4, yeah?
Oh, c5.
Ooh, bar
checkmating ideas. I'm rubbing
yeah,
my hands
to Jovanka, our tactical queen.
Tactics, Jovanka, where is it? Maybe you just trade off some knights and then you take here. And I mean, suddenly if you take back with the pawn, whoops.
Knight g4.
He's about to make a move, by the way.
How quickly things change. Yeah, he's about to make a move.
And he did mention he wants to get his queen out. So perhaps we will see this being played out where he trades first and then goes for
Right. But he has to be accurate. That's something that we've already established, because if he jumps out with the queen, as David's indicated, e5 is on the agenda. So you do need to capture first, which is really paradoxical, right? Because you want to be keeping the tension, right?
Yeah.
And
that
not
being said,
improving.
You do calculate captures first, maybe. And I think it's just all to do with this bishop. Like, the bishop is so bad for black. Just kind of getting rid of your pawn within a trade and then blowing open the center. Like, you throw both your d6 and c5 pawns out the way just to clear a diagonal for your bishop. I mean, it's easy to say in hindsight and with the help of the eval bar, but difficult moves for Hikaru Nakamura. And also, yeah, he's down significantly on the clock. He's down 38 minutes.
About to make a move, and for the second time he pulls back.
Yeah, but did you see? He gave himself a nod, and then, you know, he reached over to take something, and I'm pretty not pretty sure. I'm guessing that C takes D4 is going to be played.
Was that your
because
your
he nodded
hand read?
and yeah, my hand read. But okay, I'm not an expert.
We have a new hand analyst on the panel. Have to hand
With all
it
the
over to
hand
me.
side. Yes.
We need hands in the tournament. Okay.
David Hanwell.
All hands on board, guys. Let's guess.
This is hands down the most exciting game of the round so far. I think he's going to take it as well.
Can David handle it?
Oh.
Hikaru handle it.
Hikaru, move.
David's met his match when it comes to puns. Okay.
Okay, and he settles back in for a long think.
But that just shows how difficult the position is, right? No decisions come easy here, and you've got some choices to make. You know, you're tempted to keep the position blocked, but you know it's important to get your pieces out as well. Opening up the position allows the white knight to such a key square. So many pros and cons to weigh.
Yeah, definitely. But can we just consult the oracle to see, like, how dangerous?
Yes, I will help you, Jovanka.
Thank you. I am so happy.
Go on, Tanya. Share the wisdom. Enlighten us.
Take it away, David.
No. I don't think Jovanka means me. I think she means Mr.
Yeah, because
Fish.
I'm curious.
Stop.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. So we've established that C takes D4, knight takes D4, queen comes out to G6 is a great try for black, and it seems to initiate enough complication to maintain the balance. But optically, this position looks bad, and I'm just wondering how fine the margin is for Hikaru. And it took the pawn. See, I was good. And now white is going to get a handsome knight in the center.
Oh. That was quite a handy pun there. And yeah, great read, great analysis. Crystal ball out there, Jovanka. And yeah, just when you did ask about the oracle, I did turn on the engine, and apparently white's, okay, of course you can take, and that's totally fine, but maybe white's most challenging move is to actually play bishop to b4 immediately.
Oh, wow.
Put pressure on this pawn, something you mentioned earlier, Tanya, as an idea, but play it now takes some self-restraint, not to kind of play the automatic knight takes pawn, but then again, Gukesh has time, he's not played that move immediately, so it's definitely on his radar.
And that's the thing I've noticed, right? I mean, I feel like ideas come to all of us, but the right execution is what differentiates top players, top grandmasters, you know, from mere mortals like myself. Where, yes, you know, it's easy to spot the bishop belongs there, you want to hit a weakness, but when you do it is what's important. The fact that he slowed down and not immediately gone for the automatic recapture on d4, I wonder if Gukesh is having that superhuman moment right now.
Yeah, quite possibly. And didn't Gukesh shave his head a month or two ago? How has he got such a luscious, head of hair here? It looks so fluffy. Look, I'm so jealous.
Yeah,
he's looking good.
Yeah. It was interesting because I think it's part of a pilgrimage, right? And I remember Arjun did the same. It's just you shave your hair, and then as a tribute, or is it a gift?
Yeah, it's a ritual, and I think it's a big part of the Indian culture. And I think he did it after winning the World Championship. It's sort of a way to, like you said, you know, you offer something that's very close to you, and it's also sort of like a humbling experience. And he went for that just a couple of months ago, and he spoke about it. And I think it's sort of like a spiritual experience that you have, and he probably was planned beforehand. It's something that we do a lot in India, where you kind of offer this to a deity as a gift, and also feel very grounded with it.
Does he want to donate some hair to me?
Ask him after the game.
Yeah, I
but
will.
wait for a good day, David Howell.
I will. And yeah, in the meantime, we'll leave Gukesh to think about that moment. Just to confirm, the computer did say that white can take back that pawn with the knight. The black queen will come out, and very dynamic, that position. It becomes very sharp. There's also some crazy tactics if Gukesh brings his bishop out that we might show a bit later. But in the meantime, back to the bird's eye view. And I see one bar shooting up, and that is Humpy doing very well against Sarah Kardem on the bottom right there.
Yes, and maybe we should have a look at that game, because it had some instructional moments so far. It's particularly out of the opening. You know, we were looking at this, and we revisited it all the way back, but several things have happened that are super great instructive to understand and to learn. So can we rewind a little bit, because it would be nice to kind of see those moments, because you really see a kind of traditional clash of plans between what black wants to do and what white wants to do. So, okay, so far, so good. The pawn structure is determined. And here, you know, we spoke about white having several plans. White can go b4, b5. That would be the minority attack. The whole point is to get a weakness on the queen's side that you can target. And black has gone about trying to solve the issue of the problem piece on c8. So you kind of just put your knights on f8 and f6, and the whole idea is, as Sarah shows, which is just to relocate the knight, drive that bishop back, go g6. I don't even know when this plan first appeared, if it feels like it's always been around, right? You could put your knight on g7, and then the aim is to kind of just swap off those light squared bishops. And if you can achieve that, then black will be standing very, very well. We'll try to get a knight onto d6 and just try to control the key squares of e4 and c4. And so that's why Humpy actually just goes g4. And I think this line that black has played doesn't have a great reputation because of white's going g4, and black doesn't have enough space to challenge this kingside advance.
Yeah, and actually, as far as I know, she's kind of been tricked in the move order, Sarah Kardem, in the opening. Again, this is very niche stuff, but for the opening aficionados out there. So we actually talked about it all the way back here when white played the move queen to c2. And this is very flexible because white often develops the bishop to g5, normally maybe before exchanging pawns on d5 in the center. And later, one of the key ideas is to actually play h3 and then drop the bishop back to f4. Where it's actually much stronger. And we see in the game here, c6, bishop to f4 was played. We have a move we'll catch up in a minute. But here, by far, the most critical move, as far as I know, is knight to h5. Magnus, if I remember correctly, has also played knight b6 to put the black bishop on d6 to challenge this strong piece. But I've played knight h5 myself here, and the bishop isn't necessarily able to stay on this great diagonal. If you can put a bishop on d6, it's far more active for black. So the fact that she's allowed bishop f4 in one move rather than bishop g5 and later back to f4 means she's lost a tempo, Sarah Kardem. And if we go back to the position that Jovanka was mentioning there, g4, very strong move, not worrying about king safety for white. Everything's stable. You've got a powerful knight in the center. f4 is coming, f5 is coming, and that's exactly what happened. Sarah, I think she needed to just trade off this strong knight and kind of hope for the best. But she lost a tempo, another tempo here, rook to f8. A bit of an odd move. I think she wants to retreat this knight back and around to d6, but it takes so long. f4 was the response, and kind of wing play met by central play. Sarah now strikes in the center, and f5. This looks terrifying for black.
You know, when you make a move like rook f8, you realize that something has gone wrong in the position. So c5 is an attempt for counterplay, but you already have the feeling that you're on the defense and perhaps too far behind on the time. And I mean the board, not the clock, in getting that central break in. You know, right now, Humpy has a clear idea that you're pointing out. If black doesn't react to that f5 pawn by either grabbing it or doing something in the center, any other move, g5, f6 to follow, and white wins on the spot. If you take on f5, my decision would be to recapture with the pawn. Maybe bishop takes pawn is also pretty good, but this just opens up a G line. And, you know, king h1, rook g1 to follow just looks incredibly strong. Black can't do the same because that knight from e5 is targeting the f7 pawn. So white's just much faster in the attack here. On the other hand, you know, the counterplay, it's just so incredibly slow. If you take that central pawn instead with pawn takes pawn, it really doesn't help you that much. I mean, what is next? Queen b6 you're pointing out. You can fall back with the knight, defend that pawn. The queen can slide in. But I also want to point out that d5 pawn is so incredibly vulnerable in so many of these positions. The queen can also go to g2 in certain positions, attack that pawn. I don't know if right now maybe... All right, it's still fine. That's how good the position is. You could give up a pawn, but rook g1, everything coming in very, very quickly. This looks incredibly powerful. The only other move that I see in our live board is to push that c-pawn. Another thematic idea, trying to get that queenside break in. You know, you want to go b5, b4, but how slow are you? I think the bishop can just fall back. Even if g5, f6 is not there, bishop comes to f3, and who's attacking who? That d5 pawn is far more weaker than anything on the center for white.
This is, it's a disaster, unfortunately, for Sarah in this opening. It's just gone very, very wrong in the last three moves.
Totally. And there was one final pattern. It's, again, not the best move, but I was just wanting to establish that after g takes f5, There's also a kind of an idea in these type of positions, not necessarily to capture, but you can also go G5.
Whoa.
Okay, now here I would say don't do it because obviously opening up the G line is way more important. But we've often seen openings like this where you advance a pawn and then you don't recapture because you want to infiltrate with your pieces.
It's very creative, actually. You know, the f5 pawn will fall regardless, and when the knight moves, you can go h4 and build on that side.
Right.
Really clamp down, and then eventually you take the pawn on f5.
Again, is it like another pattern to put in the memory bank? And you can just choose, right? You can decide. But definitely G takes f5 is just crying out to be played because you're opening up the lines for the rooks and the big guys, as I call them, to infiltrate.
And the one thing is that maybe Sarah hasn't been playing so much over the last few years as opposed to earlier in her career. I don't think she has as much time. I interviewed her just before the tournament. She doesn't have as much time these days, being a mother, to kind of study openings. So it is her vulnerability here. She's done great in the classical games, kind of later on. Middle game, great. End game, decent. But yeah, the openings, as it was against Anna Muzychuk in round one as well, it's maybe the one spot that she's not quite up to her normal high standards at the moment.
Mm-hmm. And at the elite level, how much time must you dedicate to openings?
More than I do, that's for sure.
And I'd like to also kind of break down, like, what do we mean by openings as well? Are we talking about, like, memorizing all the heavy-duty mainline stuff, or are we kind of, like, trying to get off the beaten path?
It's a bit of both. I think you need a certain foundation of knowledge. So if you are surprised, you need something to fall back on, especially because the top players often play rapid blitz tournaments. You don't have time to prepare, but it's even in the mornings before a game, right? Like here in the morning, she'll know she's playing Humpy today. Humpy plays a set number of openings. You want to dedicate maybe 3 or 4 hours, ideally less, but you want to dedicate a few hours to exactly kind of specifics, what your opponent normally does. But you don't want to have to kind of be memorizing the whole time. You want to kind of know you have that already in the memory banks, and you want to be able to create, you want to kind of switch things up, adapt, have some kind of plan A's, plan B's, depending on maybe even plan C, depending on what your opponent does. And often if you're not playing so much, you're rusty. Memorizing is is what you spend all your time on, and then you lose that creativity. For example, that Arjun is showing or that Fabiano is showing, they know so much already that they can build on that in the mornings.
Right.
So I'm rusty and my memory is horrible. What do I do? Commentate.
Yeah, that's why I'm here too.
Okay, I'm going to put you both on the spot. Right. For the average person, how much time must they dedicate? First of all, let's break it down per day on their openings. Are we talking about just spending 10 minutes, just doing a quick refresher of the sharp lines? Or do you need more? Do you need to really just kind of just search for the modern day trends? Is it enough to
get courses now on chess.com and
For $29.99, as Hikaru mentioned.
you improve 4.6
yeah.
times faster.
But you know, I mean, I think, David, you'll answer that question on time management. I just want to say some crazy stuff is going on the clocks between Fabi and Arjun, something we haven't seen before. Arjun is down on the clock. Now, he's a player we've seen who's sort of always been the one putting pressure, you know, on his opponent, and that's the top right board there. 50 minutes. Yes, it's an endgame. Yes, queens are off the board, and Arjun has an extra pawn. But look at the bar. It still seems to favor white. And I wonder if that's because of piece coordination. And David, you'll dive deeper into this one. But yes, how many hours a day for openings do you advise?
I think it depends on what the goal is. If your goal is to play regularly, if you're an active tournament player, it should be at least a few hours every day, or at least maybe in chunks. So like if you're about to play a big tournament, in the build-up to that tournament, spend a few hours here and there. If you're just a casual club player, focus on your own opening. There's no need to have too much variety. Focus on your main thing a little bit. Maybe I do Duolingo. Maybe it's enough 15 minutes a day, half an hour every day. But yeah, just kind of drilling the repetition, the memory. These days I spend about 15 minutes a month. So I don't think I don't think that's enough. But yeah, again, it depends on your goal. Depends on life. Depends on many things.
Yeah, I think I agree with that, right? Even for us, Ivanka, when we do have a tournament to play, you know, the months preceding that, I think we all kind of devote a certain amount of time refreshing our openings, adding a little bit to the repertoire. So it just comes down to what your goal is, and accordingly you kind of expand.
Yeah, and I think it's also really important to to not study alone. I think it's important to find a team, to find friends, find coaches or something, so that you can actually start to tackle the hardest things first. And don't be like me, because I have one opening which I focus all my energy on.
Is it the Caro-Kann?
Yes, literally. I'm obsessed with that opening. But then what happens is that I go on a puzzle rush, and then I end up doing the survival, and I end up trying to beat my score. And then 3 hours have passed, and I haven't really done any openings. But I promised myself I would. And I've just done puzzles.
Caro can't do that.
Yeah.
But you can.
All right, but listen, what about the position right now? I mean, what can and what cannot White do here? Because you're down a pawn, time is of the essence, Black's king is in the center, lack of development for Arjun. How does Fabi take advantage of the initiative here?
Yeah, you've got to be very quick for Fabiano. Again, just very quick action replay of the last few moves. We left it after pawn to a4, protecting the white bishop. In the end, Arjun here decided he wanted to mend his pawn structure. The black pawn in the center is isolated. He forced the bishop to trade itself off for the black knight, and now correcting his pawn structure, meaning that there's two connected pawns in the middle now. Bishop to b2, hitting the knight. Just for everyone at home wondering, bishop takes pawn not recommended here because rook to g8 is a skewer. The bishop moves somewhere. You take this pawn now, and you're still a pawn up with a very active rook. So Fabi castled, preemptively defending g2, and yeah, the decision, I think, is strictly 50-50 between activating the rooks. You have a bunch of choice. The wrong rook, though, that is always the trickiest thing in chess. Like, which rook do you use? Do you use the rook to the d file, the a rook, just to keep the other one for the e file? Do you use this rook, but then you lose track of the e file? If you go here, you lose track of the c file. There's so much choice here. The other kind of decision is whether to grab a pawn. And my instinct is no. It costs a lot of time. It still opens up the g file. For black to use. For example, if you retreat your bishop to the wrong square, maybe bishop h3 ideas on tap. You give black 2 full moves to kind of start advancing forward in the center as well. So it feels like a rook. It's just a question of which one.
I feel like you really banged on your mouse for bishop takes pawn. What was that about?
It was...
just went for it.
It's just a dodgy mouse. Played too much blitz with it. It's
very
broken.
Aggressive.
Yeah. OK, which rook would we use here?
That's one of the hardest questions in chess. I don't know how much time I've spent, landed into time trouble because of this one decision, which actually in the end has not even been the most relevant one.
Yeah, it's always like a 50-50 and we always get it wrong.
100%
Use the F
of the
rook.
time.
F rook?
Yep.
But
Okay.
where?
Oh, sorry, F to d1. Sorry,
To D1.
I
Good
just
choice.
assumed.
But now no e file.
Yeah, come on, David, get with it.
Sorry. OK, I'll defend my pawn.
Oh,
Bishop to b7.
okay, now I'd say, now
Now.
Now you take.
you give it to me, please.
OK, then I'll hit the bishop.
And then I will just move
Center
the
of the
bishop.
board?
Yep, that's
go.
exactly.
And then I'll step forward
Oh.
and pretend I'm doing something here. I don't really see what. Knight c3 in the air.
But you can see the makings of an attack on the king side, despite there being no queens on the board with that bishop on b7. And again, opposite color bishop complex, right? Even if it's material balance, it's so much about the pressure on the king because that bishop and its diagonal and its colors cannot be challenged.
Yeah. Maybe Fabi just needs to forget about this pawn completely. I wonder whether putting pressure on the c5 pawn... The d pawn can be defended easily by a bishop, and then you can't attack it more than once with your rook. So maybe we ignore that one. I do wonder whether like going rook, like bishop a3, rook c1 in some order, or maybe even rook e1 and bishop a. I don't know.
Could you be fancy and go knight to g5?
Yeah, he sets it up. Ivanka, that's a bit of a threat then for white. Yeah, I like the fact that this move comes with a threat. Initially, I was like rook d1. That's the only way to threaten something concretely, but. Knight g5.
It's coming up now that the knight's pinned.
Knight d2 maybe as well. If black plays like h6 as well, then it's more tempting to grab on g7.
So despite being up a pawn here, the question, would we rather be white or black, is very valid. What are we choosing? Ivanka, would you go for the initiative or the extra pawn here?
You're asking a materialist.
What is that song, the Madonna one?
Material girl.
Yes.
In a material world. Yes, that's me. No, I actually would be quite nervous playing black here. You know, because you do see knight to g5, but then on the other hand, I would be comforted by the presence of opposite colored bishops. And I also see that there's some defensive ideas that black has. Like for instance, like rook a7 to go rook e7 and create a shield that way.
That's actually a beautiful idea. I like the defensive pattern. You might actually do that right now because after knight g5, then you can block that file and defend your knight at the center of the board.
Super
Love
cool
it.
idea.
Very cool.
I love it. Wasn't on my radar, but that black rook was out of the game anyway, so now you kind of...
I don't have a radar.
Stop it, Tanya. You're a queen. You're an Olympic gold medalist. What are you talking about? And yeah, rook e7. The thing is, so white can grab a pawn here, but rook h8, and black probably is doing totally fine. But if Fabi wants to just make a draw, probably he just trades off. I'm not sure whether a rook trade benefits anyone, but probably then he just goes after this pawn, a rook c1, and maybe it's like what we said earlier, you give up a pawn, but later on you win it back. But in the process, things fizzle out, lots of exchanges. It feels like this one is going to Armageddon if Arjun plays things safe here. I just don't know whether that's his style.
I feel like everyone just dodged the white or black question here.
I'm more used to these positions with black. I'm normally, I grab pawn, I'm very reluctant to sack them.
You're a material girl in a material world.
Yeah.
Very nice. So black, I think I would also take black here. I just feel like eventually, I think what white will get is that pawn back, but neutralize it by that opposite color bishop, especially after you pointed out the rook e7 idea. I think black will be in control. Ivanka, white or black?
Well, okay, I'm going to be contrarian, so I'm going to say white.
You're taking Fabi in this one.
Yes, but
Arjun, black.
Okay.
Chose black, yeah. So we'll find out how this game develops, whether Arjun manages to handle the pressure that Fabiano puts in. But we are going to go on a break. But before we do, Norway Chess is better with a subscription on Twitch. Unlock exclusive emotes of your favorite players, no ads on chess.com, and best of all, exclusive confessional booth content from the players here at Norway Chess. So use !subscribed in chat to level up now. And with that, we're going to take it to a break. Magnus Carlsen has a very long confession to make, and you'll catch that one during the break.
I gotta admit that a few moves ago I was a bit worried that this game was going to be like a complete dud, that just nothing would happen. That could still happen, but I do see some potential now. For instance, I think queen e7 would not be a great move because I can play queen b4 and force the queen exchange. So the move I'm expecting is the move rook a to c8. And now what's really interesting is that I have a lot of options. Like, he's not really threatening to play c5 because I always have queen b6, but in certain lines, for instance, if I go rook to d1, which is quite logical, then f2 is hanging in some lines. So then it becomes a lot more plausible. So I was thinking of playing the move rook to a2 to cover the second rank first, but then he's got c5. No, he doesn't have c5, sorry. He's got queen e7, queen b4, queen d6. Super strange line, but then if I capture his knight, then my rook gets lost in a2. So instead of that, I was considering options like queen to b4, b6, and then now he wants to play queen f5 and give a check. So I'm playing e4 and to try and keep his queen out of there. Now he has this strange move rook to d6, trying to get his queen back to d8 and play c5. And if I could just move my pawn from e4 to e5, then I would be forking his rook and queen. But that is not legal, unfortunately. So I couldn't see anything particular there. So currently I'm like a little bit unsure of what to do after rook c8. Maybe I just go with a waiting move like h4 and then kind of ask him what what to do. But like I'm a little bit unsure about the lines like after h4, c5 and so on. They might be very, very drawish, but that's kind of where I am at the moment. But he's thinking, so I suspect he doesn't have it all figured out, which is nice.
Hi. So far, I still like my position, and I think bishop and knight is slightly better than pair of knights. But it just reminds me one thing that I play c3, queen c2, and queen d3. If I play with queen d3 and c3, then I kind of save a tempo. Is that right? But anyway, game is still on, so I'll go think about chess.
We are back right in the middle of day 3 of Norway Chess, and as Juanjun, 5-time Women's World Champion, says, well, we should go and think about chess. Well, Juanjun, she's playing against Vachier-Lagrave. Bishop against a knight is the eternal question. Shall we quickly glance at that game and see why she felt she had a promising position? And then, of course, we have to address the big one, Magnus Carlsen, and his game against Wei Yi.
Let's do just that, and just like her, we should all think about chess. Yeah, this may be the most quiet of all the 6 games so far between Juanjun and Vaishali, but nice to see her go 2-0 up in terms of confessionals. Nice to see her enjoying it. enjoying being here and taking the time out to share some wisdom for us. The game we were talking about there, that she was talking about, was on the bottom left, the red board. And I don't know if we dive in necessarily. We've just had some developments. Rook's leaving that board as well now. Looking very, very level to my eyes, I've got to say.
Looking incredibly level, right? But ultimately, it is that question, queen and knight, and bishop, queen against two knights. We'll see how that one happens, because the pawn structure is pretty stable as well, no tension there. So going to be a maneuvering game for a while. But there was another confession, Magnus Carlsen. If we can go to his game against Wei Yi. So Magnus saying that at first he was fearing that this game was going to be dull. But then, you know, he's a bit more optimistic. Plans are unclear, though.
I mean, to me, this just, and David, you'll break down, because it was a very move-heavy confession, that one. But the position, as we have in front of us, to me, it just looks like it's got all the makings of a classic Magnus vintage grind, this one, you know. The positional aspect, material completely balanced. There are barely any imbalances. Yes, the pawn formation isn't symmetrical, which gives white an open B line. You can see where the target is. But the big point here is the placement of the knights. Magnus has got this beautiful knight at the center of the board, Wei Yi at the corner of the board, and there's really no way to challenge that knight on e5. If you go knight c6 at any point, you're just essentially giving so many weaknesses. Right now, it's perhaps not even possible because b7 is hanging. But even if it was, you know, you end up with a destroyed pawn formation. Magnus, the way he slowly placed his pieces, his next idea could be to get that queen to b4, asking some big questions to that knight to a5, further provoking weaknesses on the queen side. And as long as that knight on e5 lives, it's going to be so incredibly hard for Wei Yi to find any counterplay. And I say counterplay, and the thing that strikes me is at some point, Wei Yi has to get that c5 break in. But is that even possible with queen b6 coming in?
Yeah, that's the big question, and Magnus was talking about that move. In the meantime, before we break things down, result has come in, and it's a very sudden, unexpected draw between Lei Ting-Jie and Anna Muzychuk. The players found a way to repeat the position in a very tense middle game. It was very balanced, so understandable result, but they want Armageddon.
Did you see the speed with which Lei Ting-Jie left the chair there? Just wants to get ready for that Armageddon fight, just instantly walks off.
Yeah, well, her husband and coach is here, so she will be consulting him. I've noticed a lot in the Armageddons that some players are repeating their positions from the classical, and they're just making those small improvements. So we'll see what Lei Ting-Jie has in store. And of course, we'll be following all of the drama there. But wow.
So that's Armageddon number one.
Yeah.
It's 2 for you for the day, 3 and 4.
Correct.
I'm now afraid that Juanjun-Vaishali's like nearly definitely in Armageddon, and I'm out of... I've maxed out my quota.
You're out.
3 might be the magic number.
So it's going to be between me and Yogi. Maybe we'll get one of those completely impartial polls running one more time, you know?
Yeah, chat, back me up. It's going to be 2 Armageddons, guaranteed.
I mean, chat, mods are going to be backing you up. It'll be like, do you think David Howell is right? And the options will be yes, maybe, of course, obviously.
It's not just the mods. Like, during the Paris freestyle tournament, like, Magnus's wife, Ella, like, everyone was ill at the tournament, and she was, like, asking on Instagram, like, who's the super spreader? Who made everyone ill? It was like, David Howell, David Howell, David Howell. I was like, ew. I just get blamed for everything.
Was it you?
Maybe. It might have been me, but that's not the point. Oh, gosh.
Okay, well, we'll ask the question, right? So which host will get... Oh, come on.
Which host will get it right?
David.
The correct number of Arma games today. David? Of course, David. Only David can win this. It's tough, but David.
I mean, I won. What can I say? It was tough, but...
You won.
I won the audience.
Yeah, and Tanya won yesterday.
Yes,
yeah.
I won
It's now
yesterday.
my turn.
It is. The Yovi win is due, but David is winning hearts while we're winning our Armageddon predictions.
As long as the chat loves me, like, you guys can win the Armageddon bets. It's fine.
Oh, wow. Did he go for c5?
He did. Yeah, well, the maneuvering game is over, and action has been brought to the table. c5. Okay, well, ideas of playing c takes d4, knight jump into c4, make use of that knight on the edge of the board. Obviously, you can't do it quite yet because the knight on a5 is guarding the pawn on b7, but, well, Wei Yi just suddenly amping up the tension.
Yeah, we need to calculate, because in his confessional, Magnus basically said, oh, at least after rook to c8, which was black's last move, he was like, at least my opponent's not threatening c5.
Exactly.
Because of this queen b6 move. And just to go back one move to talk about Magnus's confessional, he played the move rook to d1 after quite a bit of thought, after a long think there. And he was actually saying, maybe I should just wait with moves like h4. And in hindsight, maybe he should have made a waiting move like h4, because it might be important that the white rook defends this pawn on f2. And we'll see that in the coming variations, because after rook to d1, Wei Yi has lashed out. Magnus was more expecting like the queen to come back, maybe pawn to b6, a bit of a waiting game here. But after c5, queen b6 is the acid test here, the only way to try and punish black, now that square's vacant, undefended, and the black knight lacking squares. And I do wonder whether black can take on d4 here, because queen takes knight now is met by a double attack, hitting the queen, hitting the knight in the center, regaining the material with interest. Magnus looks a bit shocked that this move has landed, by the way, in the camera. And if you recapture now with a pawn, the reason I talked about the f2 square earlier is because rook c2 is a legal move now. It is possible, hitting this square.
And the moment you drop back with your knight to d3, you allow the black knight in some cases to jump to c4, also eyeing the e3 pawn with a check now that there's a pin across the second rank.
Yeah. I mean, can we also just, instead of dropping back with a knight to d3, can we go knight to g4?
He's about to make a move, by the way.
He plays queen to b6.
He plays queen to b6.
It's incoming.
This move has landed. This is the live position. And Wei Yi's, I mean, surely he's going to blitz out this move. As Tanya mentioned earlier, like the knight coming back is basically an admission that your pawn structure is going to be ruined. White can even just take that knight, and white will be a pawn up at the end once the dust settles. So Wei Yi, he's trying to survive here by tactics, by 2-3 moves tricks. It's very dynamic. That's how the top players, especially these dynamic ones, how they solve problems. They don't want to sit passively and defend. Black didn't really have another plan, so he's trying to force it through.
You know, it's interesting because I've noticed this is the Chinese school of chess. They don't like to sit passively and wait. They always, you know, want to get active, even prepared to sacrifice material, sacrifice a pawn in order just to break free. So definitely, I'm expecting c takes d4.
Yeah, and it's also such a kind of a way to handle the pressure in the position, right? You want to go on counter offense, and love that idea of the rook coming onto the second rank. What is the English school of chess? What happened?
We have a rogue guest just waving at us from the side. The English school of chess, it used to be, the saying used to be only mad dogs and Englishmen. So it was like, we'd all be hackers and...
Coffee house chess.
Yeah, coffee house chess. It was no grinding like a grandmaster. It was just like wham bam.
You were the most non-coffee house chess player ever.
It wasn't me who started it. Michael Adams started the trend with his little advantages, strategic outplaying of the opponents, and I just tried to copy. Okay, let's break it down, because this position is critical. Magnus forcing Wei Yi to think. He's 20 minutes down on the clock, Wei Yi, so he needs to move. Pawn takes pawn. Let's see. I think Magnus will take back. Let's revisit this, because Ivanka mentioned one critical move, knight to g4. I think Magnus might have been banking on this, because the black queen now, firstly, f2 is defended. Black queen hit. It's a check, so you need to move her. He's going for this, Wei Yi. He played pawn takes pawn. Queen g5 is the only move to defend both of these pieces, and the most important thing is you can give a check on the next move. If the queen is hit, you need to stay defending the rook, so you can come across with a check. Next move, knight c4, and black's doing great. So this is the path we're on. C takes d4 played. I think Magnus, yeah, he might have taken his eye off the ball with kind of moving his rook away from f1. If he had his pawn on h4, like, black doesn't have any of these tricks. Rook c2 doesn't work because the rook defends f2, and black would have been forced to wait instead.
All right, I'm going to ask the question. Why can't you take with the e-pawn? Structurally, it looks awful, but white does have a lot of attack on the queen side, hitting that knight and hitting the b7 pawn. Is there a tactic that I'm missing there?
No, I don't think so. So let's put it on the analysis board. E takes d4.
You can't take on c3 because the a5 knight is hanging. I see the bar doesn't approve of the move. It's not the best recapture, but what's the problem here?
Maybe black just saves the knight. Knight c4, for example.
And then takes.
Takes. I mean...
b7, c3.
White is winning this pawn in the end of the variation, but rook c2, it does feel like black's active enough. Like something's now going to have to go to f1, the rook or the white queen, to defend. And it does feel like white shouldn't really have winning chances in that endgame. Maybe black at some point takes, and yes, it's an a-pawn, but should be possible to stop that from running. Yeah, I wonder, like, is Magnus just going to take rook c2 and just going to go like rook f1? This would be very Magnus Carlsen. He's basically tempted his opponent to go c5, and then he's like, okay, I tricked you. You got what you wanted, and I'm just going to go back.
Yeah, but his expression said something completely different once c5 was on the board, you know? It was more like, hey, this was not supposed to happen.
Oh, whoops. And he is thinking here, Magnus. So I wonder whether he's missed this. I don't know if we can get the Magnus cam up. Wei Yi looks composed. Yeah, what's the world number one thinking about right now?
He's thinking about one of the three captures, right? Like you mentioned, queen takes knight, it runs into rook d5, so that is absolutely no problem for Wei Yi. But it's rook takes pawn, you can capture it with c or with the e pawn.
Yeah, rook takes pawn. I forgot that was even possible. Normally you always want to take with the pawn in the center, towards the center normally. Rook takes pawn does keep some pressure on the black rook.
Yeah.
That's definitely possible, actually. Maybe that's what Magnus has in mind.
So rook takes pawn, you can't again take on c3, like you said, d8 is hanging, and what difference does it make if a pair of rooks are off the board? That's the big question.
Well, the queenside weaknesses start to become a lot more glaring, right?
Because the rook on c8 will be undefended in certain positions.
Sorry, not rook d2. That was my mistake. I was about to play rook takes pawn, but I'll leave it on the live position for now.
So you can't take on e5, the d8 rook hangs. Let's just have the three options lined up. Rook takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, so that everyone knows what's going on in Magnus's head.
Something's going to land on d4.
Oh, hot take by David Hall.
Yeah. Predictions. That's the tiebreak of the Armageddon. We sometimes guess moves. Okay, there's three of us. There's three possible moves. Three candidates here. What are we predicting?
You know, I actually like rook takes pawn. I'd go with rook d4. I'd want that same position with rook takes rook and then take with the c pawn, but I just want one pair of rooks off the board.
I'm going to steal c takes d4. David?
Oh, no.
You're left with only one option now, David.
I'm pretty sure he's not going to play e takes d4 because, as we saw, that just fizzles out towards a draw.
That was the only option left, David. You're a bit slow.
That was my fault, yeah.
Sorry, but not sorry.
I shouldn't have asked the question. I should have been like, e takes d4 won't happen. But I'm going to say cd. Whoops.
But you think it's going to be the c pawn that captures?
I think so. I think the fact that the black rook on d8 is a bit vulnerable in some of those variations is slightly loose. The black queen tied down defending that piece. I think Magnus wants to keep maximum tension.
Yeah, and you actually raised a really important point, right? If white just, after c takes d4 and black comes in with a rook, if white just says, you know what, I'll defend that weak spot on f2, questions are still there, you know, about how you're going to defend the pawn on b7, the knight on the edge of the board, and of course the rook is still loose. I mean, at some point, maybe Wei Yi just has to accept he's going to go a pawn down.
Yeah, I think he will go a pawn down. Magnus about to decide.
It is the pawn.
Oh, look at that.
You know, he made that move. I could read that one. Yeah, so Jovanka, David on point here.
Yeah, that looked like a reluctant capture, though. Like, it looked like he wasn't too... I mean, Wei Yi doesn't look excited either, but Magnus didn't look thrilled about the fact he's allowed the black rook in.
But I thought he had an interesting hand move in that, you know, the way he grabbed it. It felt like he... I don't know how to explain, but like, if this is that pawn, it went like that. Yeah. And not like pick it up and then take it.
I'm telling you, this is going to be a trend. Body language experts know more. All you need to read is the hand movements. And yeah, right now...
No opening books, only a handbook.
Exactly. Rook c2 is the move we're expecting, but what else could Wei Yi be thinking about?
Yeah, rook c2 feels like really the way in.
Well, it is definitely something that Wei is considering, you know, whether to come in with a rook, whether he should make another move. But we're going to go back to the bird's eye view because we are going to... Can you check out the game between Hikaru? Well, we're going to go and check out with our fourth commentator, and let's see where his final time going into the confessional is like.
All right, so I'm back. This will definitely be the final time that I come here. This game is very confusing. I thought that I was quite a bit worse, perhaps, going all in for this kingside attack. And then Gukesh played this b5, d4, which I didn't think it was very dangerous, although to be fair, I miscalculated. Initially, I was going to go for this line with after d4 with ed4, cd4, knight e4, rook e4, d5, rook g4, h5, rook g3, dc4. But then I just kind of underestimated this d takes c5 move with the bishop c3 or bishop h6, and I was very unhappy. So I spent a bunch of time, and then I came up with the c takes d, this take on d4, and I was expecting knight takes d4, rook c8, rook c1, and like knight d7. Thought I was worse there, but it was kind of fine. And then Gukesh decided to blitz out this bishop b4 move, allowing knight takes e4, and I think the situation is really, it's crystal clear. Either I'm going to lose the game, I've missed something, and I'm just dead lost. There's no other way about it. Or I'm completely fine. I'll probably draw with ease. So we'll find out fairly soon. I think the big tell will be what Gukesh's next couple of moves are and how much time he uses. If he blitzes out the next 3 moves, I'm in a ton of trouble. If he plays rook e4, d5 and thinks here, I have a feeling that he missed this perhaps by moving too quickly, but it's very confusing when you reach this situation. It doesn't happen often as a top player where you reach a moment and your opponent starts playing every move and they're moves that you're not expecting. So a little bit uneasy from that standpoint, but again, I've calculated the moves. I think I'm fine. And if I blundered, I blundered. That's life. You lose the game, you move on. So I think we'll find out fairly soon what the reality is within the next 5 to 10 minutes based on Gukesh's time. Although those of you guys at home or watching the live broadcast will obviously know right away what the reality is. So you'll probably hear me. You'll probably think, what are you talking about? You're crazy. But I think I'm okay, but we'll find out very soon. I'll see you guys.
Well, there we see. Hikaru unsure. Is he in a ton of trouble? He thinks he's okay. Well, we are definitely going to have to check out his position. Is he okay?
Yes. And I just want to point out, I was right with my prediction that the previous time wouldn't be his last time. He was like, yeah, this is the only time this game I'm going to come in, check in. Of course, he was back a few moves later.
And I think that perhaps was also not the last time we're seeing him. He might be back one more time. But we completely agree with what you just said about the position, right? Especially with this knight on c5 landing there. Hikaru's got reasons to be happy with everything being under control. But should we just back up, David, and take it from where we left last?
Yeah, and it was actually a moment that Hikaru mentioned, he referenced in his confessional, but it's also a tactic that Jovanka spotted a while ago, an age ago. So I want to give credit there because bishop to b4 was Gukesh's move. Hikaru mentioned he was much more afraid of knight takes pawn, by the way, which we were analysing a bit earlier today. But bishop b4 was played, Gukesh blitzed it out, and Hikaru now pounced knight takes pawn. And Jovanka saw the pattern very quickly, and here is where it works, because now rook takes knight is met by a double attack. Not just this, but the white bishop hanging as well. So bishop takes bishop, the queen recaptures. The rook is the one you need to save. And apparently in this moment, at least according to the engine, Hikaru made a bit of a question mark move, made a dubious decision. Maybe capturing now with this pawn as Gukesh did is a bit hasty because it allows the black knight out. Maybe just using the queen instead was the way forward. But okay, it looks like Gukesh played the most natural move. Not the best according to the computer. The black knight does, just in time, reach this dream square. Imagine if the white queen was tying down this black knight to d8. That would be totally different. But this is the live position, rook to d1. And what do we think here? It does look like he's fine. One weak pawn, though, for Hikaru. Is that enough for him to be worried about?
Well, I would argue that the pawn on a4 for white is also a vulnerability. So, you know, easy come, easy go. We have both sides having weaknesses. So I like this move from Hikaru, rook f4, just eliminating some pieces, again, getting ready to mobilize the rook on a8. All his pieces are working. I think he's fine.
And that weakness you pointed out, I mean, once again, that knight on c5 is not only a great attacker to a4, but also defends that e6 pawn so beautifully, you know. So it's kind of hard to imagine to actually breaking through as white. And I like that he's neutralizing the two rooks on the open line. Rook f4, not an easy decision to make. Do you keep the tension? Do you trade on f4? Hikaru's pieces, including that queen, and once the rook joins in, just seem like they're active enough to compensate for that d file under control, for that e6 weakness.
Fully agree, Tanya. I think you're right. Just the last move as well, rook f4. The speed with which he played that Hikaru after, what was it, 30 seconds or a couple of minutes of thinking. Yeah, it's showing that he knows it's under control. It was the latter of the two options he mentioned. He was like, either I'm dead lost or I'm totally fine. And it's one of those positions he knows he can handle. I would actually argue that even without the e6 pawn, black's probably got decent drawing chances. But yeah, any rook endgame, knight endgame, he's totally fine.
You know, I just want to say one thing, that if this neutralizes and goes into a draw and we get that Armageddon, I mean, Hikaru becomes a huge favorite going into that. You know, he'll play with the black pieces. He will have 7 minutes, but he's such a speed demon, and he'll have the result odds, which means draw. He takes the match. So it's not great news for Gukesh. Yes, he stops the bleeding by getting up on the scoreboard, getting that 1 point, but his chances of taking the match, I think they drastically reduce in the Armageddon.
Well, this is the thing. Hikaru is famous for speed, blitz chess, and Gukesh, he seems to be so much stronger in classical chess. You know, Tanya, for a second I thought you were going to gloat, because with a draw, another Armageddon.
Oh no! Tanya, Jovanka, we get the poll up now before it's too late. It's going to be too late soon. One Armageddon's about to begin. Oh dear, Rook F4.
So you only have one more to go, right? For your prediction.
Yeah, this is probably it.
Yeah.
Juanjun against Vachier-Lagrave looks very, very solid for both sides as well. So I'm not optimistic about my chances.
I think it's going to be a big fight between me and Jovanka for this one, because it's quite a chance that we might get 4 today. I wonder what the chat thinks. How many Armageddons coming up, and who's right today?
Yeah.
Fabi against Arjun also looking very balanced.
I think it's going to be a quite peaceful day, with the exception between Humpy Canary and Sarakadam.
What does even peaceful mean here at Norway Chess? What happened? Oh, no.
Nothing.
Nothing happened.
Nothing happened. A misclick from our producers that only we see behind the curtains.
All right, so Rook F4 played, and he's still thinking about his response. Gukesh is. Meanwhile, we've got Armageddon action on.
We do. Lei Ting-jae with the white pieces. She has 10 minutes on the clock. Anna Muzychuk, the black, with draw odds. She has 7 minutes. And remember that the players do get a 1 second time bonus, but that's only after they've completed move 40. So the stakes are getting higher.
Yeah, and it's Lei Ting-jae who's clearly done some preparation between the games. There was a 20-minute break between the classical, the Armageddon, and she is the first one to go a different path. In the previous game, on the last move, she'd actually captured on d5, opened the center. Now she chooses to keep things locked up, only now choosing to trade off in the center. And Anna Muzychuk, starting with just 7 minutes, she's already burned a bit of time, still thinking. Time advantage growing. It's almost 4 minutes now for Lei Ting-jae in her favor. And now she actually does the same thing she did in the previous game, but having given black an extra tempo of g6, maybe because the black dart squares are weak with the bishop about to pounce, and black not in time to fianchetto now.
And that's going to be a huge difference, right? Let's remember when the game finished, how quickly Lei Ting-jae just left. And I think this is all part of the big plan, all part of prep, a trade. Ting-jae recaptures. If you take that knight, the queen will take that spot, hitting the rook, not giving black enough time to go over to g7. If you got to fianchetto that bishop, you have to do it right now.
Yeah, and I think that's a very, very likely decision from Anna Muzychuk. The downside is that after a trade of knights, the black pawn structure is somewhat ruined for the rest of the game on the queen side. But it is Armageddon. You just need to make a move. You need to play quickly.
Oh, look at the clocks. Yeah. Less than 5.5 minutes, and Ting-jae barely 20 seconds down.
Yeah. 4+ minute gap it's already danger zone. We saw it yesterday. Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, they both froze at some point. You can't freeze too early. Like, you need that time later in the game.
But I want to point out, regardless of the result in this game, Anna Muzychuk will keep the lead. She's got a 1.5 point advantage. They get 1 point each for that classical draw, and that half point extra will go to Ting-jae. So they'll move up to 6.5 and 5.5.
Yeah,
unless
Humpy
what?
wins. And if Anna Muzychuk loses this, she's only got 1 point today.
Goes to 6.5.
5.5?
She is at 5.5. Oh, these are the scores already counted?
Yeah, these are the scores already counted.
Yes.
And she could be overtaken by Humpy, for example, who won her first classical game, could win another 3 points there.
Yes.
Yeah, maths is hard though. We'll worry about that later. In the meantime, moves.
Exactly, and there has been some clarification as the knights get traded off, and now the queens are off the board, and black does have to recapture that knight.
But then the bishop coming into b6. You've got knight d5 as a defensive resource to block that rook from threatening checkmate. She captures with the knight, so keeps the structure intact as well. b2 is hanging, watch out. There's a big threat.
There is a big threat, but the whole issue is going to revolve around this bishop on c8. Is it going to be able to get into the game? Because if black were to castle as Anna just does, it's going to be a difficult, right? Because there's a square on b6 for a white knight to go into, and it's not going to be easy to get a bishop either to b7 or to d7.
Problem child.
It is a problem. White's very, very quick. You know, knight d2, knight to c4 now, knight to e4 on the agenda.
Yeah, this looks really nice for white. I think in a classical game, this is a dream. In Armageddon, there are reduced pieces left on the board. There have been a lot of exchanges already, so maybe some chances that Anna can bail out at some point and maybe give up a pawn or something for activity and make a draw. But for Lei Ting-Jie, this is a dream position. Her knight coming in, pawn to a4, easy moves for white, big 4-minute time advantage. Anna Muzychuk in a bit of trouble from this opening.
And now there's this additional idea, right? At the right moment, like you said, a4 can arrive as well and create more attention on the queen side. Just everything to play for white here. And less than 4 minutes, double the time advantage almost for, more than double the time advantage for Lei Ting-Jie.
Right.
Anna Muzychuk undefeated in the tournament so far.
So far, but it's looking like she is struggling here to even maintain equality. e5, it's a great try to liberate the light squared bishop, but Ting-Jie, she has so many options. Knight to c5, a4, knight to d6, and here goes a4. She starts undermining black's queenside pawns.
The problem is what to do. If you trade off pawns, you're left with one isolated pawn and a big weakness. If you push your pawn forward to b4, the white bishop is coming into c5, something we all mentioned earlier. The bishop hitting the rook and hitting the pawn. Anna Muzychuk forced to bring her bishop out, but that knight is only being chased to a square it wants to go to. Maybe we'll start seeing some tactics and fireworks. The black bishop coming into c2, grabbing a pawn on a4. This is about to heat up and get complicated, but that's not great for Anna Muzychuk, who's almost 5 minutes down on the clock.
And then you'd have to calculate all kinds of exchange sacrifices in that position as well. As you mentioned, it might be a tactical skirmish. If we do see that line, white might try to create a passer.
Yeah, and whilst the players are playing, let's hear from Lei Ting-Jie's pre-game Armageddon thoughts.
A quick draw. Are you feeling good before the Armageddon?
Yeah.
Good. I look forward to it.
Yeah, I think because I have to win, I think should be quite interesting game.
Oh, we look forward to that. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
It's certainly interesting when you're in a must-win situation, which Lei Ting-Jie is. And, well, Anna Muzychuk, she's making it difficult for Lei Ting-Jie.
She's trying to create chaos on the board, and I think that's the most important thing to do. You know, she needs only a draw, and there's a lot of pressure right now, the knight attack. I just want to say that Lei Ting-Jie, anytime that she's not on the board, she's always got a smile. You know, she's just always so cheerful and in good spirits. Bishop b5, she's got to be feeling good about her position as well. Rook takes rook, the only move for Anna?
Yeah, the only move. The black knight is a bit stuck. No way to defend it. You have to move it if you're not going to trade rooks, but then you lose the b4 pawn. I think you can use a trick to kind of stop white from winning a pawn here, to prevent white from creating two passed b pawns. But you need to trade rooks first, and then you need to leave the knight on c6. Actually trade off the pawns on c3, because at the very end, the pawn is actually running through to the b1 square. We'll see the rook exchange. Will we see Anna Muzychuk trade pawns? We do. And has Lei Ting-Jie missed this one? She pauses, suddenly realizing that it's not so simple. She can take the bishop. The blue arrow appears, maybe the only way to keep the advantage for white in order to prevent the b1 square from being covered.
Wow. And if you take the bishop, black takes the pawn, the rook will move to that queening square, the knight in the end hanging in that line. Lei Ting-Jie does pause. She's got enough time to work out the tactics in the position. But will she find it? And look at the bar. It's just not giving enough advantage the way it did. It's really dropped for Ting-Jie in the last few moves.
Yeah, it's really not giving, but there's still a lot of play, right?
Not giving.
Yeah, there's still a lot of play, right? Because the clock situation is precarious for Anna. There you can see big time difference. But knight takes bishop, and you have the advantage of the bishop pair. And if you capture the pawn, then there's still questions for black. You know, white can still build that position up gently.
Well, you can be a piece up here if you want. If you take that bishop, you're a piece up with white. If you take the knight next, the problem is the black pawn on b2 is going to be super strong. And, okay, she chooses not to allow that pawn to exist.
But a mistake by Anna.
Dropping back. Maybe she should have retreated her knight, kept the knight in play. This does look like an awkward pin to deal with. How does white take advantage now? Still not obvious, though.
Not at all. And she just keeps pushing that pawn, wants to create that passer, get that rook next on to the d1 or the a6 square to put pressure on black's pieces. Bishop c5 coming in. I just think it's so much easier to be white here to put these threats simply because of that knight on d6. It's a monster.
Fully agreed. And although Lei Ting-Jie might not have played the most accurate moves, she's still got a very, very pleasant position. And it's all about the clock, of course. It is Armageddon.
She's also playing to flag Anna Muzychuk here, you know, and every move by black is just so difficult. Anna does attack the rook, so two options. I would be so tempted to place that rook on that central line, as Ting-Jie does as well. Now threatening knight takes pawn.
Yep. And this is a c-pawn, right? There's a blockade going on for black, but white is slowly playing to break it down. Knight takes e4. Knight can move, and there's going to be some discovered attacks against this bishop. So Anna has to play. Oh, that's a nice move. Comes with tempo, attacking the rook. And all black needs to do is somehow get the knight out of harm's way and then activate the rook. But the c-pawn is going to start motoring, and big moment, right? Knight has to jump into the middle.
The most natural move, though, I would say,
it is.
With some big threats, forking the king and rook. If it gets to the e2 square, maybe this knight needs to be removed right now, or you need to push your pawn forward to cover the e2 square. Lei Ting-Jie, she's really played some complacent moves. It's got to be said, but she's maintaining her clock advantage 5 versus 1 in terms of minutes here.
And I think that's the explanation for it, that Ting-Jie is playing as much on the board as she is on the clock. You know, she's fine making not the best move in the position as long as she's got an advantage and trying to flag Anna. Now, knight and bishop versus the bishop pair, and you've got an extra pawn, still everything to play for. With a minute and a half on the clock, this is going to get tougher and tougher for Muzychuk. And just a quick update. Wei Yi has not made a move since we left that game last. We will wait for this one to finish before we jump back to it, but he's down to 25 minutes in that position. Unbelievable.
Tick-tock goes the clock.
Yes.
On all boards, the Armageddon most of all. And I've got to say, this is the best position Anna Muzychuk has had since move 5 or 6. So momentum on her side, but being a pawn down, still not going to be easy. It is going to be all about the clock. Lei Ting-Jie needs to improve the quality of her moves, though, if she's going to win this game. It's not just going to be the speed that counts. There will be an increment a bit later.
And you can't just go pushing that a c-pawn yet, because that knight on e4 will be put under fire. Get rid of that defender. You end up losing c5. So you need to time that push very carefully.
Yeah, it's probably time to chase away the bishop, and sure enough, it gets kicked back. I'm expecting the knight to start asking questions to that light square bishop, knight to g5 perhaps, because what you want to be doing is also mobilizing the rook. And the rook on c1 isn't a good piece.
Yeah, white's bishop, white's rook both stuck. So process of elimination, either you move your king, maybe you slide it across one square, looks fine, or you start trying to improve the knight, gain a bit of time in the process. If she invested this 1 or 2 minutes that she's been spending on the last couple of moves, if she invested it a bit earlier, I think she would have won on the spot. But yeah, it's so hard to find the balance, the rhythm, the perfect time usage in Armageddon.
But the one thing about the Chinese players is they're just so incredibly practical, you know, on the board. And I think for Ting-Jie, she just wanted to make sure that Anna gets low on the clock. And there's still everything to play for, still a big chance of flagging her. All the pieces, not all, but a lot of pieces on the board. And as long as she can avoid those trades, I think Ting-Jie's got a big opportunity in this one. Anna does fall back with the bishop. c4 attacked. You can't push that pawn. And you can't repeat with rook c1.
Yeah, you can repeat once.
Just twice, maybe.
Or twice. Yeah, you can go back with the rook. Anna will bring her bishop back to the center, and then you have to find a new plan. Bishop takes pawn, though, is sometimes met by a knight fork, the white knight coming in. So tactics starting to appear. That would have been the solution if Anna had taken the pawn on the last move. She jumps in with a check. She's going to plant her knight in the center, most likely, next move.
Blocks the attack. And now the big question is that do you trade and rely on an opposite color bishop ending to hold that position? I think Anna's not going for that. She reaches for the other bishop.
She just wants to hold the dark squares.
And she's playing really fast, by the way. The clock's now just about a minute and a half advantage there.
Yep, and it's not easy for Lei Ting-Jie to start asking questions. Okay, she's attacked the bishop, bishop moves, and it's so nice to see Anna speed up. Yeah. She needs to.
Also, Tingje so far has been the Armageddon queen in Norway Chess, winning both her first games in the Armageddon format. But this one, tough.
And the way she defeated Juanjun in the first Armageddon was very different to this, we should mention. That was very tactical, very brutal, direct chess. And yeah, against Vaishali, also kind of she had control. She was on the attack for most of it. Here, it's a very technical endgame, and she does look a bit nervous. 2 minutes versus 1 now.
Because you know you've had the upper hand throughout the game, right? And you've had this huge time advantage, and now the upper hand's gone and the time advantage dwindled away. So it's the pressure's building up on Tingje, and you can see it.
Got to move. G4 is the most natural, tempting move in the position, but it does leave the white king a bit open, maybe to the bishops on the diagonals. What else? She needs a plan. Just make moves. King F1, just do something.
This is that moment like how Hikaru had that frozen moment in his match against Magnus. Magnus had it as well, but finally, Tingje does go rook d2 and Anna hitting the under 1 minute mark, but she's really sped up now.
She certainly has, and just note how she immediately secures the bishop on f5 by advancing the h-pawn. And now the ball is back in Lei Tingje's court, and she has to find a way to improve her position.
She has not played this well, unfortunately, Lei Tingje. Like, it's hard to find a move now for white, even. It's hard to find a plan. At some point, the black rook is going to start mobilizing and maybe coming in. Okay, she locks things down in the center, keeps the black rook honest. But now Anna Muzychuk improving her position every move. Lei Tingje hasn't been doing so.
And there's this blockade, right, on c5. How do you even get rid of that? How do you remove that bishop from there? Bishop a6 can always be met by rook to c7, and you still maintain the contact. Unless you can start advancing that c-pawn. And David, you're highlighting an idea of trying to trade, and she does go in for that, so great call there.
But, okay, she has to be a little bit worried because black is reigning supreme on the dark squares, and it's the white king there on g1, which is looking a little bit shaky. If black were to mobilize the rook, then, okay,
can you just take it?
Rook takes pawn.
Rook takes pawn.
Knight e6 check.
And the king moves.
f6.
King f6, and rook takes bishop, pawn takes knight.
It's an immediate draw for Anna Muzychuk, or a draw an endgame at least. And she's actually up on time, Anna Muzychuk, right now. She's up a few seconds on the clock.
Goodness. But she needs to take a decision. Just rook takes pawn. And she reaches out. She's going to do it.
She takes it. Level on time now. Lei Tingje has lost all of her advantage. No real way to play on either without taking risk because of the white king, as Jovanka mentioned. This one, Anna Muzychuk is going to maintain her lead in the tournament if she wins.
20 seconds. She's got no time. But it doesn't matter. A draw or a loss is the same result for Tingje.
Yeah, and the clock's ticking down to 15 seconds. And she goes into this rook 3 against rook 3. And this is just a draw. And Lei Tingje in a must-win situation with less time on the clock.
Need a miracle to win this, Tanya.
And it's not going to exist with 6 seconds on the clock. What a turnaround this one has been, right? Completely in driver's seat, Tingje was from the very start. Such good attack, such good progress was made, and then just playing the clock bungled it all away.
Yeah, Anna Muzychuk, fantastic defense, though. Calmness under pressure. We were talking about a lost position with 1 minute on the clock. She's still got 30 seconds left. Repeating the moves, quick moves, 1 second increment. That is the key now, and that should be enough for the draw. No pass pawns. That's the problem in rook endgames. If you don't have a pass pawn, you nearly never win.
And, well, Lei Tingje managed to get it up to 6 seconds on the clock, but now she just has to roll the dice and just take risks. But it is Lei Tingje who is struggling with just seconds left.
I mean, Anna might even just win this endgame. The rook comes in, you can't trade. Look at that, she's panicking, pieces are falling.
Okay. Yeah, you can't trade because white has a protected pass pawn on the g4 square.
Nerves.
Offering a trade again. King of pawn endgames, if the pawn landed on g3, were a draw. So Lei Tingje couldn't capture. Oh, she's going to drop a pawn, though, if she wants to win. This one, Anna's so close now. The h3 pawn's so weak. The repeating moves. And it's a handshake. It's a draw.
Oh, and it is a win in terms of Armageddon for Anna Muzychuk with that draw. So she walks away with 1.5 points, and it is 1 point from Lei Tingje. Lei Tingje so close to winning that Armageddon, not quite managing to put the ball in the back of the net.
Yeah, what a fantastic game it was. You can almost divide it into two halves. The first half, Tingzhe played incredibly well, but then the moment she started trying to take advantage of Anna's clock, it all move by move fell apart. And Anna, incredible defense and resourcefulness.
Yeah, massive advantage. Could have been a pawn up if she'd found the right way, and she was 5 minutes up on the clock. But yeah, Anna Muzychuk staying calm, taking her chance, defending really well when it came. And okay, first result, first Armageddon in the books. Still 5 games going in the classical portion, though.
Yes. And big ones, big developments on all our boards. Let's take it from that top row right there. And each game, very hot in action. We can see Wei Yi, he's down to 23 minutes on the clock. Magnus Carlsen with almost a 30-minute advantage on that clock. Rook d5 was the move of choice. Arjun, Fabiano, equally exciting there this endgame is. And of course for Hikaru and Gukesh, still in the balance, I want to say. But I see the bar, it shot up in Gukesh's favor. Should we check in with that one first?
Yeah, big updates on all of the boards, actually. So let's go to the world champion and see whether he can press home an advantage against Hikaru. We said that was level, but just this last move was a mistake from Hikaru. According to our engine, we see a question mark appear. Hikaru looking very relaxed, though, so...
Should we back up a little bit? We left it at rook to f4 when Hikaru offered the rook trade. What happened then? Because where did the a-pawn disappear? Did he get an a5 in?
He did, and it was just the moment we left it, actually. Rook to f4, we were praising, getting rooks off the board. a5, I think a great practical decision by Gukesh. That was a long-term weakness for white on a4. Why not trade off your weakness, undermine your opponent's strongest piece? The black knight on c5, on the outpost. Trade of pawns there, now a trade of rooks. And Hikaru... rather than maybe moving the rook to a different square, maybe giving a check, other moves, he offers a trade of rooks. And big question what to do. Okay, rooks come off the board, and it looks like reduced material. It looks like there should be a draw. However, computers do slightly favor the white side right now, maybe because it's two weaknesses, this pawn on a7 and the pawn on e6.
And it's the pawn on a7 that is particularly troublesome in a knight and pawn endgame, for instance. And I'm thinking that maybe Gukesh can get there by making moves such as queen to c4, targeting the unstable knight on c5, and the e6 pawn. But of course, you need to make a safety net for your king.
Yeah, after solving the bank rank problems.
Yes. For some reason, I had assumed that a pawn was already on h3.
Yeah, he wishes. He will have to take a time out. First, I think he'll move his knight forward, as you both mentioned there. The a7 pawn is the target, gain a bit of time, and then it was going to be... It's always hard, g3, h3, h4, what pawn to push, how to give your king some breathing space. But yeah, the white queen coming to c4, the white queen coming to a2 as well, targeting both pawns.
Want to see a fun move, though?
Okay.
Knight to b3?
Ooh, wow.
Doesn't do anything except look fancy.
That's fun. Cool. And it covers the critical d1 square, so you don't get back rank mated.
It was just a tactic. Okay. If knight takes knight, queen takes pawn would have come in with a check, winning that knight back and covering the square that you were earlier talking about. But everyone goes knight c6 every time here.
Tanya, that was a super cool move. I'm going to put it on the board just while Hikaru thinks he's got a lot of time. Knight b3, like, if someone played that against me in blitz, I would freak out. And that is incredible, the shot. And actually, white's winning a pawn unless black's accurate here. Just to put it on the board, knight takes knight. Check, geometry. You come back and you defend the d1 square.
Yeah, that's the key.
Yeah, maybe it's still a drawn endgame, that's the problem. But...
Yeah, but I don't know why the bar didn't like it. I mean, knight b3, what's a defensive resource there? How are you defending the e6 pawn?
I turned on the computer just to answer the question.
Queen d3.
Because...
Queen d3?
Queen d3 is possible, although it's a risky knight endgame. Like this
knight
one.
d4, knight c6.
Ah, this is risky. Although the computer still says draw. So nice spot, your banker. Apparently knight e4 as well. But yeah, good luck finding that.
Well, knight c6 was played, and I think that is the tempting move. That is the attractive move in the position, hitting the queen and the pawn. It's pressure on Hikaru.
Definitely. And he normally defends this. He's such a good defender, right? And he always believes in himself to defend it. I've watched his stream so many times, and I'm like, he's dead lost. He's clearly worse. And he's like, I'm totally fine. I'm going to draw. And of course, he always draws or wins. So, yeah, Hikaru slightly low on the clock, but should be fine with accurate defense.
So the queen needs to move to a square where it defends a7. Doesn't matter because I see 3 possible squares. Yes, you're highlighting them. And I would be kind of tempted to put it on d7 because it also defends e6, it defends a7.
Could you be sneaky? I've taken an inspiration from Tanya's book, and
he does go queen d7.
Want to go queen f6, Ivanka?
Yes.
That would have been cool. Yeah, I could see a world that white kind of put some pressure on, Hikaru gets in trouble, but the problem is, yeah, you just need one more move. If the pawn were already on h3 or g3, you can kind of slide up to e3, you could bring your queen across, win a pawn. Maybe Hikaru's threatening a6 in some positions, just to trade off that weakness. If these two pawns on the queen side disappear, it's a dead draw, even if black loses the e6 pawn in the process.
You know, it's amazing that there are such few pieces left on the board and still the position's so rich with tactics, right? Or whenever there's a knight and a queen, and especially a knight on c6 and these bank rank ideas, you still have to be extremely precise and careful. Should we zoom out of this one and check in with some of our other boards? Because that endgame between Fabiano and Arjun, I think that's got our attention as well. That's the top right board. It's so chaotic with, you know, Arjun's king at the center of the board, the two hanging pawns, as they're called, d5 and c5. Are they a strength or is it a weakness in the position? The knight on d2, why is it even there? And is there a way back home for it?
Yeah, green board, let's go, let's Hulk out. Green with envy, those two players.
Love the Hulk reference.
Those two geniuses. Arjun apparently has just made a mistake and the blue arrow appears. Black's still a pawn up, that hasn't changed, but I mean, it looks like he's playing king of the hill. He's trying to get his king to d5 or e5 to win the game, Arjun. He's backing up these pawns, but apparently the knight may be short of squares here.
The best move marked by the blue arrow there. You can't fall back to c4 because knight takes knight would win a piece, the d5 pawn pinned. Knight b3, would that be the only retreating square? It would be. And then there are some checks to be calculated. What are the chances of a repetition? Knight c4, king c6, knight e5, king d6.
Let's put it on the board.
Let's do it.
Tanya, great spot here. White can give a check due to the pin. The black king has to move. Knight back. Check, check. And
check it out.
Shake. But is there something better? The bar says there is.
There is.
What could it be? This knight short of, I want to say rook e3, just because c4 is impossible, but black knight does have a runaway
But then
square.
you have bishop c3 as well.
Yeah, true. Maybe rook to b8 defends the knight. What could it be?
Tricky, tricky.
Fabi's definitely seen this position. He's seen one move ahead. But what comes next? That is the big question.
Can I also ask, the bishop on f5 is also short on squares, but it's threatening to swoop into c2. So I'm...
g4?
Yeah, if we go g4, then the bishop comes to c2.
Yeah, and now we give the check.
And now you give the check.
Ooh.
The difference is...
And now you can jump in with your rook, and the d5 pawn hangs.
King d7, rook d6.
Yeah.
And has he made a move, Fabi? He's played the best move, rook to d1. Blue arrow approves.
And we've got knight b3 on the board, so the position that we are looking at, will it be Jovanka's g4 or will Fabi have a different approach? I really like that idea. It's very tricky. Combining that knight c4, but first getting rid of a key defender in the position.
Yeah, that's Fabi's style as well, like direct, concrete. g4 for the score.
Oof.
Don't be a bore, play g4.
Yeah, and does that means that Arjun has to cover the e6 square. So bishop c8.
Yeah.
Tanya, no, it doesn't. Jovanka, give us more.
I never knew you were such a poet. But you know who is a poet? G4 on the board.
Who's a poet, Jovanka?
Yes. Who's a poet?
Who's a poet?
You both are.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh.
It's great to be in the company of such poets, legends of both chess and the word.
I need to dust off my quill and start to...
Yeah, absolutely.
Tanya Wordsworth back in Delhi.
All about those limericks. Okay, right now the bishop under attack. e6 looks so dangerous, just because you're walking into some tactics on the e-file, although maybe possible. And bishop c8, yeah, there's, Jovanka said, definitely on the radar, although not the move you want to play. I think that's a last resort move. Bishop's short of squares.
Okay, bishop e6, let's not panic.
Okay. Maybe we put these moves on the board as Arjun thinks. He's walking a narrow path here to hold the balance. Bishop c2, as we mentioned earlier, loses on the spot to knight c4 check. And it's basically just a attack, even with queens off the board, a mating attack potentially to the black king, which is really going to struggle to survive with the bishop, the rooks, the knight the whole might of White's army coming in. So g4, bishop e6 is the suggestion from Jovanka. And here I'm assuming it's going to be a check. This still looks terrifying because knight b6 is coming too.
Where do you even move with your king? It doesn't matter. You go to d7 or e7. Knight b6 would win the d5 pawn if you don't fall into this fork, for example. Your bishop's pinned now. Maybe there's something stronger, but knight b6, knight d5 looks pretty clean to me.
Yeah, knight b6. You can even take this pawn first. I'm not sure. Both look good. And yeah, definitely walking into the firing line like this, fraught with danger. So, okay, I'm expecting actually the bishop to go the whole way home now.
That's a hard move to make though, right? With your rook on a8, to disconnect the two rooks like that, you just feel like you're losing complete coordination between your pieces.
Yeah, this is scary for Arjun. I think he might have missed or underestimated this.
g4.
G4 idea. Let's say the bishop goes back just while we have the analysis board. Oh, the bar hates it.
Knight c4 anyway?
c4 anyway. The king moves.
Rookies. Oh, sorry, was about to walk into a blunder. Can we take on g7?
Wow, yeah, you can grab a pawn.
And then give a check if you attack the bishop and then save the bishop.
Yeah, now a check.
Yes.
King moves, and then the bishop, I guess, comes this way.
And f4, and then your king gets into a lot of trouble.
This is crazy. Such a strong attack, even with queens off the board, even when black's so strong in the center here.
And these kind of positions are Arjun's nightmares because he's okay being in trouble as long as there are complications on the board, as long as there are tricks and tactics to play for. But here is just Fabi all across the board, you know, coming in with the checks, g7 under fire, the central pawns under attack. Arjun kind of struggling for that counterplay to create that chaos he thrives on.
Well, that is a big question. Can Arjun survive the pressure that Fabiano is putting him under? We are going to go on a short break. And, well, for the subscribers out there, well, you have the privilege of listening to Hikaru's confessional. And after the break, don't go anywhere because we're going to be joined by Anna Muzychuk in the studio.
I gotta admit that a few moves ago I was a bit worried that this game was going to be like a complete dud, that just nothing would happen.
That was very quick. Definitely be the final time that I come here. I just felt like coming back, mainly because I felt like finishing the thought from earlier, but also because at this moment I'm a little bit low on time and I don't want to be in here for 5 or 10 minutes. That'll cost me majorly later on due to the time control. But initially, the line that I was really worried about here was this move knight e5, queen f6, f4, rook e8, rook d7. But after queen takes f4, if queen h5, I have rook f8 back. And now there's threat of queen f2 and queen f1 with the classic back rank checkmate, or the ice skater checkmate as we call it on the internet. So I saw that and I thought that was scary at first glance. But then after rook f8, I have knight f7. I've got the passed c pawn. It feels like I should have enough counterplay for the very passive knight on d8. So I think I'm okay there. And if we don't get knight e5 and I'm able to activate my knight to f7, I figure I can't really lose. I can be worse, of course, in this position, but I shouldn't really be able to lose it. So it is a very critical moment. I guess we'll find out again in the next probably 5 minutes. But the fact that Gukesh didn't blitz out something else at least makes me breathe a sigh of relief, because I actually was worried that I might just be missing a simple tactic and losing the game. So long way to go, but for now, at least I feel relatively comfortable, all things considered, versus what could have happened. So I think I'm doing okay.
welcome, and we are back. And as promised, we have a very special guest in the studio with us. We have Anna Muzychuk, and she's ready to share with us her thoughts after her Armageddon victory over Letije. Now, you're the tournament leader. How are you feeling?
Great. It was not such a long day, but it was quite a hard day.
It was a hard day because it was such a tough Armageddon. How was the classical game first?
The classical one was, I think, quite okay for me. I surprised Lei in the opening, and I think she didn't react in the best way, so I didn't have so many problems. But in the Armageddon game, she did pose quite serious problems.
And how were you feeling during that game? Because we did see that you were in trouble in the beginning, and you didn't have so much time, but you managed to hold on.
Yes, I spent much more time than she did, and I didn't like my position in the beginning, and later on I lost a pawn, but I thought I have some compensation, so I just kept on playing, and I think she wasn't sure like how to continue, how to convert her advantage, and later on somehow, yeah, with the bishop pair, then I started to realize, okay, I have chances in this game.
Yeah, and a great game, and also loved your insights while you were in the confessional booth, your first time in there today. Now we've seen, some of the players, they really enjoy sort of being in there, sharing their thoughts. But today we had you and Juanjun from the women's section from the first time. How do you actually like and find the confessional booth? And don't worry, we won't tell anyone. You can see exactly what you want.
Yeah, only the viewers, and then it will be shared everywhere. What can I say? It's the only tournament where we have this, yeah, and it's not. We are not used to it. So, like when we are playing the game, we are too much focused on the game that we don't think about going there and sharing some thoughts. But sometimes, like when the opponent thinks for too long, then you're like, okay, there is this possibility, so that we can share some thoughts. And it came out of the sun because I went to this room where we can take a rest, and then I saw the openings, and they were so fascinating that I was like, okay, I have something to share.
Well, we're so happy you did that. But do you think that's the reason that perhaps some of the women players are not as comfortable? Because especially, I think, for our top female players, this is a very new, innovative thing which doesn't exist in many tournaments.
It doesn't exist anywhere. So, yeah. We're not used to it, and well, it it takes a bit of your concentration, so it's not so easy. But maybe if you do it like every day on a constant basis, then it comes like very natural, like for Magnus or for Hikaru. Yeah?
We've actually seen a pattern so far. People who've entered the confessional booth, nobody's lost a classical game so far. So
in this tournament or in the previous one?
So far, after 3 rounds.
Okay, it's good that I didn't start with the bad tradition.
And Anna, I know you've been asked about this a lot. The Norway Chess sweater has seemed to bring you luck today. I just want to know, who do I talk to get one? Because Jovanka has one, Tanya has one. Nobody's set me up one.
You just go downstairs and there is.
He's tried everything.
I'm trying to get one for free.
I tried when they just introduced the sweaters, and there was no even a women's tournament. I just saw it on the shop, and I was like, I want to have it. And then they came up with the women's tournament, and they invited me, and I was so happy that on the first day when I came here, I was like, okay, where is the sweater? I want to buy it. I want to get it.
But that's the funny thing, right? Because David's been invited about 7 times. Still no sweater for him.
I guess I'll have to invest.
Well, you have to ask at least.
And, well, I want to go back to the playing venue, and you mentioned there that you were looking in the players' area, you were looking at the other games. What's it like playing on the same stage with Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru, and all these other great players?
Okay, now I'm used to it because sometimes we have some tournaments where we all play together. But I remember the first tournament, it was like a little bit, like, Magnus is watching your game. Maybe you shouldn't make like something very stupid. But yeah, now I think we don't pay attention to it. But it's great that we have mixed tournament, men and women together in one hall, and that we are both following each other's games, so I like it.
Yeah, and have you had any of the other players come up to you and discuss your game? Like, have you had Hikaru say, hey, great game, nice tactic.
Hey, great game, nice tactic, Anna.
Okay, during the game you can't do
not
that.
during the game.
We'll do it in the studio. Great game, nice tactic.
I meant afterwards, because because we obviously were looking at your games, and every day we do notice on the camera that Magnus, Hikaru, they are watching your games, they're following along.
I think they are following every game because it's like also like top women's event, and sometimes we may also come up with some ideas, especially in the opening. So yeah, maybe they are just interested, like mainly about the opening phase, I think.
Yeah.
And,
well,
sorry, go on, Jovanka.
Yeah.
I was going to ask Anna, while we have you here in the studio, if any of the remaining 5 games catch your eye. What interested you most during your games when you were looking in the playing hall? You mentioned fascinating openings in all of them. Which one are you most excited about of the remaining games?
I was really curious about Caruana's game because the line he played, and I think he surprised Arjun. And well, I see the bar that Caruana is better, but the game is so complex that it's hard to say. But it's very interesting.
And I just want to add to that game, David, your move of retreating the bishop all the way to c8 has been the move of choice by Arjun. So definitely a fascinating endgame. And what do you make of the Gukesh-Hikaru one? Because we've got one who's at the top of the leaderboard and Gukesh still, with his 2 losses. So a big one for both these players. What do you think about the position in that one?
Well, Gukesh is pressing from the very beginning. I didn't like Hikaru's position so much. Then I thought, like when this exchange operation with knight e4 started, I thought that maybe, well, he will exchange a lot of pieces and some pawns, so he has drawing chances. I still think that his drawing chances are quite good, but Gukesh is pressing.
Anna, because we've got you here, I have to ask you. The computer says the best move and the only move for Hikaru here, we can see the blue arrow, is knight a4. Now, from a human perspective, and explain that to us, because I think a lot of us, and in chat especially, don't understand how difficult moves are like that. Once you see it, sure, it's easy to say computer likes this best. But knight a4, do you think, how hard is this move to make on the board? And would it be on your sort of candidate moves, and how would you look at it?
It could be. I mean, when you see it, you understand the idea, because black has 2 weaknesses. Why in general black is worse? Because there are 2 weaknesses, and black's skin is a bit worse. So this is the problem. And knight a4, I think the idea is maybe sometimes to play knight c3. Or maybe to go very passive, like knight b6, knight c8. I don't like it so much, but it's like the idea to defend the pawn, and it may help. Because the knight on c5 is not stable, and it's really important, like when not so many pieces are left, the knights should be stable and not so easy attacked. So knight a4 makes sense.
I would just find this move so hard to make. Like the knight on c5 looks like a beautiful piece, and to put it at the corner of the board.
Yeah, but it's like a hanging piece, and you put it on the corner just for one move. It's not like it will stay there for a very long time.
To reroute itself.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would think of it ever, unless you force me to sit there and actually calculate and actually process of elimination. There aren't so many moves. I would say maybe the most natural is to like something like queen b7. Probably you start by calculating a6. You see that doesn't work. And
a6 is the first idea. Yeah, if it works, then it's like great. But I think queen c4, yeah?
Yeah, queen c4, kicking the knight. And yeah, it just feels like Hikaru is walking a tightrope. He's under 20 minutes. Not going to be easy.
Do you think that Hikaru will manage to draw that game?
I think he can, yes. I don't know, but but I think the chances are quite decent.
How many Armageddons do you think there'll be in the remaining 5 games? Because we've been having a bet every day how many Armageddons there'll be.
Can you show, please, all the boards? So, well, Magnus is pressing, but it's also quite difficult to win this. I don't know. But maybe there we will have one.
That's one more.
Okay, I believe that in the among the other 2 games, one will be decisive and maybe one will be Armageddon. So I think 2 there. And I think Juanjun will be Armageddon.
Whoa.
And Humpy, maybe she will convert this.
So how many in total, counting yours?
So
4.
1, 2,
2 in each
4.
section.
But one is gone.
Yeah,
I
one
hope
is gone.
One's gone. For today's prediction, he had it at 2 Armageddons. I had it at 3, and Jovanka had it
I
at
want to
4.
give you a high five.
Good
yeah,
luck.
we did it.
But it doesn't matter for you. Like, oh no, it matters because they don't start at the same time.
Yeah.
Yes.
It matters. Our pride is on the line here,
Exactly,
Anna.
and I haven't quite won a single one. But thank you, Anna, for joining us here on the studio. It was a lot of fun, and congratulations once again for winning your Armageddon game against Lei Ting Jie, and we wish you the best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
And great sweater.
And there we see Hikaru Nakamura has to put his knight on the edge of the board in order to maximize his chances for holding this position. And it's no easy task. Once you see the move, the path is illuminated, but it is very, very difficult indeed.
And that's what Anna said as well, right? Because it's marked, you can understand the idea, you can go deeper. But also for me, it wouldn't be something that I would be thinking about unless someone sort of guided you to that mark. And the fact that Hikaru has taken such a long think, 15 minutes on this move, just shows how incredibly hard it is, despite barely any pieces on the board.
Trying to read his body language. It looked like he was ready to move Hikaru. I think he's going to play queen to b7. I don't think he's going to move his knight. Just to mention as well, out of curiosity, I checked why knight a4 was so good, and you have to be willing to give up a pawn and just calculate so far into the future. I don't think it's findable. After knight a4, white can play queen to e5. White will next play queen b8 and take the a7 pawn, and you have to go hunting for counterplay with your own queen, your own knight. It's so difficult at this point. Hikaru's shaking his head. Under 20 minutes. I think he's going to go passive. I think he's going to put his queen on b6 and just sit and hope. And it might not be enough. Computer says it's a massive difference between top move and second best move.
Well, it's so fascinating because like your hunting for counterplay is relying on a very specific mating pattern or checking patterns. That's the word I wanted. And it's what I'm thinking is you put the knight on e2 and the queen on d1, and now the white king starts to look a little bit shaky.
You need your knight round to where the queen is currently sitting. So when the white queen goes off, actually maybe we just put this on the board, this one variation, just to show what might be going through Hikaru's head. Because knight a4, one of the many tempting moves for white. I think there's multiple, like queen e3, queen c2. Queen c2 as well just forces the black knight to go back to a passive square, as Anna said. But queen e5, let's say, you can't go passive now, we should mention, because if you try to defend your pawn in this passive way, whoops, queen takes knight and you get forked. This is a real problem. So you have to go active, essentially. And in this position, knight to b6 apparently only move first. Check. King moves. You give up this pawn. Now you bring your queen in with a check. Now you give another check. And at the very end of this variation, you have to see that your queen attacks this pawn.
Wow. And defends the knight and attacks the other pawn. I mean, this is incredibly hard. And the move that you really want to make in that starting position is dilute the queen side completely, right? You really want to make that work. And what happens is you just try so hard to make it work. Right. A6, because you know if it does, that's it. You solved all your problems.
Yeah.
But yeah, white has multiple moves. Queen c4, maybe queen e5, hitting this knight, and apparently no good moves. Apparently this is over immediately, unless you find knight d3. And this might be what Hikaru is calculating this position. And here, white has only one winning move. I actually think Hikaru is going to play this.
A6?
I think he's going to play this.
It's so tempting, right?
I don't know if I would ever see white's winning move here. I've cheated. I've seen it on the screen. I've looked at what the computer says, but...
Wow. Is it to...
I'm going to ask you to guess.
Knight e7.
Whoa.
Knight e7, queen takes, and then you take the pawn?
Yeah, this is what I wanted to do, but then the queen comes to c5, and you
F2.
get f2.
You're on the right. You're on the right path. It's all about this move.
But how to make it work? And
one winning move. Everything else is equal immediately, by the way.
And it just goes to show how difficult it is, right?
And has he played? Not yet. He's down to under 15 minutes now. Queen f8 you're pointing out with the idea of knight e7 and queen g8 checkmate.
This is over. So if Hikaru makes the move a6, he's going to lose. I think Gukesh finds that.
What are the chances that he does figure out knight a4 though? I mean, that's the big question, right?
I think it's very difficult because the whole concept of knight a4 wasn't actually to go forward with the knight to c3, to e2, what I wanted to do, but it was actually to set up a blockade with the knight on b6 and the queen on c5. That's like passive defense and giving up a pawn to do it. It's very, very hard.
This is such a big moment. I mean, a6, the most natural move, the move that you really want to make. Your heart wants to make it, your hand wants to make it, your brain wants to make it. How do you fight all three?
Right. And you're going to do anything to play it, right?
Yeah.
And he's shaking his head. So maybe he has seen a6 losers by force. And, I mean, otherwise you just play it and you hope and you think you're drawing. It's like Hikaru's confessional earlier. He might have tempted fate, Hikaru. When he went into the confessional, he said, either I'm losing on the spot or it's going to be a draw. It feels like that kind of moment again for him right now.
And Gukesh is completely locked in while Hikaru takes his long thing. Gukesh is calculating through the labyrinth of variations with what happens after a6 because he's got to have a lot to figure out as well after that. Yep. Not an easy one for both these players. And no move yet.
12 minutes. Hikaru must be panicking. You don't want to get down to 2 minutes in this type of position. It's just, yeah, you have no chance if you're down on time.
And he's got 10 moves to go, That's just barely over a minute.
That's just...
Not even?
Yeah, just to get 10-second increment. You need to survive 10 moves from here till then.
He keeps shaking his head. He's not liking what he's calculating. He's not liking what's going on inside his head.
No, and it's a huge moment, as you say there, Tanya. Maybe he's just going to go for a waiting move.
Pure panic from Hikaru. I could see him playing queen b7, just putting the queen on b6 and just waiting. Just solidify everything.
It's almost like everything he sees, he doesn't like any of it. All the moves that he's working out in his mind, something's stopping him, but he knows he has to take a decision.
And you know exactly what happens when you're in that scenario. You calculate alternatives, you calculate, you burn the time on your clock, and in the end, you randomly end up playing anything.
Yes. Yeah. And it never turns out to be the right move in any
case. It turns out
case.
to be a huge blunder.
Yes.
So this is such a big moment.
21 minutes in the tank here. Hikaru's down to 11 minutes left on the clock.
He did this in the Armageddon yesterday, right? Took 3 minutes and played queen to b2. Yeah. A bad move. This is what happens. You take too much time, the brain, it gets fogged up. You're anyways going through the variations. It's a one big fog in there.
Despite the fact this is an endgame, a very technical endgame, a lot of it is down to calculation. So I do think Gukesh, if he gets a clear chance, he's going to pounce. He's going to take it. He's still got a lot of time, 33 minutes. This is the best position Gukesh has had all tournaments so far on both board, but more importantly, on the clock.
100% agree. And Gukesh is so hungry for that first win. And if he can do it against Hikaru, he bounces right back into the tournament because he beats a player who's actually played some of the best chess we've seen at Norway Chess.
Yeah, absolutely. He beats the #2 in the world, Hikaru Nakamura, and he does it in a quite convincing way as well. But Gukesh has to get there, right? He has to see into the future and understand that there are some checkmating ideas abound with the queen and knight. And Hikaru...
He's about to play. What do you think, David? Where is he about to reach out? Is it the pawn or the knight?
Something on the queen side.
Yeah, all the 3 pieces are on the queen side, David.
Play king h8.
No king h8 happening, guys.
I think he's reaching for the knight.
Knight a4 would be so classy by Hikaru if he's worked this out.
I think he's going for the knight. He's looking at the knight.
Oh, God, he's so... The indecision...
he moves queen d6.
Queen to d6. Apparently a huge mistake from Hikaru. There weren't many good options, we should mention. It was only really moving in the knight across. This loses a pawn. He's giving up the pawn on a7, which could and maybe should be taken right now. What is his plan? That's a shock. He's just giving up a pawn for free.
Does he want to go queen b6, attack that knight, but the b5 pawn is defended?
Yeah, maybe he wants to go knight a4, knight b6, set up some kind of blockade.
But it's a free pawn still. You want to do that, you do it with the queen on d7.
But I think he'd rather have a knight on a7 rather than the white queen coming into e4, e5.
That is bizarre. Unless he wants to go like queen e7 and take the h4 pawn, but that looks irrelevant.
I mean, with that b5 pawn 3 steps away from queening, h4 is really not where your side has to be. And Gukesh, does he smell blood in this position? Does he feel that this is where his opportunity lies? Look at him.
He's been so impressive today. Like the calmness that Gukesh has shown with his moves, his manner, just everything off the back of 2 consecutive losses. It's been so impressive. But yeah, this is the hardest bit. This is converting against one of the big dogs. That is the hardest thing in chess. But taking the pawn, I think that's the easiest thing in chess. Taking a free pawn, no real consequences to that.
And Gukesh really cannot mess this up. You know, against this field, these kind of chances are far and few. You don't get these opportunities. He's got it against Hikaru. He has to maximize it. He must win this. It's so much about also restoring his pride, getting his confidence back. And apart from that, critical points at stake.
Yeah, the weight is almost unbearable here. Knight takes pawn is what we expect from Gukesh, but he's probably just taking some moments to readjust, because I'm sure that Gukesh was calculating a6, forcing moves, sliding over the queen to b7. Never in his wildest dreams did he think about queen to d6, covers the e5 square, but doesn't defend a7.
Yeah, I'm shocked. Still struggling to understand this move.
And I think this is a very psychological reaction by Hikaru, right? He wants to make a6 work. He spends 15 minutes calculating that. I don't know if knight a4 was on his radar or not, but he really tried to find a way to play a6, figures out it's not working. You know, he kept reaching out, pulling his hand back, and then eventually, out of panic, you see the clock, you need to make a move, and it's a random decision. Queen to d6. And look at it, you can see that he's not happy with that decision.
The emotion just overcoming him, overwhelming him almost there, Hikaru. But now he needs to dig deep. It's still not over. Knights are so tricky, queens are so tricky, but Gukesh calculating.
And the trickiest of them all is Hikaru.
Yeah, I was going to say it would be a great birthday present as well for Gukesh, because in India, it's coming close to May the 29th, and that would be Gukesh's 19th birthday.
I think that if, you know, there was a genie in the bottle that asked Gukesh, what is the one thing you want for your 19th birthday? He'd say, I want this point. I want to win today in the classical against Hikaru.
And then if he wins quickly tomorrow when it's still his birthday, he's like won 2 great games on his birthday. What a treat. What a gift. And yeah, I can't believe he's still going to be a teenager, even with this birthday. He's achieved so much already, like more than most people
and
dream
just
of.
like convincingly achieved it, right? Winning the candidates, the way he did it, his Olympic gold, team and individual, and then of course becoming the world champion, the youngest ever.
2 great Olympiads. Like most people don't even debut for their country until they're much older, but 2 great Olympiads in a row, candidates world championship.
And this story of Gukesh and Hikaru have so much in it, right? There's so much sort of skin in it, because candidates, it really came down to a fight between these 2 players. And somewhere, it was Gukesh who snatched it away from Hikaru, his opportunity to fight for the world championship.
Yeah, they actually met in the final round of the candidates with these colours. Nakamura needed to win, though, and ultimately, he couldn't.
It ended in a draw, and that was good enough for Gukesh after the Fabi Yan game also ending in a draw. So really, it's a rivalry, though a clash of generation. There's a huge storyline here.
Yeah, and while Gukesh worries about whether to munch that pawn or not, it looks like Fabi with a huge advantage. Humpy also with a decisive advantage. She's maintained that against Sara Kadem, so maybe we go there a bit later. But right now, we have to jump to Fabiano Caruana, because there's an only move, apparently, or a clear best move for white here. The computer says only winning move for Fabiano to find. He's the exchange up. He needs to bring his rook to e8 to pin the black bishop. Is that easy or not? There's a pawn hanging as well.
But I think it relies on the idea that if you do take it with the check, the king steps up, hits the knight, and then the second rook goes in and really doubles down on that bishop on c8. You are paralyzing black's bishop, rook, and the king on c6, almost in a mating net.
Yeah, I would say that would be normally very, very apparent. But on the other hand, black has these passed pawns, the c4 pawn that could start motoring. So I don't think that this whole idea is necessarily that easy to spot.
Yeah, it's not obvious. Maybe we just do a quick action replay because Fabi suddenly the exchange up, and we were last here only 3 moves ago. We saw earlier pawn to g4, very strong move, and the first real mistake from Arjun of the game, the biggest mistake so far, dropping his bishop the whole way, allowing a knight check. The king has to sidestep. The black pawn was pinned there. Now he grabs a pawn, hitting the rook, and realizing, as we showed earlier, that rook moving, a check, and the bishop coming round now is extremely dangerous for the black king. Erigaisi, Arjun here, he decided to gamble. Pawn takes knight. Maybe not objectively the best move, but a practical try. Giving up material and now planting a very strong knight in the center.
I think, David, if the rook was to slide over, it's really not about taking that pawn on f3 and giving white the time, but Jovanka's idea, what happens if black just advances c3, which needs to be looked into? Because knight e2 comes in, I mean, there's a rook on e8, but in case you ever move that away, yes, you've got to take that square under control.
Yeah, king moves. This looks like the most human move to me. I'm still a bit scared of like knight here, but then I guess maybe white's in time with some kind of attack.
Yeah, there's like rook d6, rook e7, rook b6. I went to b7, king to b7, but king c7 makes a lot of sense.
Where's the win? Feels like checkmate somehow.
It really does, right? Like you're so close.
But black's also so close. I'm going to be a bit sneaky here. Oh, wow.
Tough?
I still don't understand it, but rook to d3.
Oh, so not a checkmate, but probably just winning that. Wait, you're not winning it after c2?
What?
Check on e7 first? Is that the point?
Check. King moves.
So you can't go to the b file because you lose the knight with the check. And
Isn't it
now
bishop h6?
But black can still promote. h6, black makes a queen. This is still winning apparently, but this is so difficult. Like, I would not be certain at all here. Maybe just move and then you take this pawn and push, push, push.
Yeah. Yes, it's the pawns on the king's side. But let's get our live board up as the players are trying to calculate all of this. Firstly, Fabi has to find rook to e8. Is it the only move?
Only move that wins. He's still slightly better, apparently, if he moves his king to defend the pawn, for example, or if he defends it with his rook. But actually, moving the king is less appealing because bishop takes g4 is a threat, kind of. And a lot of arrows here, sorry, everyone, but bishop takes g4, and the white bishop is actually attacked by the black rook.
What a day, right? Both the leaders, Arjun and Hikaru, in big trouble in their games.
Yeah, you add Armageddon to the mix. Like, you tell the players that no draws at the end of the day, at least. And suddenly the players take risks. They want to go for it.
Yeah.
Love it.
And I like the fact that everyone has their own agenda. So I do know that Hikaru earlier on offered Gukesh a draw. And Gukesh said, no. He wants to play.
He does. And that is such a champion's mindset, right? After 2 losses, you're playing against a guy like Hikaru. Most people would grab that draw with both their hands and both their legs and all of it. Yeah. But not Gukesh.
Impressive. Great mindset there, great mentality. And Hikaru, yeah, he offered a draw to Fabiano as well. Maybe he was hoping, and there he ended up winning after Fabi rejected it. So maybe Hikaru hoping to just gain a bit of information about how ambitious the opponent's being. But yeah, offering draws doesn't guarantee a draw, unfortunately, in chess.
It's sort of also playing the mind games there, right? You offer a draw to a guy who's struggling in the tournament. You know you're worse, but you're playing on the fact that perhaps your opponent isn't feeling as confident. You take your chances.
Yeah, I've done it myself on occasion, especially against lower-rated opponents. I found if I'm dead lost and I'm like, draw, sometimes they bite, sometimes they say yes. So yeah, it's all about psychology, the draw offer.
Right. And we're talking about psychology. Will Fabi find rook to e8?
Big question. I mean, how long has he been on the think right now?
He's been thinking for a while, but as David pointed out, the alternatives don't look great because black has some concrete threats. First up, it's knight takes f3, check, forking the king and rook. Then it's also bishop takes g4, and suddenly there's a discovered attack against the bishop on f8. So therefore, by process of elimination, rook to e8 makes a lot of sense. You just have to calculate this advance of the c-pawn.
But yeah, that's the thing. If it was that simple, Fabi would have played it by now. But I think it's, again, you know, the three of us here riffing the moves. We've got the blue arrow, our biggest help here, telling us it's the right way forward. But for Fabi, he's got to work all of this out. And that last position, like you said, it's not about figuring out rook e8, but evaluating that end where black has got 2 minor pieces for a rook. and understanding that not only you get that, he reaches for the rook and it's on the board.
He does it, of course.
Great move by Caruana. He paralyzes the black bishop, the black rook in the corner.
Ooh.
But this is just where it begins.
Arjun's ready with his response, and it is the best move for black as well, playing c3, getting the idea of c2 in, getting ready to move that pawn forward, assist it with the knight. What's the follow-up, Fabi? Have you figured this out?
Yeah, this is still anyone's game. I think if Fabi finds 3 or 4 accurate moves, he should still be winning. A big, big advantage here, but not easy. Arjun creating some very, very serious counterplay here. And yeah, yet to be seen if Fabi can get the ball over the line here and yeah, score this all-important victory.
Yeah, and just an update, Gukesh did grab that pawn that was hanging. Not much has happened in that position. My vote would be we bring up the bird's eye view and just do a quick roundup, David, of all that's going on across the board, but perhaps go back to Fabi's.
Yeah, let's do a quick recap. Gukesh against Nakamura, only 1 move in, as you mentioned there, Tanya. Pawn up, though, for Gukesh. Big winning chances. Fabiano, the exchange up, also big winning chances, but much more complicated, that one. On the bottom row, Juanjun against Vaishali. Not too much has been happening there. Still very, very level. I think that game, Armageddon, much as I hate to say it, is the most likely proposition. Although Juanjun maybe with the slightly better of the level position there. And bottom right, Humpy-Saram against Sarakadem. I don't know if we briefly jump in there just to
Let's do it.
Break it down.
Yeah, looks very promising and very strong for white in that one. But Humpy's just been on beast mode from the start. I mean, look at that black king.
Yeah. Look at this black knight, can barely move. Look at the black bishop.
Look at the black rook.
Yeah, both of them.
But in defense of Sara, she's not completely lost just yet. I mean, there's still life in her position.
For now.
For now. And that's enough,
Barely
right?
breathing, right, Jovanka?
True.
I mean,
True, but there's no killer blow.
The heartbeat is faint.
Yes, but it's there. I mean, the bishop on d7, look at the pawn formation that Humpy's taken against that bishop. Her own 2 bishops with the dark square diagonal, you know, landing on e5, the queen coming on to c3. It's a matter of moves, according to me, and I think a player of Humpy's caliber will figure this out.
Yeah, it's not immediate knockout chess, but it's getting close. Yeah, bishop to e5 coming. At some point, white might start lining up on the h file as well. Yeah, it's horrible for black, unfortunately.
And there's just no counterplay at all. There's no threat, not a single threat that you're able
I completely agree with you, but the fact that there's no knockout blow immediately, in my mind, says...
You're alive.
Still alive, still a chance for Humpy to go wrong.
Alive, but not kicking.
Yep, that may be. I know, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, Humpy has a beautiful position.
Yeah.
You know, like as you guys mentioned, you know, she has the power to switch over to the H line with her rooks. Her pieces are firing on all cylinders, but Sara's still alive.
She can somehow trade off knights as black and then kind of plant a bishop on this diagonal. Then survival, definitely realistic. But yeah, for now... Okay, Humpy still needs to do the hard work. We always say it's the toughest thing, converting this type of an advantage.
Yeah, if I was black in that position, I would beg for a queen trade with a move like queen to b3 and hope that Humpy just takes it. But I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, the queen trade. I think Sara is in big, big trouble in that one. We bring up our bird's eye view one more time. Gukesh with a winning advantage. Fabi with a winning advantage. Magnus-Wei Yi in the balance. Humpy with a winning advantage. And Juanjun-Vaishali might be heading into an Armageddon as well.
Oh, I'm slightly more confident now. I think Magnus earlier had a big advantage, by the way. He's bungled it slightly. That one now much more tense. But if Magnus had been able to convert his advantage, the Armageddon might have gone in my favor.
How? You said...
Can we dive in?
Yes, let's do it.
And check out that blockbuster of a match, because Magnus in great shape, white pieces, Wei Yi been having a tough time of it, I would say.
Yeah, currently there's only been 1 Armageddon, 3 winning positions for white. So it looks like 3 is the magic number. I was saying if Magnus had converted the advantage he had earlier, it would have been 2.
But he didn't.
But he didn't.
It goes on, but this has all the makings of a potential Magnus grind, as endings usually do. And of course, the Juanjun-Vaishali also very much in the balance. But how much of the Magnus touch can you see in this one?
I see a lot. Magnus loves putting his pawns like as deep into the enemy territory as possible. H5, knight on G6. If, ladies and gentlemen, we see a white rook land on F8, that is indeed mate. Rook on F8 is always mate. And yeah, right now the big problem is you're about to be a pawn down as white.
You know, I've heard that before from you. You're always like, knight on F8, there's no mate. Rook on F8, there's mate.
I just made that one up just for now.
Can we backtrack a little bit? Because we left it with Wei Yi taking a huge think, you know, and playing rook to d5. Now the queens are off, a set of rooks have left the board. And maybe we can backtrack and see what happened exactly.
Yeah, Wei Yi thought for over 20 minutes before playing rook d5. Magnus was up half an hour on the clock, played this move. We saw some toing and froing of the pieces. And here Magnus actually making a big slip, playing rook to c3. Apparently, according to the engine, if he just waits, pushes a pawn to h4, black is so tied up, white has a massive advantage, almost decisive. Black can barely move, simply. But instead, rook to c3 allowed an exchange, relieving the pressure. And now very clever move by Wei Yi, preparing to bring his knight back. And here we saw the white knight kicked off to the side of the board with an h-pawn already on h5. Magnus maybe should have installed it there already. This would have been very scary, but queen to e8, forcing Magnus to retreat, hitting the knight. The king now puts some pressure on this knight. Magnus finally starts to push his pawn up the board, but the queen exchange with a check here, forced by Wei Yi. Magnus backs up his knight just in time, and rook to c4, hitting this pawn. Big moment. I think we need to investigate what happens if the pawn is captured. Maybe Wei Yi will play this move, actually, and we'll see it unfold.
And you know, for rook c1, your idea of rook on f8, always a mate, is met by rook c4. But Magnus might be planning another infiltration. Can you go via the path of b6, d6, d8? Now that the rook is on a4, it's deflected, and you don't have the rook c6 defense. Could that be Magnus's great plan?
Wow.
And is it a great plan?
Yeah, it looks like a great plan, Tanya. I like it.
It's like I have a 5-year plan in life. This is like a 4-point plan. It's like rook b6, rook d6, rook d8. Okay,
and he doesn't go for it. So he doesn't grab the pawn, where he wants to get his king away from that mating net that we were looking at.
This is a 3-result endgame. Like, Wei Yi could easily win this. If Magnus is not energetic with his play, like, the black pawns on the queen side might just roll down the board a bit later. And Magnus could win if he gets his rook in, combines it with the knight. Anything could happen.
Right, but how is Magnus going to drive this position forward? Because if he's just making moves with rook to b6, Wei Yi has a plan. He's going to meet that with king to d7
King to
at
d7.
the right time.
Yeah.
He's a man with a plan.
Yeah, the black king will come. Maybe the black rook can also block if need be. Yeah, Magnus. I mean, the clock situation might be the one thing that.
And how many moves to go?
So 6 moves ahead. So Wei Yi has less than 30 seconds per move until move 40 to get the 10-second increment. Oh, actually, now I've seen the clock. I was too focused on the chess.
Yes.
Now I've seen the clock. I think
Same.
Magnus has an advantage.
Yeah. No, I mean, 10 seconds is barely anything. And this endgame is so incredibly rich with ideas. And he comes back with the knight, attacks e6, a weakness. Will he step up with his king to d7 to defend it? He has this resource, right? Anytime Magnus moves up with the rook, as long as the black rook is on the c file, you go rook c6 and block everything. That's why he's delaying capturing that a4 pawn.
Yeah, you get your king out of trouble and then strive to win the material. But
He looks
Wei Yi?
nervous.
I mean, 2 minutes on the clock playing Magnus, of course he's nervous.
e7.
Now, will Magnus bring his rook in as we expected? Bring the rook to the b6 square, or does he have something else to do?
Do you ever play d5 in such positions?
Sometimes. Yeah, I was wondering about that as well. I think especially if white can somehow sneak the king in later, the white king into the black camp, then pushing d5 makes a lot of sense. I wonder whether he holds it back for now, though.
You know, David, I think that's the reason he's put his king on e7 so that it's closer to the king side pawns and not on d7, because otherwise ideas of d5 and knight e6 as a response to the move e5 would make the king side very vulnerable.
Yeah, I think so too. Also, king d7 might have walked into some knight d3, knight c5 check ideas. But right now, yeah, Magnus, it's all about the clock. If he can put some pressure on, set some real issues just before move 40, then Wei Yi might collapse. This is, yeah, Magnus touch, the endgame grind. He does it like nobody else in history has ever done.
Yeah, but I'm going to argue for Wei Yi. He's got some clear defenses. If the rook comes up to b6, he's going to slide his rook back and offer a trade. And I feel the knight endgame is actually more dangerous for Magnus than it is for Wei Yi. And there's still this idea of going rook takes a4 at the right time and initiating that race, where white's focused on the king side, black has those two passed pawns.
The problem is the race. If white puts a rook on b6, I don't see how you move your pawns.
Well, I'm satisfied with the draw, so I'll go rook c6,
Yeah,
and then you go rook b.
moves.
Yeah.
Yeah, after rook takes pawn, you always go into b6 and start winning the central pawns or push that d5 pawn eventually. But, you know, to your point, Magnus's endgame technique is just insane. You know, there's always there might be a debate about the GOAT of chess, and I think two names stand out, right? Garry Kasparov and Magnus Carlsen. But when it comes to endgame play, I think Magnus is the greatest player of all times. He's just completely pushed the boundaries of chess when it comes to sort of finding opportunities that to mere mortals don't even exist, you know, just the smallest chances and squeezing it all out until the opponent cracks. How many times we've seen the world #1 do that. And I think that was one of his biggest strengths throughout his career, just his endgame touch.
He's always had it. That's the annoying thing.
It's like inbuilt in him, you know. It was like a talent, like a gift given to him. You know, Magnus Carlsen, go, and you will be the best endgame player the planet's ever seen.
Some people are so lucky, aren't they? Okay, he pushes the pawn to g4. He's just arguing that he can keep the tension. Magnus is given a question mark. Maybe there was something even stronger there for white, but this throws the question back to Wei Yi, throws the move back. As we mentioned, rook takes pawn. The white rook will then infiltrate now that there's no way to block it. And 1 minute 50 for Wei Yi to make 5 moves.
Yeah. And the problem is that Wei Yi's position is so harmonious right now. It's you know, the knight on a5 is covering b7, the rook is attacking a4. You don't really want to be touching any of those pieces. You don't want to be advancing with any pawns.
He does reach out. He barely has time.
Wow. Okay, e5.
This is what happens, you know, you've got little time on the clock, inaccuracies start happening. Magnus with enough time to work this out, and we can stay on this where he's got a minute and a half, but I want to point out that Hikaru's also under 6 minutes and in big trouble.
Yeah, I think we do jump, potentially. The Magnus game's going to go on for a long, long time. Wei Yi still holding on despite the clock situation being very dramatic there. But Hikaru looks like he's on the edge. Just clear pawn down, outside pass pawn as well.
And Fabi on top right looks like he's on the brink of victory. Rook c1, it was the best move in the position, wasn't it?
Clever, clever. I think we were suggesting king f2, but that was complicated. But rook c1 actually stopped the move knight to b3, which was the main defensive idea we were talking about. I think Fabi's found an even better move order. If the black pawn, that green board on the top right, if the black pawn, the c pawn moves down 1 square, then king f2, and black is frozen.
Yes. The knight just stuck on d4. We'll have to defend that pawn, and there'll be no improvement there. So Fabi doing great. What do we make of Arjun's chance, Gukesh even, his chances in the position? Yes, the bar stays winning, but with that extra b5 passer, you know, 3 moves away from becoming a queen, how trivial is this position? Though I will add, it's never trivial against Hikaru.
Yeah, anyone else, I would say he's got like a 90% conversion chance, Gukesh, but I don't know, especially if it gets down
like
to
51-49.
Yeah, here it's like 51-49 that he wins or draws. He won't lose, Gukesh, I can safely say.
But he's doing all the right things, because we're always taught in queen endgames you want to be centralizing the queen, you also want to find a safe home for your king, and he's put his queen on f3, he's getting ready to cover the king, and once you've done that, then you can go about pushing your past b pawn.
If he ever gets a knight to g6 as well, just like Magnus did, if you can teleport the white knight over, it's always going to be so many mating ideas around the black king.
Right, it's in the air, right? You've also got knight to e7 is something that Hikaru has to worry about. He can't let go of that square.
The one thing that Gukesh has to avoid at all costs is coming low on the clock. I mean, he's also approaching the 10-minute mark, and that's when it gets really tricky, and Hikaru becomes an even bigger beast, you know, when it's pure time scrambles, that raw speed. Regardless of what's happening on the board, it's the clock and Hikaru Nakamura who does the talking. I mean, yesterday he was Houdini Nakamura against Magnus in both the games, Classical and Armageddon.
This is one area, Gukesh now spending 3 minutes. Like, if it was Magnus with white, he would play like king h2 or something in a heartbeat. He would throw the move back to the opponent. Like, it's not obvious what black's doing next. And then you wait, you're not risking anything. Maybe you put a pawn on h5, and then you just ask the opponent what you're doing. Gukesh is trying to calculate his way to force victory. That's not going to be easy yet. Still a while to go before that happens.
And that means you're just burning your clock, you know, because it probably doesn't exist.
Yep. And we see the bird's eye view. And wow, let's go to the Fabi and Arjun game, because I see a knight on there on e2. So big developments there.
It's a fork. White has 2 rooks on pre. Quick action replay. After the move c3, we saw rook c1. We were praising this move a moment ago. The white rook covers the e2 square. So Arjun deflected that rook away by moving his bishop. Rook takes the rook, the only winning move, but also the most natural move here. And now a knight check. Do you have to be careful where you step? That's the big question. Like, if you step forward to f2, the knight takes the rook. You are in checking distance. The black knight could come back. This pawn is so close. But maybe the saving grace is that at some point the bishop will come back to swoop back to cover this square once you save your rook in the corner. Fabi's thinking about where to go. Maybe he'll even use this square. Maybe it's a safer one for his king, or even go up the board.
Yeah, and that's a nice fail-safe, right? The bishop lands on h6. It can give itself up for a pawn that arrives on c1, and the rook is active enough to do the business, like win h7, and white has a lot of passed pawns on that side of the board.
He moves his king forward to f2, as we predicted. Knight takes rook.
He's going to save the rook and eventually get that defensive resource that you were talking about, as David was bishop h6 to defend, to stop that pawn from queening. He also takes control of the d3 square, so no more checks.
Yeah, great move by Fabi.
As he usually does.
As usual, yeah. And it's actually the g and h pawns. Yeah, it's those ones that are going to win the game for white. He just needs to survive long enough, Fabiano, in order to push these pawns. It takes 3 moves. So you just need to give your bishop up for the black c pawn, most likely when it promotes. And then you push, push, push. Maybe black's not in time.
Yeah. And I think we are going to see that being played out, right? He will move the knight away, probably to b3 or a2 next. Fabi will be forced to give up that bishop, which will defend from the edge of the board. There it is. He plays it with speed. And then it's all about getting that final pawn and then queening your own on the king side. That's going to decide the battle.
Are there any tricky tries from Arjun? Because I feel like if he promotes now, then the white rook just swings over, picks up h7, and the h-pawn, g-pawn, they just go motoring down the board. So is there any way to be tricky? I'm just thinking of c4, c3, try to obstruct that bishop.
c4, c3, put a knight in d2.
Yes, queen then.
And then, woo!
And then queen f1 checkmate somewhere.
Yeah.
But I think it's actually interesting how quick you can be, because let's say white just pushes the pawn. You can't go g5, but h5, then c4 comes in. What is your next move actually here?
I would love to play a move like bishop e3, first of all, to stop the black king moving forward.
Let's go c3 with the idea of knight d2.
Yeah, and then
rook d3 maybe.
Yeah, c3, rook d3.
And then you're targeting the c pawn.
Rooks are such powerful pieces, so flexible, can go on the offensive, defensive in just one move. And by the way, Fabi on a 99% accuracy.
Oh, wow. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Poor Arjun, he's at 93.4, but he's dead lost. Chess is hard.
This seems to be like the kind of trend of Norway chess so far. Like, someone has managed to unleash some opening preparation. It's been tricky, and somehow you've not been able to get, well, the opponent's not been able to get back from that.
Yeah, just high quality chess in general.
And going back to the bird's eye view, because we have to keep an eye on all of the games, so much action is happening on all the boards right now.
I mean, Ivanka, Hikaru's down to 2.5 minutes, a dead lost position. We might be seeing the world champion score his first victory here at Norway Chess over the next few moves. And I mean, should we jump into that one?
Yeah, let's do it. Hikaru looks distraught. He looks devastated. He knows it's almost hopeless. And this is why I didn't understand his move earlier. He's basically got the same exact position he had, but without the a7 pawn. His queen's back on d7, knight back on c5. He's not improved it. Gukesh has had like 5-6 moves for free.
He's just won the pawn, put the knight exactly where it was, also improved the position of his queen.
And, well, okay, he puts his knight on his king on h7.
Your idea now. Get that knight on e7, bring the queen in, give a checkmate on g8. Is it as simple as it looks?
I think it is. I think Hikaru has actually given up. Like, I genuinely haven't seen him this devoid of hope in so long. Normally he's fighting hard. It goes down to the wire. He'll test his opponents, but there's nothing difficult about Gukesh's task anymore. Knight e7, as you said.
And it's unstoppable.
Right, and you can even like reverse the move order, right? You can go queen f7 first and then set up knight to e7. the ideas kind of speak for
It
themselves.
might be stronger because you stop queen h5, which would have controlled that square perhaps at some moment.
We should mention to everyone at home as well, queen exchanges do not save black because knight endgames, the white b-pawn will paralyze the black knight. It's just a one-sided battle. Knight exchanges don't help because the white b-pawn runs through. No exchanges help Nakamura. He's going to be facing a passed pawn as a deflection, and he's going to be struggling on the other side of the board with his king safety.
I think Hikaru is going to be so mad with himself just the way this game has played out after two phenomenal performances in the first two rounds. And I think he really felt he had the psychological edge over Gukesh going into this game and at least believed that it would go into an Armageddon where he becomes a huge favorite.
Yeah.
And then here he is on the brink of his first defeat of the tournament. I mean, Gukesh, it looks like he's 2 moves away from wrapping this up.
Exactly, 2 accurate moves. And it all turned around, actually. The last turnaround, at least in this game, was when Hikaru most recently visited the confessional. He said he thought he was out of it, out of the woods, out of danger, basically. He'd found all the accurate moves. Then Gukesh played the move a5. So clever. And Hikaru underestimated the danger. That's the only explanation for what happened. He traded rooks, went into this horrible endgame where he needed to be accurate. And I think unless you're a computer, you don't defend. Even if he hadn't blundered his a7 pawn or given it away, so hard to defend.
You know what I'm so amazed at is this idea, this mating construction that we're talking about. We had discussed this as an idea with that a7 pawn alive. Over the last few moves, not only has Gukesh won that pawn, but is about to go into this idea which is not even defended anymore.
Yeah.
It's like everything that Hikaru has done, move by move, has made his position worse to the point of losing now.
It's just been a downhill trend, right? And like David says, a5 seems to have come as a shock, and he hasn't reacted very well to that. Perhaps maybe his position was more difficult than first appeared.
Queen f7 or knight e7 look like 2 deadly options for Gukesh. He's about to make his decision. No way that he misses this. No.
This is elementary.
He's going to play
for
queen f7.
Gukesh.
He does.
Okay, queen f7 on the board, knight e7, huge threat. Hikaru in big trouble.
Oh, very on hand reader.
Yeah, as
Strikes
soon as
again.
he lifted his arm, I was like, that's a queen move forward. And here we go. Nakamura shaking his head. He's about to be checkmated unless he trades queens, but that's hopeless as well. Queen to f5 will get the queens off the board, but no chance he survived with the white b-pawn alive.
Is he going to resign? Is he about to resign? You don't fight that endgame, do you? I mean,
I don't think so.
I know he does make a decision. He jumps in with the knight.
Okay.
What am I missing?
Knight e7.
Knight e7.
Yeah, no, what happens? Like, how are you defending g8? Queen d8, queen a8 cannot be a real try?
No, he's just hoping for that one move miss from Gukesh. You know, he's hoping to get some kind of knight e5, but it's not going to be making an appearance. Knight to e7, and Gukesh,
I think he's about to resign.
He's about to play it.
He does, knight e7 on the board. He does come back, defends the checkmate in 1.
Hikaru, just the way he was playing with the pen, he's impatient for this game to end. He knows he's doomed. He can play anything here.
Do you put it in the bank? Do you go queen to g6 and then capture the pawn on e6? Do you even make moves like as b6? Queen takes e6. Don't even give a check.
And if you take the pawn on f2?
Oh, you can give a queen check on f5.
Gukesh, he's ready with his responses. He's calculated his way through. So king h8. And that's it. Hikaru Nakamura resigns. The world champion gets his first win at Norway Chess.
Brilliant play there from Gukesh. And as the players analyze, Hikaru clearly unhappy with himself. But what a power performance there from the young world champion. In control, I would say, from start to finish.
Beautiful win, very smooth, very calm. That was the main thing from Gukesh after the emotion of yesterday. We should mention Hikaru resigned in that final position because after the king retreated, white was going to save his knight with a check and only then take the black knight. And yeah, beautiful win, important win.
And no matter what's the result, this is what we see Gukesh do after every single game. Win or loss, he always sits back, puts the pieces. It's just a tradition he's had, calms himself down, and then gets up. Just incredible maturity, barely any emotion on his face. But I have to say, I think his heart right now is racing.
It's racing, it's pumping. It's a much needed win for the world champion after a tough start here at Norway Chess. He gets off with the perfect 3 points. That's the maximum score you can get for a win, and now he will be going into day 4 with a big smile on his face. Well, there we see 4 games remaining. Still the evaluation bar is having some fun with us in quite a few of those games. With Fabiano, he's doing great. So is Humpy-Saram. Nothing's changing there, but we have a result, and it was a draw between Juanjun against Vaishali. So it is our second Armageddon of the day.
Oof, I've maxed out my quota.
That's it. We just need one more. And then stop the count.
Yeah. I'm confident that Caruana and Humpy are going to take their games,
So
take the wins there.
I have to pin my hopes on Wei Yi saving that endgame against Magnus with less than a minute on the clock.
Yeah. And yeah, we should mention Gukesh, his birthday in India has begun. So a great early gift there.
Yeah. A happy birthday to Gukesh, and I think no better gift than what he's had. And I think the biggest story there was just simply coming into this game, losing two heartbreaking losses for him, you know, in that first game against Magnus, those final moments, and then absolute destruction by Arjun yesterday. And to come back with this big victory, to bounce back against none other than the world number 2, then the very in-form Hikaru Nakamura is exactly what he needed.
And in the meantime, it's a pawn race between Fabiano Caruana and Arjun-Erigaisi. Both sides pushing pawns forward for glory. It's a pure race, but it does look like Fabiano is going to be just in time by a move or two to make a new queen before black can create sufficient counterplay. Arjun has a bit more time than Fabi. Fabi's down at 2 minutes, Arjun at 4, but it's not enough. Simply no way to stop the white pawns now. Ooh, only move though appearing. I thought you could actually take this pawn on g6, but you have to bypass it. Something that Jovanka mentioned earlier with those G and F pawns, you don't always have to take. Fabi pushes forward.
He calculates so quickly. H6.
What was the problem with pawn takes pawn? I mean, that's...
There were actually some tactics. So the black knight would have come to d2, white would have had to take it with the rook, and after some exchanges, the black bishop would have been able to guard the g8 square.
Beautiful.
Now there's no way. The white pawn is running through. It's going to be Harry the h-pawn that becomes a queen.
Okay, well, first Arjun gets a queen, but it's promptly removed. And
so white goes h7, black goes c2, h8, knight d3, rook t3, c1.
It's going to be like the Carlsen-Gukesh game with new promotions, new queens, but the first check is always decisive.
Especially with a queen and a rook, right? Against a queen and a bishop. I think it'll be check, check, checkmate at that moment.
Check, 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 handshake.
And Arjun's already calculated that.
Yeah, Fabi just checking.
Just
Double checking. H7.
Yeah, what a game by Fabi, though. It's brilliant stuff. I mean, he loses that first round, you know, against Hikaru. Again, that was a devastating loss for him with the white pieces. Comes back in the second round, and now this looks like he's going to get his second back-to-back victory against a tournament leader.
Exactly. And what a game it was, you know, right from the beginning, you know, he tried this really creative idea of pushing Harry the h-pawn, and...
Ooh. Wasn't expecting that, David.
Okay, but this is nice. Rook takes bishop check on the agenda, and the rook can get behind the c-pawn, and the h-pawn is still going to do the business.
Very clinical.
Beautiful. It's going to be good enough for Fabiano. He's actually going to be in the lead unless Magnus wins his game. And in the meantime, talking of the lead, Humpy-Saram jumps up with another second classical victory by beating Sara Kardem in a very, very impressive, smooth game there.
Class by Humpy in that one, and class by Fabi in this one. Rook b8, you know, just making sure that practically there are no difficulties. He doesn't want Arjun to have a queen on the board. And I think it's going to be impossible for him to get that going now.
Maybe as black, you can put a king on the c4 square, use your knight after a check to block on the c-file. But
do you come rook b1, maybe?
Oof, yeah, I mean, even if you just queen and queen at the same time, again, white's going to check first. White's going to be... Actually, there's going to be rook c5, queen c8 at the end. some tactics, but yeah, Fabiano, he's winning. Arjun might resign here and now.
Yeah, that's the problem. The c-pawn can always be caught, and it's just simply too slow. It throws in a check. I'm expecting the king to come forward, yes. And this is the whole thing, you know, if if you advance the pawn, rook takes bishop, and then the rook gets behind the c-pawn, keeping a watchful eye over that. And if the knight ever steps back to protect the bishop, well, it's the king that can do the defensive footwork to mine the c-pawn. And the h-pawn, you just want to pick it up and take it off the board if you were Arjun, but unfortunately, such things are not possible.
No, Arjun's not getting a queen in this game.
No.
It's not happening. And you know that h-pawn, it started its advance on move 7, the move that you were pointing out. That semi-novelty with h4.
He's had 2 queens on the board, we should mention, Arjun. He started with 1 queen, promoted c1, that queen was taken by a white bishop. He's going to get that pawn over maybe again, but it'll just be taken by a white rook. And yeah, impressive. Outside pass pawns, so hard to stop. Rook's so good at these long-range battles. Yeah. Rook to e8, I think earlier, that was the key move, going in behind, and he's always had control, Fabiano, over all counterplay. So impressive. Opening prep strikes again in this tournament.
Wow. Yeah. And it was really unique bit of opening preparation, I would say, because he was prepared to give up a pawn to get this bishop pair, to kind of ask questions about the safety of the black king. And he really just kept putting the heat on Arjun. It was like somehow he was also playing the mind game as well as the board.
I mean, this has really been some of the best chess by Fabi, his game against yesterday. And that is it. Arjun resigns. Fabi gets the 2nd win in a row.
Yep. And very nice game there for Fabiano to net himself another 3 points. So that's 2 back-to-back classical victories for Fabiano.
For now, he's in the lead.
Yes, for now. Well, that means that there is 1 classical game remaining, and there you do see the players analysing. I like this part of chess, how the players are just exchanging thoughts. They are just analysing what could have gone on. But there's still 1 classical game remaining, and that is between Magnus Carlsen and Wei Yi. And this is quite a complex rook and knight endgame.
But to your point earlier, I've seen that often, especially in the clash of generations, right? For these youngsters, regardless of what happens, regardless of the result on the board, they always want to learn from these guys who've been in the world top 10 for over 2 decades. I mean, who are absolute greats of the game. So for Arjun, it's such a learning opportunity as well, despite the fact that, he sometimes leapfrogged Fabi in the standings. It's always that emotion of exchanging ideas. So really nice to see that.
And we might be seeing the end of this game any moment. It's very hard for Magnus to avoid an immediate draw. It's currently level material, black with 2 queenside pass pawns, white with a 4 versus 2 majority on the other flank. But it's all about the fact that the white king is getting checked. The black rook and knight combining really well. The black rook on the 4th rank eyeing up a pawn. Magnus now has just repeated the position. Ooh. Could this be the end?
It could be. The end of David Howell's predictions as well.
And Magnus makes the look. It's the handshake. It's a draw. Tanya wins the Armageddon showdown. 3 games in the classical have ended in draws. Magnus is going to Armageddon.
Yes, Armageddon round the corner. And we have 2 of them coming up. Wow. And there was the players are kind of discussing with the arbiter. They have to get into the mindset. Can we just backtrack and find out what happened in that rook and knight endgame?
Yeah, we will do so as the players set up the pieces ready for the next encounter.
I have to say, I mean, this was great by Wei Yi to defend this endgame, such a difficult endgame against, we've been talking about Magnus, just what a beast he is everywhere, but even more so when it comes to these final moments of the game. To survive it with under 2 minutes on the clock, incredible stuff by Wei Yi.
Yeah, let's just go back to the moment we actually last left it, because the last 10, 15 moves of this game were quite dramatic. Magnus pushed a pawn forward to g4. We actually saw him make this move. It was a bit of a mistake. Apparently, bringing the knight back and over to c5, taking this pawn would have given a significant advantage for Magnus. Instead, he pushed a pawn forward, where he broke out. And here, king to e6, the best move by black. We saw some trades, a rook check, blocked. We saw a dance between the rooks. Magnus went passive with his rook, the only way he felt to keep the game alive. But now the black knight finally, after spending the eternity of this game on the edge of the board, finally got active, came towards the center, and we saw pawns disappear. This knight solidified here. Magnus got his rook active, but knight to e4 was the key idea, the only way to hold the game here. And after the pawn dropped, Magnus brought his rook up, and simply nothing to do. The king has to stay defending this pawn. King slid across, and knight check if the king goes back. Now the black rook comes in, grabs this pawn, so Magnus had to bail out here by repeating moves. A dance between knight and king, repetition, draw.
Yeah.
Sorry, Yobi, go on.
No, I was going to say that, wow, that was quite the action. You know, the way that they navigated those complexities in such an incredible endgame was absolutely amazing. But we have Armageddon just around the corner. So we're going to go on a break. And when we come back, it's going to be full throttle action. You don't want to miss this. Welcome back, and it is party time here at Norway Chess because it is double Armageddon time. And it is, first of all, going to be between reigning women's world champion, 5-time world champion, in fact, Juanjun, and she's got the white pieces against Vachier-Lagrave. And the rules of Armageddon are very clear. So let's remind ourselves of the format, and then by the time that one Armageddon is finished, we're going to have a second Armageddon because, of course, Magnus Carlsen and Wei Yi are in the house. And here you can see that white will begin with 10 minutes, black has 7 minutes, and the players only get a 1-second time bonus. Once they have completed move 40, then they get to move 41. And this is the whole point. The beautiful twist in it all is that black wins if the game is drawn. So white is in a must-win situation. 2 Armageddons, Juanjun against Vachier-Lagrave, Magnus Carlsen against Wei Yi. What can we expect?
What we're going to expect is that we will have finally a result. You know, you can run, but you can't hide. We've had the marathon of a game. Now it's time for the sprint. And check this out. We've got 2 players who won the World Championship 5 times. Magnus and Vengeance both in action. That's greatness being served in Norway Chess. I'm super excited. I think Wei Yi survived a really difficult game. Vachier-Lagrave fought back in hers. Yes, Magnus a big favorite, and yes, Vengeance a big favorite. But this is Armageddon. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Let's jump in because one of the Armageddons has begun, and it is Women's World Champion Juanjun with the white pieces repeating the exchange French. I thought she might play something a bit sharper, but no, it's the exchange variation, symmetrical pawn structure. Vachier-Lagrave very well prepared. Started with 7 minutes, has only used a few seconds, and Juanjun retreating her bishop now. The black bishop coming out to hit a pawn. Apparently a big mistake from Vachier-Lagrave. She should have brought her knight out, and now the black knight. Is it going to get trapped if it dives in?
Has she just walked into an opening trap?
Because if you go knight takes c2, you go rook a2, and the knight's got no home.
Oh my goodness, she falls back with the knight, figuring it out that it's gone wrong.
But now the d5 pawn is hanging.
And she takes it. You can go bishop takes pawn and capture that knight on d5.
Yeah. At the very end, white's going to hit you with c4, d5, the pawn roller in the center.
So many tempos. What an opening disaster. This could be a miniature.
I think she actually prepped really well, Vachier-Lagrave, but as soon as Juanjun retreated her bishop, very innocent move there. She should have just developed her knight. She was totally fine. She'd equalized. She got ambitious. She thought Juanjun had made a mistake, maybe, but it was a trap.
Yeah.
She takes pawn check.
Oh my goodness. She couldn't even do anything else. Developing the knight now would mean a pin on g5, so it really was the only way to go. Vachier-Lagrave in big trouble. And what is this? Move number 10.
Move number 10. Juanjun's going to capture this bishop with king, with knight. I'm not sure which one, but either way, in the very near future, the white pawns are going to run forward. She takes with the king.
Yep. And David, I expect your plan right now, and it's very much up Juanjun's alley. And there you see Vachier-Lagrave dropping back to give a check. But it's all about the black king, and it's all about the mobility of white's pawn center, and there you can see that the d pawn is motoring the knight under attack.
And now trying to trade off some pieces, but the bar hates it. What's the move?
Yeah.
Has she found it? Queen to d4. Is this the winning move?
I think one of many strong moves. It's a multi-purpose move. The white queen is coming in to the a7 square behind with some nasty checks. Not just that, the black knight is hit in the center, and the white bishop is allowed to come out to f4. That square now defended.
And eventually even the g7 pawn hanging in certain moments. One move, many grooves as we call it. What a multi-purpose find this is, centralizing the queen. Juanjun, just that one opening inaccuracy. And Vachier-Lagrave in big trouble, trades. Will she give up the g7 pawn? Will she allow queen a7 or bishop f4? How many threats do you fight?
Yeah. And bishop f4 is so scary, right? You introduce a new piece into the attack. And let's not forget, Tanya, there's also c5, c6, using that c-pawn as a wrecking ball. And it's all just gone completely wrong there for Vachier-Lagrave.
Bishop f4 just looks brutal. It looks over. She has no dark squared bishop, Vachier-Lagrave. She's facing the bishop pair. She's facing a pawn majority in front of her own king. There's no attack for black. There's a huge attack for white. This is very one-sided. Juanjun still has so much time on the clock as well.
Yeah, and these Armageddons have been such a disaster for Vaishali so far in this tournament, and the nightmare continues for her. Bishop f4, if the queen slides offering a trade, then Jovanka's idea of c5 appears on the board.
Oof, yeah, c5 followed by queen e5. It's just game over. I think it's here and now. She might just resign.
And if you go queen d7, then queen a7 threatening a checkmate in one.
Yeah, when the queen infiltrates like that, it's just terrible. Oh, it's really gone completely wrong. Sometimes chess is like that. You make one terrible mistake and you just can't claw back from that kind of error.
Maybe c5, but I mean, it still looks horrible for black.
You know, even if white decides to go into that endgame, it looks incredibly strong, but at least you won't get checkmated anytime soon.
Well, I say that. Maybe after c5, white plays like queen e3. When the black queen moves queen e5, you come in on the dark squares.
Yeah,
but
now it's coming.
oh, this is going to be brutal.
c5.
And look at it, just 8 minutes, barely used any time. For Vaishali, I think she wanted to keep pace on the clock, right? She wanted to play quickly in the opening and mixed up the move order.
Yep. And it's virtually all over. We have moves like queen e5 on the agenda. If Vaishali moves the queen to the wrong spot, threatening a potential checkmate on c7 and the bishop on f5.
But there is no right spot. Queen a5 defending that point also comes into fire with a move like d4.
I know. It's just delaying the inevitable.
This is just lost for Vaishali. This is just busted completely.
Last try, queen c6. Either way, Magnus Carlsen and Wei Yi about to start their battle, and it looks like we'll have full focus on that very shortly because Vaishali about to give in. She's doomed. She's busted. Material down in a moment and still facing a scary attack.
She might just resign here. I mean, where do you even run with your queen? c6, you mentioned as a tactical motive. The white queen steps in. You've got queen d7. She goes queen b3. Is queen e5 just over? Yes. Attacking the bishop, threatening a checkmate in one?
Yep. That's it. You clinch it like that. You don't need to calculate much further.
Yep. Queen e5, it's over. Vaishali will not fight on there. She plays it Juanjun. We're going to see a handshake. It's a full piece and an attack that continues. It's a handshake. Vaishali resigns Juanjun with a miniature victory, just 19 moves.
Yeah. And also from such a kind of timid opening, shall we say, with the French exchange. But Juanjun showing that there is poison. And so we move on to the game between Magnus Carlsen and Wei Yi.
Which is anything but timid.
Yeah, this is anything but boring. And this started with, well, a mix between the London system and Jabava London system. Magnus already debuted that one against Gukesh earlier in the tournament. And this one is promising to be spicy. This is still one of the main lines of this whole system, but it gets exciting if Magnus ever throws a pawn forward against the Black King. The Black King is committed to the king side. White's king likely to go the other way, to the queen side. White has great central grip, so attacking is allowed here, but Wei Yi knows his theory.
He does, but he's a bit slow, right, on the Armageddon right now. It's Magnus to play, but Wei Yi with 6.5 minutes. He's got to keep that pace going. Bishop b5. Anytime black takes on e5, white recaptures with the pawn, winning that d5 central pawn, destabilizing the black knight on f6. Will Magnus take with the pawn? I'd be very tempted to do that.
Ah, and he does it.
Okay.
And do you now just grab d5?
He grabs the knight first. Just clarifying the position some more.
I think if you grab d5, black could have grabbed e5 in some variations, maybe. But yeah, Magnus, I don't know whether he's prepared or not, but it feels like he's trying to play positionally now. He's going to try and put a white knight on the d4 square as a blockader. He's facing the two bishops, but the black bishop on g7, the dark square bishop, not great. First Magnus castles. Wow, this is huge risk by Magnus Carlsen.
But I think he just doesn't want to trade queens. He wants to get that g4 idea in. Magnus wants to perhaps just try to at least create the attack in the middle game, get Wei Yi down on the clock before any trades happen.
This looks horrible for white, I've got to say. Rook to c8? I don't know, it feels like you're getting mated in some variations. Magnus looks like he's kind of widening his eyes. Wei Yi looks super calm, calculating.
Rook c8, b5, b4, rook takes c2. I mean, who's stopping these moves?
Yeah, rook takes c3, rook c8, and just bring the other rook over. And Wei Yi does bring his rook across.
First rook on c8 to land. Wei Yi with ideas of exchange sacrifice, of ideas of advancing the b-pawn. Queen takes pawn is a move you're talking about. It's on the board.
Blue arrow appears. Magnus now takes that queen.
Best move?
Wow.
Give up the exchange?
Best move, rook takes knight.
Oh,
Wei Yi's about to play it.
He's going to do it.
He does it.
You cannot take that rook. If you take that rook, the black queen comes out to a4, and you're going to face checkmate, or you lose your bishop on the f4 square that's loose. Magnus is in such big trouble now. Grimace, double exclamation mark move.
And if you take the queen first, then Black's rook takes c2, check.
Exactly, and you've got this great discover check. So here it comes. The king slides over.
And now you can... What's the right square?
Well, you can just lift up your rook to attack the bishop. Okay, he takes the pawn.
Queen takes bishop has to be played as Magnus Carlsen about to lose his second Armageddon game in a row.
Unthinkable. He's the king of Armageddon, Magnus Carlsen. He'd won a huge proportion of his Armageddons. Maybe we can get the exact number before this tournament. But he's a pawn down. He is in huge trouble, Magnus, but it is an endgame.
And he's got activity, right? That rook on the 7th rank. For now, Black's bishop still stuck on g7, doesn't have an open diagonal so far. Magnus, he's fighting. Yes, the boss says Wei Yi is better. Wei Yi trying to double up on the 2nd rank.
Ooh, careful. Given a question mark, though. The computer here not liking it. I guess the b2 pawn will be defended once your rook lands on b7. He takes the other pawn first.
Will he go b6 to stop the idea of rook takes pawn, defending the b2 pawn, and only then come in with his own rook?
Well, there's also the thing that the bishop can also slide back to c1 to defend the b2 pawn. And if Magnus is able to lock this bishop on g7 out of the game with a well-timed f4, then it's still Magnus with some chances for the win. Remember, he is in a must-win situation.
Yeah, I think Wei Yi may be rushing that last move somewhat, but yeah, still over 3.5 minute deficit. The clock. Magnus, that's where he's so practical. He's so good at utilizing the clock in his favor normally, other than that Armageddon yesterday against Hikaru.
I feel this is already turning around now. You know, with the ability to defend that b2 pawn, with Black's bishop still stuck on g7, Magnus suddenly perhaps even fighting for more than a draw. Well, he has to, right? Because it's a must-win for White.
Magnus is playing like the moves with such low energy, like the hand gestures. It's like almost reluctant, so casual, but his last few moves have been great. The shock of meeting rook takes knight there, rook takes c3, and still recovering to get this position is already a step in the right direction for Magnus. But the rook attacks the bishop, which retreats now. As Jovanka pointed out, great move there by Magnus.
The way he needs to rush up, right? He makes one move, then again thinks for another 10 seconds. This is Armageddon. If you take 30 seconds to a minute on a move, you better be blitzing out the next 3 moves.
Blitz territory, 3 minutes now, still ages before he gets the increment, still 20 moves until he gets the 1 second increment.
And we've seen it in over-the-board chess, 1 second increment is barely enough to even get a move in.
Yeah, unless they're obvious checks or easy moves near the clock, it's still a race against time.
Yeah, you never gain time on the clock. You're basically playing on just that 1 second. And Magnus cool, calm, collected despite that early shocker of a move. While Wei Yi, he just keeps losing. On the clock, b5 played. Can Magnus just continue getting hungry? If you grab a7, you really don't want to activate that black bishop, right? You don't want to allow bishop takes pawn.
I love Jovanka's move from earlier. Pawn to
F4,
f4, lock it away.
Strong.
It also releases the white rook to move from the corner now that the h4 pawn will not be hanging to the black rook on the 4th rank. Magnus pausing, though. I wonder what Wei Yi has in store there.
And one of the things about Magnus's position is if he manages to get some kind of a fortress going on, is that he can just keep on making moves.
Yes.
And just simply force Wei Yi to burn that time on the clock.
He has to pace up. Wei Yi has to start not only blitzing, I would say bulleting out his moves. I mean, he's 2.5 minutes. Magnus gets the 2nd rook into the game and into the attack.
Why did Magnus not play f4? A mystery. That looks so natural, so strong, and no obvious moves for Wei Yi, but now it's going to be a king chase. Magnus taking a pawn. Oh, the bar drops, though. Wei Yi's creating big play.
Rook g1 coming in next, and notice how the rook on the g file is not only attacking the bishop on c1, but defending his own bishop on g7.
The h-pawn is so quick. Yeah. We saw an h-pawn promotion in the Caruana game. Maybe this will decide this game as well. Magnus leaning back as if he's missed something.
And the problem is you can't go e6 because of rook takes b2. Oh my goodness. Magnus doesn't have the e-passer at play here.
Okay, and the black king can also escape these pins by going king to g6 at the right time. And if you're able to activate the bishop, well, you're in big trouble, right?
Like,
it's Magnus.
How he didn't play f4 that is bizarre. Like f4, you lock it away, and it still becomes maneuvering. Wei Yi has no time. Here, it's concrete. Like Wei Yi's moves are forced. It's like you've just forced your opponent to play good moves. Magnus just, I know him quite well. Like body language, he just looks low on energy.
Oh my goodness!
Takes
Is there a knockout move?
Why can you not double up?
Rook c8 looks like the only response to that.
And then you can bishop h6. Oh, he doesn't. Ooh. He plays king to g6. Okay, this is nice. Move. Bishop h6 on the agenda.
The rook is trapped. This rook is trapped. It only has the f4 square when it's going to walk into something on the long diagonal. Rook g1, take on c1, bishop h6 at the end. Magnus is about to lose this game.
This is completely over. And Magnus slows down, but it's too late. Yeah. Oh my goodness. And that's it, rook f4. Now the idea of going for tactics, and you saw it on his face. He can't believe what he's done.
Yeah. And Wei Yi just clinical there, lining up both rooks. The target is the bishop on c1. And all he has to do is simply capture that bishop. Okay, Magnus throwing in some checks, but in the end, it's not quite good enough. Bishop is going to fall off. And Magnus now is in, remember, he's in a must-win situation.
He's a full bishop down. The black bishop is alive, can grab a pawn in the center. Where he does that, forking the two rooks. One can give a check, but whole bishop down against a world-class player like Wei Yi. 2 minutes on the clock is more than enough here for black. Checkmate threatened in the next move. White king has to run. Oh, Wei Yi closes the cage again. Magnus Carlsen resigns. Second Armageddon loss in a row for the world number one.
What a win for the Chinese Grandmaster as he gets his first at Norway Chess, and it's against none other than Magnus Carlsen, and heartbreak for Magnus twice in a row.
Yeah, wow, what a game though. It set our pulses racing. Wei Yi, Magnus Carlsen, and Wei Yi walks away with 1.5 points, and Magnus can't quite believe it. Like, it was such a quick turnaround. A few bad snap judgments there at the end, and everything just collapsed.
Yeah, I don't know, it didn't feel like Magnus somehow, there wasn't even the emotion when he blundered. Normally when he blunders like that, you see some reaction, you see the drive, the determination, but no, he's giving a word now to Sverre, a reporter here in Norway, and I wonder what he's saying, because that was a shock. He had an 83% win percentage last year in Armageddon. Here he has 0%, Magnus Carlsen.
He was the Armageddon king, right, last year, and coming into this with all that he's been playing, his performance at the Champions Chess Tour, just undefeated there, winning those 10+0 games. And the last two Armageddons, just absolute disaster. And after getting a good position against Hikaru as well, you know, close to a winning advantage, and then bungles it up. And then today, the same story from a position of strength. Just a few inaccuracies and it's all over.
Yep, and I think this is one of the consequences of Armageddon, especially when you're playing with the white pieces. You often feel like you have to determine things, you have to force the matter, and you often forget like the practicalities, right? You know, just lock the position down. You can play out the position for like 50 more moves. You don't need to rush it. Some sense, when you have that requirement that you got to win, you feel like you have to go full force. And sometimes that's not necessary.
And it's so difficult to find that balance. And I just wonder, yesterday, you know, he was so practical in saying that, yes, Hikaru was the better player when it came to that pure time scramble. I think today he's got to be very unhappy with this performance in this Armageddon. Yes, he stopped by for an interview, but on the inside, he has to be very angry with the way he handled this match.
Yeah, I mean, he had big chances as well in the classical portion. At some point, the computer gave him +1 in the game earlier. If he was a bit more patient, Magnus, he rushed it a bit. And twice, I think he rushed it a bit and lost the advantage. Here, he definitely rushed it with that rook d1 move. He had 5 minutes on his clock when he resigned. He did not need to be hasty when Wei Yi was already struggling.
Maybe we can kind of recap that moment, because, you know, you look down and then suddenly the position completely turned around. Can you just show us that particular moment?
Yeah, let's jump in. And it was in the endgame. And here, Magnus, after... what was it, only a few seconds of thought here, played the move rook to d1 after about 15, 20 seconds. And instead, okay, I'm going to say the most natural move is Jovanka's suggestion from earlier. Pawn to f4, you lock away this black bishop, you actually cut the coordination on this 4th rank. The computer says that black has to be super accurate here, finding moves like rook to d4 just to stop the white rook from coming across. That is difficult. That would have cost Wei Yi a bunch of time, and no real counterplay, unclear what black should be doing. The computer actually points out an even stronger move, rook takes a7. And going pawn hunting here, because there's so many targets on the 5th rank. This is difficult, I'm going to say, But Magnus had options, that's the problem. And one of the options he chose, and I think by far the worst option, unfortunately, was rook to d1, allowing this pawn to drop on the edge of the board. And as we saw, he now needed to bring his rook back even according to the computer. But instead, he grabbed a pawn and realized that this pin was terminal. Let's just show that tactic that Wei Yi pounced with as well. Rook takes f5, compounding the earlier mistake. The rook now trapped, pretty much.
Vai, that was a great...
And here, rook to g1 winning, since rook to c8 would be met by the very cool rook takes bishop, simplifying everything. And at the very end, there is this nasty pin and win on the rook.
Yeah. And, well, it looks like Sverre caught up with the players. Maybe we can have a listen.
Hvordan vil du oppsummere i dag, Magnus?
Det var egentlig litt uprofesjonelt Armageddon-partiet, for jeg var bare litt lei. Men altså, han spilte bra, men jeg var ikke til stede i det hele tatt. Så, nei, selvfølgelig litt skuffende, men ja, prøve igjen i morgen.
Det de klassiske partiene som betyr nesten alt for deg her?
Nei, det ikke nødvendigvis, men jeg kjenner det til nå, så har jeg ikke hatt noe energi egentlig til Armageddon-partiene, så da har det blitt ganske stygt.
Takk skal du ha.
Ja, takk.
Well, the interview might have been in Norwegian, but the emotion was pretty clear. He was disappointed in himself, and he said that in the interview, and he also said that he didn't feel like he had enough energy for the Armageddon game. But yeah, how is Magnus going to come from perhaps a disappointing game and motivate himself tomorrow?
That's a big question, but I just want to say, way to go for Wei Yi. You know, he comes in today, gives that happy, smiling interview that, yes, he has a bad score against Magnus, but all these players love to play against him and is ready for the fight. Has a tough classical game, survives that, goes into an Armageddon, is playing against Magnus with the black pieces, sacrifices in exchange, builds this attack, goes on to win when you need only a draw. Incredible stuff by Wei Yi today.
Yeah, wonderful by Wei Yi. He went his own way. And
said yee.
Yeah, and no, very impressive. But Magnus, I should mention, he's playing well in the classical. He hasn't put it away against Hikaru yesterday, big advantage. Didn't put it away against Wei Yi. But Magnus is still bossing the classical games. It's just the Armageddon, as he said, energy. Maybe it's just the fact that he hasn't played individual classical for a long time, unless we're counting Grenka. But yeah, something was a bit off there. You could tell body language, it was just low vibe. Just not the same determination, but he's still not far off the lead, so we shouldn't write Magnus off. It's still just a blip. It's only half a point he's dropped yesterday, half a point today, but for a perfectionist like him, it's surprising.
I mean, today's just been a shocker of a day, right? Especially in the Norway Chess. I mean, you've got Arjun losing, you know, Hikaru going down, Magnus losing in the Armageddon to Wei Yi. I think few would have predicted this outcome.
Yeah, very few. Who would have thought after round one, Fabi losing with white against, losing with black against, wait, he lost with white even against Hikaru, that he would be leading 2 days later on his own. Twists and turns.
I know, and also when he said it was such a devastating loss in that first game to Hikaru, and he's just turned it around, 2 classical victories in a row. But earlier on, we did see Juanjun, reigning 5-time Women's World Champion, she had an Armageddon against Vachier-Lagrave. She won in very short and sweet. Nice style. So let's hear from her.
How important for the final win do you think these half points in the Armageddons will become?
Well, I think Armageddon is important because I mean, this is the finish of the day, and if you win, you will know that you're still in very clear mind. But if lost, maybe in the night it will be very difficult moment. Yes.
Will you sleep well now?
No. I have dinner first.
Good luck tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
And Juanjun leaving the building with a smile on her face, and she had very good reason because she had a beautiful finish. You know, it was the perfect Armageddon game, right?
You know, I don't know, Ivanka, because this one just felt more like a Vachier-Lagrave loss than a Wenjun win. I mean, walking into that early blunder, you know.
Totally agree.
And then Wenjun, like you said, just never gave her a chance out of it. But yeah, I think that was just bad luck for Vachier-Lagrave, just mixing up that move order early on and then perfection by the world champion.
And maybe just a quick recap of this game. This was the final position. double attack. It was that simple. Checkmate threatened on c7, the bishop hanging as well. But I just want to show Vaishali's blunder. There was no way back as early as move 8. Just this moment, Zhu Wenjun's just retreated her bishop. The black knight can come out. You can develop it to e7, maybe f6, and you're totally fine with black. But bishop to f5. We've all been there. We've all tried to land a fork or an attack on the c2, c7 squares. But beautiful move by Zhu Wenjun, ignoring that. Pawn to a3, kicking the knight back. If it captures, then the knight is simply trapped. You can win it in the next move, maybe with bishop d3 or with pushing your pawn to b4. So instead, knight takes pawn in the center. And we saw some exchanges, but the pawn started rolling. And it was this moment, pawn to d5. It was pretty much straightforward from here. White just natural strong moves, and Vaishali, no defense.
You know, sometimes you just got to stick to the basics in the opening, knights before bishops.
Yeah.
For bishops.
Sadly, that is especially the case. You got to get your king to safety. You got to get your pieces developed. Well, after a day full of drama, let's recap the results, because it was Fabiano Caruana winning in a beautiful style, I must say, against Arjun-Erigaisi. He takes the lead with his 3-point victory. But guys, take a look at this. You know, Gukesh getting onto the scoreboard, beating Hikaru Nakamura, number 2 in the world. Well, it was the comeback he needed.
It was the birthday boy. Happy birthday to Gukesh from the studio, and what a win there. And once again, the same storyline, guys, with 3 decisive games, 3 going into an Armageddon. That means one of us, that would be me, in the studio gets that prediction game win. So what's our score? You know, we've seen the players' scores. I wonder who's leading. Can't hear you.
Not happy. Move on. Let's move on.
Yeah, I can't hear anyone.
I need dinner. Move on.
But you literally just kept to the same number, Tanya.
You know, why fix what's not broken?
You'll be tomorrow. You say 3 first. You get first pick. You say 3.
Because I haven't won anything. Okay. Well, okay, let's have a look at the standings. And there we see at the top, we see Humpy-Saram. This is the women's standings. And there you can see that Humpy is in the lead with 6 points. And then she's also tied for first place alongside Anna Muzychuk. Humpy playing a great game against Sara Kadem early on.
And it's so important, you know, the scoring system really comes out to play to get those classical wins. Just extremely, that's what matters. And Humpy's got to those 6 points with 2 classical wins. By the way, I loved having Anna on the studio. I mean, that was such a fun interview.
Yeah, definitely. You know, she's very relaxed, she's very chill, she's such a great person, and she's enjoying the vibe in Norway, being up there with the world's best players.
And she was in our confession booth as well, along with Zhu Wenjun. I think we're going to see more women players give us their insights, David.
They both won their matches today. Is that a coincidence? I don't know. But no, Anna, I still haven't forgiven her for wearing that lucky sweater, for beating me back in 2009. But no, fantastic to see her in great spirits and joint in the lead.
Yes, and well, we saw the standings for the women. Let's have a look at the standings in Norway Chess, and it was an eventful day. And we see that we have a new leader, Fabiano Caruana. He started with a loss, but he is getting motoring with 2 wins. He rises to 6 points, and there we see Magnus Carlsen in second place with 5 points, and Arjun-Erigaisi and Hikaru Nakamura 4.5 points.
Complete shake around in the standings, right, from where we started. I mean, the 2 leaders, they fall below Arjun and Hikaru. Fabi at the top after a first round defeat. But also the storyline at the very bottom of the leaderboard. You know, Wei Yi and Gukesh finding their rhythm, finding their confidence by taking down the world number 1 and the world number 2.
Yeah, I think those 2, the most happy despite being at the bottom of the table. Yeah, so many surprises. Maybe the day of shocks.
Absolutely.
And it's going to be really interesting to see how all of these surprises, all these shake-ups are going to affect tomorrow's pairings. Because as always, it's Norway Chess, the best players in the world. Let's have a look at who is playing who. And well, already at the top, we have a big one. Magnus Carlsen against Arjun-Erigaisi. Which one of these matches takes your fancy?
One thing I will say, Gukesh versus Fabi. So many times in the classical matchups, I've seen Gukesh get the better of Fabi. I think after his win today, he's ready to take on Fabiano. He's got a plus score against him. You see there, 2-1. And there have been 2 incredible wins at the Chess Olympiad, which has played such a big role for Team India as well. I think Hikaru hungry for his bounce back after his loss today and tomorrow. It's going to be a very angry Magnus Carlsen.
That is for sure. And one other pairing I'll point out quickly, Zhu Wenjun, the world champion, she actually in her head-to-head against Humpy is down 2-5. That is a very rare sight. You won't see Zhu Wenjun have a negative score, historical score against too many opponents. And Humpy already in the lead, showing good form. That is going to be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And I still can't get over this day of action, how just in a few moves, everything turned around. I thought that we were kind of heading to very calm, very steady draws. Nope, I was completely wrong. 3 decisive games, 3 Armageddons.
Just amazing. I mean, it's really, as David put it, a day of shockers, right? None of the results were predictable in this one. I think the only thing predictable was my prediction win.
Enjoy it while it lasts, Tanya. Enjoy it. But yeah, something in the air here in Norway. That's my theory. Like the fresh air, like the fjords nearby, something in the water maybe. But the players, they always bring it. They always bring it.
Bringing in the fire every single day.
Yes, and there we can see also that we did have a great shake-up in the standings, a great shake-up in Armageddon predictions. And one person who is leaving today with a big smile on his face is Wei Yi. And he spoke to Sverre about his thoughts after beating Magnus Carlsen in the Armageddon.
Wei Yi, how happy are you today?
So happy because it's my first win against Magnus in my chess career. Even it's Armageddon game.
And the way you do it, you managed to really put up a fight in both the games today.
Yeah, but okay, in the first game, I think it's maybe more quiet game. And yeah, I was happy that I survived in that game. And in Armageddon game, yes, in the opening, I did not play so quiet. I decided to play some crazy game, like, yes. I think, I'm not sure after Queen D5 it was still, I was doing book, I'm not so sure, but I think after Rook takes C3 it looks okay for black. Then, yeah, I think after B5 in the endgame, it looks uncomfortable for me at first, but then I saw I have some counterplay, so maybe it was okay.
When you come off a win against Magnus Carlsen, how much does that help the game tomorrow that you're going to play?
I think it of course gives me more confidence, and but still not so sure about tomorrow's game because my opponent is number 2, and yes, even he lost today, but I don't think it will be an easy game for sure.
Good luck against Nakamura tomorrow, Wei, and congratulations.
Thank you.
I just love Wei Yi. I love the happiness that he displays. I love his answers, his calmness. You know, tremendously happy. He beat the world number 1 with the black pieces in Armageddon.
I mean, after that interview, how can you not love this guy? You could actually feel the happiness from across the screen, you know. His first win against Magnus and just how much it meant to him, that was pretty clear from that. I have to say, I mean, all these Chinese grandmasters, they're so chill, right? Wenjun coming in and saying, I just want to go eat dinner now. You know, Wei, so honest with how much this means to him. Amazing to watch.
You know, wake up, win, sleep, repeat. That's the motto. And Wei Yi, he's due a big breakthrough. Like, it's so nice to see him get an opportunity here. I played him when he was 15. He was already 2,700. And I mean, just to see him now still maintaining this level, first ever win against Magnus Carlsen, he said.
That's always so special in every chess player's life, right? That's the dream.
Yeah. It absolutely is the dream. Well, it's been a day full of chaos, surprises, shakes up. It's had absolutely everything. It's been a real thriller. I'd like to thank, of course, Tanya, David, the production team. You guys have been absolutely amazing. And of course, on behalf of all of us, we'd like to thank you at home for joining us and just enjoying the vibe. And we will be back tomorrow with more moves, more drama, more chaos, you name it, it will be there. That's because it's Norway Chess and every move tells a story. Goodbye.